In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie in the morning while I'm driving. Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
We are almost there, halfway through the week. Happy hump day to you all. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate your support. Let's get into the news. Was it really news that 45-47 got booed at the Knicks game? I don't think that was any news. Who thought he wouldn't? Who thought he wouldn't get booed? But I guess it's always good to see it go down in person. You know, the funny thing that it's been reported that ESPN they silenced the volume of the boos in their live broadcast. Did you know that? ESPN, why were you silencing the boos? There have been side by side images played of what you actually heard on your TV and what was actually caught by the ESPN cameras. And it seems like ESPN didn't want you to know that your president got booed so horribly. After the what is he? I forget what they call him. The basketball, the lead guy in basketball, you know, I am not a big on sports. He came out and said that he thought it was great that 45-47 was there. Really? Is that what you really thought? The same one who can constantly call these black athletes bums and low IQ and all of this and how their job should be taken away from them. You thought that would be great? Okay. The commissioner, the basketball commissioner. Yes. So it was what it was. What did you expect? We're gonna go through a little of the obvious that happened. Now, I also want to talk about my thumbnail. Ivanka and Jared are learning out the hard way that the people are not going to stand for them coming into Albania and stealing protected land to make some type of uh, billionaire oasis for themselves and their friends. So it has been reported that work has stopped on uh, the island that Ivanka and Jared discovered, in quotation marks. The island that they discovered in 2026. These boobleheads are discovering islands. So work has stopped due to all the protests. Now, also the Prime Minister of Albania, they have plenty of questions for him. There is an investigation reportedly. I don't know how thorough this investigation is going to be. Is this an investigation just on investigation, to say, hey, we looked into it and it's all kosher? I don't know. I can just give you that there is reported to be an investigation on how any how Ivanka and Jared were able to purchase this guarded piece of land in the first place. So we'll see what happens with that investigation. Now, the bulldozers have had to stop. They were already bulldozing on the property. This property that was so pristine and so beautiful, and the beaches, and they had bulldozers already out there bulldozing on this property. So now they're also asking to remove the Prime Minister of Albania. So we'll see what happens with that. I hope it works out for them. But one thing that we have seen, if you sit on your ass and say nothing, or talking about what is and is not your fight, you're going to wake up and find yourself in a precarious situation. The thing about what's going on in the United States of America right now, see, your for-profit media is not keeping you abreast upon the protests that are going on, for instance, in New Jersey at the for-profit private detention center. For profit. Well, you mean a billionaire is making more money detaining human beings, feeding them food with maggots and worms in it, that type of stuff. So your media is acting like it is not even going on, as these cars race out of the detention center and aim for the protesters and running over the protesters' feet and legs. Now, no, it wasn't a mistake. No, the protester who got hit was not one of the protesters who was standing in front of the cars. But protest is a protest. But since other cars had people standing in front of it, this car decided, hey, well, I can just come out and I'm going to turn my wheel and cut my wheel into the crowd. Okay, there it is. Okay, so it's very interesting what's going on. I showed you the other day some wild ICE agent just attacking the protesters and push one of the protesters under the wheels of a 18-wheeler truck, and you saw his leg all broken and mangled, steel stuck in between the truck tires. Yeah, this type of stuff. But a lot of people think, well, they shouldn't be protesting. This is what your government wants you to think. This is what Project 2025 wants you to believe. To do what? To control you as they take everything from you. You notice how the millionaires and billionaires, the reins have been taken off, and the greed, the money grubbing, the power stealing has been unabashed. They are unashamed in telling you that they're going to take your job. So what you going to have without your jobs? What is the United States going to have without the ability to earn a living? But they're not telling you what's going to happen next. But you got idiots out here telling you that they are going to give some type of universal pay to all the Americans when they don't want to pay you to work. They want to. It's just mind-boggling. So these are the things that are not being reported in your mass media, as it's overly reported about. Trump got booed at the finals. Duh. Okay. Then you have all of these sycophants out here, all of these Trump dummies out here still defending Trump, still defending the indefensible. At what point do these people catch on? At what point? You have this CNN thing. Now, I watch couch politics because, to be frank with you, I cannot stand to watch these CNN panels with we have two people from both sides, and the Republicans are allowed to always talk over. They are allowed to get their point out. No one interrupts them. But then when the Democrats start to counter their point, the Republicans are always allowed to talk over them, saying nothing of any substance, just repeating words, repeating phrases, repeating, because they don't want the counter thought to get out. They said they're dumb shit. And once it is proven, you just said some dumb shit, and I'm going to tell you why. They don't want you to know why. So this CNN, both sides ism, and both sides do it. I'm so sick of that bullshit. This is programming. This isn't news. This is programming. Everybody in the room should not have a voice at this point. But CNN, they have to mind their manners, because Ellison may soon be purchasing CNN in this big merger. So it may get worse. It may get worse. Okay, what else do I have? Hey, Miss Toby, it is good to see you. Hey, Madison, it is so good to see you. I hope you guys are having a fabulous week. Now, there is something else. Did you guys know that your Secretary of War, Pete Kegbreath, got thrown out of France on the D-Day celebration because he set his ass up there and gave some white nationalist bullshit speech? Do you know they ushered his funky ass right out of France when he got done with his speech? You know, they held him by the back of his collar and marched him straight to his airplane, as they tried to make this white nationalist bullshit that America appears to be. America has always been willing to accept. Yeah, Pete Kegbreath. Let's get into this. Why don't we? Let me share. Let me share my screen with you. Oh. Let me slow it down. Hold on. And we're going to go over that Southern Poverty Law Center. They had a hearing. Now, they're having a hearing on yesterday about the Southern Poverty Law Center. Todd Blance has brought charges against one of the oldest entities that protects civil rights, and say that they have committed a crime, and is alleging because they actually pay informants to get into these hate groups, these white nationalist hate groups, that the people who donate to the Southern Poverty Law Center are being abused. They don't know that this is what they're doing with their donations. So how dare the Southern Poverty Law Center pay informants to get on the inside of these hate groups and then report them to the FBI? But what you are doing something so horrible to the people who donate to you. So what are the people who donate to the Southern Poverty Law Center that the DOJ is saying they're protecting the donors? The donors are like, thank you for doing that. The donors are donating more money. But Todd Blance is telling you that the donors to the Southern Poverty Law Center are so egregious and done so wrong that he has to open a Department of Justice inquiry into the one of the longest standing entities that protects the civil rights of Black people successfully. If they weren't successful, I don't think you'd have to even worry. Can you imagine this? You see how quickly they have bought up these trumped up charges and how quickly they are already having hearings about this. But you can't get an honest hearing about the Epstien files. And if you don't hang around, come back later. The link will be in my description box. They have a Dr. King on the panel. A bitch, she seems like they unwrapped her special jacket to appear for this hearing, talking about they asked her something about Todd Blance, and she goes into, I'm not going to speak on that. I'm going to talk about the baby penises that they're cutting off. Wait a minute, bitch, what? Wait, bitch, what? Bitch, what? You're here to talk about the Southern Poverty Law Center, a case that's being bought by the DOJ, but you think you're going to talk about alleged baby penises being cut off? The niece of Dr. King. They try to present her, oh, well, this is the niece of Dr. King, and her father and her uncle, they taught her this, that, and the other, looking like a bumbling idiot. You know, if they wanted descendants of Dr. King, they could have easily asked his sons or his actual daughters, who was actually raised by Dr. King. But they made a mockery, trying to act as if they were giving her so much reverence, and she was a bumbling fool. So we're going to watch that. But let's get into Kegbreath being thrown out of France because his hateful white nationalist speech. Were you guys aware of that? If you're not, let's get into it. On D-Day, no less, when our soldiers stormed Normandy, he is doing a D-Day presentation. And he is sitting up here with his white nationalist speech. That's not what that meant. Okay. Thank you. I don't even know what you're talking about. You have to talk in complete thoughts, complete sentences. But okay, if you say so, I'll take that under advisement. Okay, let me share this with you.
European beaches are stormed by different dangerous ideologies.
Leave it to Pete Hegseth.
Now Normandy beaches are being stormed by different dangerous ideologies. When you upset the world, when you go into these countries and you annihilate these countries, when you let war ravage these countries, what is going to happen? The people are going to try to escape of these countries that are falling apart. So there's an influx of refugees, political refugees of funneling into Europe. Where else are they going to go? So Pete Kegbreath wants you to understand that these are black and brown people, a dangerous ideology. Most of them are Muslims, and your beaches are being stormed by these immigrants who are trying to escape the hellhole that we have allowed. What do you think the people in Syria are going to do? The over 1 million people who are trying to escape Lebanon. What do you think they're going to do? I said Syria, I meant Lebanon. What do you think the Lebanon people are going to do? As everybody just sit back and watch as Benjamin Netanyahu goes through and flattens southern Lebanon. What do you think these people are going to do? You think that these people are just going to march into the desert and die? These people are going to become refugees looking for a place to live their lives in peace and not be bombed, and everybody sit there watching as if, oh, well, that's so bad. Oh, too bad. Nobody gives a second thought of what happens to all of these millions of people. And then here you have Kegbreath. We're supposed to be celebrating a victory of what happened in World War II on the beaches of Normandy, when they were actually fighting against the oppressor of a people, of the Jewish people in concentration camps, the Holocaust. And what he wants you to believe is that you are being invaded by others, and they're brown people and Muslim people, and they have an ideology. Well, Pete Kegbreath, you have a white nationalist ideology. So which one's more dangerous? Which one's more dangerous? A person who feels that their whole race is about to become extinct, and think that they are the best, strongest race in the whole world. Which one's more dangerous? Nobody is trying to inflict the Muslim religion upon anybody. They're trying to practice their religion in peace. But he wants you to believe that these refugees of all of these other nations that we sit by and say nothing when the people are displaced are coming to other lands with their dangerous ideologies. He got thrown out of France. Let's continue.
A seminal member of this administration, the Trump bootlicker, leave it to Pete Hegseth to take part in a commemoration of D-Day, of the invasion of the shores of France to eradicate Nazism. Leave it to Pete Hegseth to give a Nazi speech, to bring to life in the 21st century fascist ideology while celebrating the defeat of that very ideology. That's what took place on Saturday with Pete Hegseth as he took part in, I believe, the 81st annual commemoration of that invasion in Normandy, France. A place where there are thousands upon thousands upon thousands of graves of deceased Allied soldiers. And what do you do on hallowed ground such as this? Obviously, if you're Pete Hegseth, you want to attack our current allies. You want to paint the anti-fascists, the OG Antifa, the men of the silent generation, the men who put everything on hold in their lives to go and fight fascism, to kill and eradicate the philosophies of Hitler. You laud them, you heap praise upon them, and then you forget all of the lessons that they brought to bear in their defeat of Nazism. Pete Pete Hegseth, I'm going to share this section of the speech with you, and there are multiple things that I want to talk about on the other side of this clip, up to and including attacking our current allies, and also talking about people coming to the shores of the West, of Europe, with a sinister ideology. He's talking about skin color. That if you're black or brown and you're trying to escape your particular situation, that you're bringing an ideology with you. This is trying to export their war on woke to the rest of the world. Watch fascist, white Christian nationalist piece of shit, Pete Hegseth, give his Nazi speech while celebrating the defeat of Nazis.
The men buried here fought in a warfighting alliance where every partner brought its full measure of industry, courage, and sacrifice. Not empty slogans, not lavish summits, not communiques.
Let me ask you something. What is Pete Kegbreath? What is he other than empty slogans? What is he other than empty slogans? He's talking about what people bought to fight Hitler and the Nazis with. They bought something of substance. The thing that he does not ever bring, because he has no merit to be in the position that he is in. They didn't bring empty slogans. Well, you sure bring them everywhere you go, bitch. Everywhere you go.
Real allies doing real things, taking real losses for a shared cause worth fighting and dying for. Each nation pulled its weight. Each nation bled. America will lead, and we must. But capable allies must be right there with us, shoulder to shoulder, in the breach, when it matters. In the years since these beaches, much of the West, in some places, in some quarters, and in some capitals, grew comfortable. We forgot that freedom is not free. We forgot that peace is not wished into being. It is bought with purpose, with honor, and with strength. The men who landed on these beaches knew this. The question we ask ourselves is, do we? It's past time we remember what they knew. Their legacy demands far more than quiet reflection. It requires our active vigilance. Sadly, today, different European beaches are stormed by different dangerous ideologies. Beaches in Spain, in Italy, in Greece, and Bulgaria. Boats and men arrive. When will European capitals do something about that invasion? Or is it too late? I pray not, and I believe not.
Look, what I've done here is just bold the parts that I want to talk about in this transcript. The men buried here fought in a war, fighting an alliance when every partner brought its full measure of industry, courage, and sacrifice. Not empty slogans, says the guy filled with empty slogans. Not lavish summits, says the man who works for Donald Trump, who loves him a lavish summit. No. Real allies, Pete Hegseth says, doing real things, taking real losses for a shared cause worth fighting for and dying for. Each nation pulled its weight. Each nation bled. All of this is a precursor to this next line of thought, where he wants our allies to follow Donald Trump into his illegal, unconstitutional war of choice in Iran. He wants our allies to take part in an illegal war against Iran, an immoral war against Iran. And if you don't do so, you're besmirching the legacy of what took place here on these shores, is what he's trying to say. But capable allies, this is spitting in their faces while they're right there on the dais with him. But capable allies must be right there with us, shoulder to shoulder in the breach when it matters. In the years since, these beaches, in much of the West, in some places, in some quarters, in some capitals, grew comfortable. This is all shitting on our allies, our economic allies, our military allies. People who are in the fight for us. They are there for us. The only time that the articles in the in NATO that have ever been asked, our allies asked to come to our defense, the only time it's ever been invoked is at Article 5 of NATO. Was 9/11. We've never come to anybody else's aid because no one ever needed it. But when we needed it, they came. And that's all forgotten. With Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump, it's what have you done for me lately, I guess. They forget the vast sacrifices that were made by our allies, the blood shed by their soldiers, by their military, the treasure spent, wasted in the Iraq War. They forget this, or they ignore it. Here's the Nazi part, as if you don't already know. Sadly, today, different European beaches are being stormed by different dangerous ideologies. Beaches in Spain and Italy and Greece and Bulgaria. Boats and men arrive. When will European capitals do something about that invasion? It's not an ideology. Having a greater level of melanin in your skin, Pete Hegseth, than you do, isn't an ideology. Having immutable characteristics that you have no control over because you were born that way. The luck of your birth isn't an ideology. Being a Muslim isn't an ideology. Being a religion other than your particular one flavor of the thousands of flavors of Christianity isn't an ideology. It's being a member of a religion. Now, when you put that into action, like you do, Pete Hegseth, that is an ideology. You bring with you ideologies. You bring with you hate and retread arguments that were made by Nazis in World War II and defeated by the men you're now acting like you celebrate. These are the same arguments, the exact same arguments. What do you think? I welcome you to this conversation on what should have been a hallowed day, a venerated day, a respected day, a commemorated day. And Pete Hegseth, of course, sullied it. And now France is like, well, you can't even come fucking back, dude. Persona non grata, I believe, is a headline that I read earlier today. Anyway, what do you think? I appreciate your participation in this conversation. Let's have it in the comments below this video. Make sure you're liking and following the Dollemore Daily on Facebook, that you subscribe on YouTube, that you follow, and check out the content that is natively posted. This video is native on Spotify. You can also call the voicemail line. Leave me a brief voicemail, 714-576-4054. And of course, as always, you can email me, daily@dollemore.com. I love and appreciate you very much. I'll see you next time. Until then, be genuine and take care of one another.
Ooh, I played that whole video. I didn't mean to play that whole video. Let me please go over there and check out this channel. I believe he was a Marine. He is a veteran, and I do believe he is a Marine veteran. So he is quite pissed off.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was essentially kicked out of Normandy in France. They are declaring him persona non grata right there and saying never come back to Normandy after Hegseth gave this awful speech where he attacked European countries when he was on the hollow grounds of Normandy, which was supposed to be this solemn ceremony about D-Day and how allies came together, the United States and Canada and European countries and others coming together to fight back against fascism, to defeat Nazi Germany with that courageous act of allies coming together for the ultimate sacrifice. But when Hegseth was giving his D-Day speech, he said, and Europe today is allowing invasions of their beaches on their grounds like we saw back then, except this time it is the illegal immigrants that you are allowing invasions to take place. And he made it into this whole horrific political attack on Europe, on Americans' allies. And so you see right here, Hegseth and his family leaving Normandy right there. And take a look right here how it's being described in the French press. You see right here, our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, says, I don't speak French, but I think this means the people in Normandy didn't like Hegseth's speech. You have to be a pretty colossal dipshit to screw up a D-Day commemoration ceremony. Pete Hegseth, persona non grata in Normandy. He has no place here. Pete Hegseth, persona non grata for the 82nd anniversary of the D-Day landings, this in the French press and elsewhere. And just to remind you, I'll just show you a very short portion of Hegseth's speech. One of the most disgraceful things to say to the memory of the men and women who gave their lives to win World War II. Watch what Hegseth had to say here. Play this clip.
Sadly, today, different European beaches are stormed by different dangerous ideologies. Beaches in Spain, in Italy, in Greece, and Bulgaria, boats and men arrive. When will European capitals do something about that invasion? Or is it too late? I pray not, and I believe not. The men who fought and died here restored freedom to Europe. That freedom must be maintained by this generation of leaders and warfighters, or what they fought for was merely temporary. As our great president Ronald Reagan once said, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. You don't pass it to the next generation in the bloodstream. It must be defended by each and every generation. We stand
now
by our allies, and we expect our allies capable and ready to stand alongside us. Pass it to the next generation. Freedom and warfighters, or what they fought for was merely temporary. As our great president Ronald Reagan once said, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. You don't pass it to the next generation in the bloodstream. It must be defended by.
Now he wants to quote Ronald Reagan about freedom not being passed on in the bloodstream. From someone who thinks that the bloodstream of white men is it passes on some type of greatness. The fucking audacity of this man. The fucking audacity. Let me what is so great about Pete Kegbreath? He had his children, and of course his ever watching his cheating ass wife. Not she's the cheater. She always had to watch him because she's afraid that he's going to cheat on her. So she goes every fucking place that he goes to make sure he's not fucking another bitch. Let me talk about the fact that he had 6 children. 6 children accompanied him on this trip. Is this a family vacation? Or was this a national business that he was going on? I couldn't tell. He had 6 children, 2 of whom were dressed up in military garb, military fatigues. Now we are real clear that Pete Kegbreath is on wife number 3. Wife number 3 with 6 children. But he would have you to believe that he has made a better choices because of the complexion of his skin and this white nationalist religion that he is professing. As he whores himself around with all of these women, making all of these fucking children, he would have you believe that he's something different than where's your daddy type of situation. They always want to talk about the black family. Oh, does it make it okay? Well, at least he's married all of the women that he got pregnant while he was still married to his wife at the time. Does that make it any better? This is somebody who is trying to teach superiority about his race and trying to encompass Ronald Reagan talking about what is not inherent to you. Freedom is not inherent to you. The actual audacity. Oh my God. What an embarrassment. What an embarrassment.
Each and every generation. We stand by our allies, and we expect our allies capable and ready to stand alongside us.
Now, we are seeing Hegseth, Donald Trump, Trump cabinet members, persona non grata across the world as well. Hegseth and others being called out by, even in the past 24 hours, President Zelensky of Ukraine calling the U.S. out by name and saying, we, Ukraine, do not agree when the United States makes deals with Putin in Anchorage, Alaska, for Ukraine to give up our territory. It ain't happening, Donald. It ain't happening to the United States. We ain't doing it. Watch as Zelensky gives this powerful speech as well. Let's play you a short portion from this interview. Let's play it.
We've got messages that they are ready for meeting only if Ukraine will do what they decided in Anchorage. But it's terrible what they speak about. And I said it when we had meeting. Look, you can't, with all respect, even with all respect to President of the United States, but you can't cut our country. Or you can't decide, our people decide. You can't make decisions without us, about us. It's unacceptable. And it will not bring peace. This is the first. And will not bring success to your countries and to your leaders. So that's why I said that the best way, if you want to stop the war against Ukraine, use in a very polite way, use opportunity to speak with us.
Now, we know that Hegseth, Trump, persona non grata in Canada right now, where the boycott there is not just going strong, but stronger than ever. Persona non grata in Denmark,
Hold on. Let me go forward. I think that's it for this one. This link is in my description box as well. Please avail yourself to it. Hey, Fred Shields, it is always good to see you. Thanks for coming back. Now, the thing that I find funny about this, the thing that I find amusing about this, Pete Kegbreath goes over there and talk about who should be shunned for ideology. Are you aware that our military, you should be aware, because I told you about how our military is joining in with Israel on not just in their ideology about other nations, but they're actually joining in with them on military operations, joint military operations. You don't see them over in Iran. You don't see Israel over there fighting side by side with us in Iran, however. But do you know that there have been a coming together of our militaries? Oh, you wouldn't know it because you don't see it in Iran. They came together and they were doing exercises over Iran all the way back in February, in March of 2025. And then they struck them in June of 2025. But are you aware of this? While Kegbreath is telling you about all of these ideologies of others, here we go. Exclusive. U.S. secretly deployed paratroopers to Israel. Quick reaction force specialized in forced entry. Okay. When the Pentagon announced that the 82nd Airborne was deploying to the Middle East in March, it concealed a key detail. Some of the paratroopers were headed to Israel, as revealed in an Army deployment order I've obtained. If you don't know who the I is, that would be Ken Klippenstein. Go over there and check him out. And what do I say about Ken Klippenstein? He always comes with the receipts. So, we on D-Day, Pete Kegbreath is talking about the victories of people, the victories that countries had over people who were committing a genocide against the Jewish people. But they are trying to keep it secret that they are over, sent paratroopers over to Israel. You know, Israel are the people who are the nation that is committing a genocide against the Palestinians. But Kegbreath is over there giving speeches and talking shit about what's not being done by other nations. You find that mysterious? Do you find that thought-provoking? Do you find that odd? Let's continue. A military source involved in war planning tells me the deployment is tied to new U.S. Israeli joint contingency plans compiled since February for seizing Karg Islands and carving out coastal territory inside Iran. The 82nd Airborne Division is the Army's premier quick reaction force trained to parachute into hostile territory. By keeping the deployment silent, the Pentagon headed off public debate over a joint U.S. Israeli operation inside Iran. And a prospect many considered plausible at the time amid a fever pitch of mainstream reporting on a potential ground invasion. The secrecy also sidestepped what is euphemistically called a host nation sensitivities. A joint U.S. Israeli operation raised thorny questions for Americans' Gulf Arab partners, especially over logistics support. Hence, the 82nd Airborne, which could launch directly from Israel without any Gulf state consent to use its territory. So they don't have to get any consent from any of the neighboring nations that is giving Jared Kushner money for his personal business. Is that what they mean? Yeah, that's what they mean. That we have air bases on, and told them that we would protect them and all of that. They don't don't want nothing else to do with us. That are looking at China and other people for their protections. Oh, did they know that was coming? It seems like they knew that was coming. That they knew that they would not and could not protect these other Arab nations, and these other Arab nations who have restricted them from being able to fly in their airspace. It seems like they predicted that, but they didn't predict that the Strait of Hormuz would be closed. But they knew well enough that they may have to deploy somewhere other than the Arab region, which they claimed that they were protecting. and that proved to be very profitable for your president's son-in-law. Okay. Without any Gulf state consent to use its territory, the Army deployment order issued April 7, 2026 directs elements of the 2nd Battalion, 501st Infantry Regiment of the storied Geronimo Battalion to deploy to Israel on temporary duty. The Israel deployment has not been previously reported. The Pentagon has never acknowledged it in public. It has said only that the 82nd was bound for CENTCOM, the military term for U.S. Central Command, the combat command responsible for the entire Middle East. The press echoed the vague terminology suggesting the unit was headed to existing U.S. bases in Kuwait or Qatar. Asked about the number of troops deployed to Israel in their mission, the Pentagon referred my question to CENTCOM, which at the time of publication had not responded. Now, you know what else the CENTCOM had not responded on? CENTCOM had not responded on that Black Hawk helicopter that got shot down over the Strait of Hormuz sometime Monday. You know, even your president was asked about it when he decided to take his ass to a Knicks game. He was asked about that helicopter that had gotten shot down sometime on Monday, early Monday. If this was a Monday night, he still hadn't heard about it, and he would have to get back with you and let you know. And then when he got back to you to let you know that in fact a helicopter, an Apache helicopter, had gotten shot down over the Strait of Hormuz, he told you that everything's fine, everybody's fine. It was no big deal. It was no big deal. And then CENTCOM came out and told you, yes, an Apache helicopter got shot down. You know how CENTCOM, this sitcom, is not telling you information when it happens? They are getting together and getting their lies or their stories straight, and then they come out and tell you what happened. This sitcom, when they were asked the question about these paratroopers being over in Israel, they had not gotten back to him with a comment. I'm not surprised they hadn't. Now, it seems like an Apache helicopter, with all of the instruments and all of the sophistication of the Apache helicopter, you know, a war fighting machine. It seems like pilots find it easier to do flybys over Kid Rock's house than they find it to do what the helicopter is supposed to be doing, being in a war situation. It seems like I'm wondering, these pilots in this Apache helicopter that got shot down, could they be the same pilots who decided that they would take up these war fighting machines and wave at Kid Rock at it over his Nashville home? I'm wondering. They're good at bullshit, but why were they over the Strait of Hormuz? The Iranian people want to know. They said this is not international water. This is our water that is shared by us, Iran, and Oman. If you don't want to get shot down, don't be patrolling our fucking water. Period. So this is what happened. So, I digress. In late March, the New York Times reported that senior military officials were weighing a possible deployment of a combat brigade from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division to support U.S. military operations in Iran. The forces would come from a division's immediate response force, a brigade of roughly 3,000 soldiers, able to deploy anywhere in the world within 18 hours. Those forces, the Times noted, could be used to seize Karg Island, Iran's main oil export hub. The groundwork had been laid weeks earlier. The Army abruptly pulled the division's 300 plus member headquarters from a planned exercise at the Joint Readiness Training Center in Louisiana, officials told the Times. So the command element wouldn't be caught out of place if the balloon went up. The aviationists reported that the division's commander, Major General Brandon Tegmeyer, and his command element had been ordered to deploy and track a string of flights leaving Pope Army Airfield, which serves Fort Bragg for the Middle East. When the Pentagon finally did talk about the 82nd publicly, it took pains to keep Israel out of it. In a May 5th briefing, Secretary of whatever, Pete Kegbreath, and Joint Chief Chairman Raising Cane devoted much of their remarks to Project Freedom, the self-described defense operation that the Trump administration says is keeping commercial shipping moving through the Strait of Hormuz. Kane singled out the 82nd Airborne for praise, telling reporters that the element of the divisions were synchronizing air operations for more than 100 aircraft over the strait and doing so in support of Project Freedom as we speak. When the president or the secretary need immediate, scalable, lethal combat power in CENTCOM or elsewhere, the All-American Division answers the call, Kane said. Now, why would he the All-American Division? So with him saying that there's an All-American Division, it appears to be that there is a division that is not All-American. That's what I get from it. He went on to describe the paratroopers as constantly ready to jump from Air Force aircraft into ground combat to seize key terrain if ordered to do so, just like their predecessors did in Sicily and Normandy in World War II. Normally, the place that Kegbreath has been thrown out of, but he wants you to believe that he's emulating the power of the soldiers, not the war fighters, the soldiers of Normandy. He can't even call them soldiers. He's talking about war fighters, like there's some cage match fighters. Okay, anyway, I digress. Or to secure or enable the follow-on forces to follow into theater as they did in Grenada or Panama. This is a description of readiness to seize a piece of Iranian territory, which makes me suspect the New York Times and others were being used to message Tehran that such an operation was imminent. Beyond Project Freedom, Kane says CENTCOM and the rest of the joint force remain ready to resume major combat operations against Iran. If ordered to do so, no adversary would mistake our current restraint for lack of resolve. So why the sensitivity about naming Israel when the U.S. has acknowledged stationing American air defenses and F-22 fighters there? First, the breadth and the depth of the Israeli military cooperation goes far beyond arms sales and deconfliction. Second, the two countries are deepening intelligence sharings amid making Israel a sixth eye in the so-called Five Eyes alliance of the U.S., Canada, Great Britain, Australia, and New Zealand. So now they want to make Israel the sixth eye. Do they really need to make? So they are trying to bring Israel into something. Does Israel need to be brought into something when Israel is already spying on the United States? Have you heard the story about how Israeli spies are spying on the United States, and your government is saying absolutely nothing about it? We're going to get into that now. But they're trying to bring them in on some great alliance, Israel, as they poo-poo and won't answer questions about Israel being caught spying on America. Okay, let's continue. We're going to talk about that too. Deepening intelligence sharings aimed at making Israel a sixth eye in the so-called Five Eyes alliance of the U.S., Canada, Great Britain, Australia, and New Zealand. Third, naming Israel would expose how much of the U.S. Assault on Iran is in fact a joint U.S. Israeli attack. Not a Trump Netanyahu brotherhood, but cooperation at the military to military working level, where combined war plans are now a reality. One world, one thought. So we know that the reason that we are in this war in the first place is because the Israelis wanted us in this war. And what did your president do? He obliged. He obeyed and obliged. So, are you surprised that they are working together as one military, have one objective? The objective that they are telling our military what to do as they take their military over in Lebanon and are further trying to steal territory and land, while our military are over here doing their bidding of fighting their war. Our military is getting what they are going to do by some joint Israeli U.S. Military plan. Do you wonder why your president can never tell you on the cuff what his plans are? Because he hasn't checked with his master what the plans are. At no point can he decisively tell you what the military's plans are. But I digress. Charlie Company, the 2nd Battalion is still in Israel, from which no dispatches have emerged in 2 months. I'm not saying a ground operation is imminent or inevitable, but if one were coming, wouldn't it be nice to know? That is Ken Klippenstein. This link is going to be in my description box. What should I put it on? In my description box under Joint Army. Just under Joint Army. You can find this link there. Now, why am I discussing this with you? There is another reason why I wanted to discuss this with you. Hey, Barry Carey, it is good to see you. Fred Shields, it is good to see you as well. ID1 Kenobi, it's great to see you. Please hit the like button on your way in. I appreciate your support. Let me get back in to why this is important. Some of the things that is going on with Israel. Hold on. We're gonna get to this. Hold on. If you didn't know, Cuba, there's been a lot of talk about attacking Cuba. And now Cuba is arming its citizens. It seems like there could be a bloodbath over in Cuba behind this administration. Let me. There was something else that I wanted to. Maybe it's here. Here we go.
Iran has said that its military operations against the settler colony were complete for now, but warned that any transgressions by war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu would lead to more deadly attacks into Israel. Iran has also established a new security belt through the Strait of Hormuz to Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Experts are unanimous that Iran's display of military prowess in the last 2 days has changed the power dynamics in the region in favor of the Islamic Republic. The reason behind the sudden confidence of the Islamic Republic, however, remains a mystery. Albanian protesters continue to protest for the 10th day in a row against their rogue Prime Minister Edi Rama for
Now, this was, I believe, right before the Apache helicopter was struck down. Iran said that they were done with their strikes, and your president said that this Apache helicopter was no big deal. Now, all of a sudden, United States did 20 strikes. It was reported that after consultation with Pete Kegbreath and what other warmonger? Well, we are in a war. I mean, you're supposed to strike back when somebody strike you. But your president said it was no big deal, and that the pilots and were fine. So there was nothing to see when the whole Apache helicopter got shot down. But then, after consultation with Raising Cane and Pete Kegbreath, the United States said that they did 20 strikes in Iran, and they said that they hit all of these military installments. They hit radars and all of these military things. But wait a minute, how did they hit all of this stuff when they told you that they had already destroyed all of these things? Everything that your president said that they hit during this latest strike, all of these were military installations that they said that they had already destroyed. And that you heard Marco Rubio in one of the hearings say we had already won the war. So if we had already won the war, how is it that they want you to believe that it was only military installations that they struck in the response to this fighter jet going down? Let me find where they are telling you what happened in these strikes. Hold on. I can't believe I can't find it that quickly. It's so much. I apologize. Here we go.
Donald Trump has blamed Iran for shooting down an American Apache helicopter over the Strait of Hormuz on Monday, triggering speculations of resumption of war. The deranged occupant of the White House first said it wasn't clear if Iran shot down the helicopter intentionally, before finally making up his mind to confirm that the attack was indeed deliberate, according to him. Iran has hit back, saying that the Strait of Hormuz was no international territory, thereby questioning the presence of the downed American helicopter over Iranian waters. Israeli terrorists have ordered the forced displacement of the Christian population of the Lebanese city of Tyre, raising fears of an imminent Iranian response. The Albanian protest against the illegal sale of a protected island to Trump's Jewish son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and Jewish daughter.
Stop right there. Full stop. Did you hear what he just said? He said Benjamin Netanyahu has demanded that a Christian settlement leave Lebanon. You know, is he telling these Christians in Lebanon that they must leave their homeland because he's about to strike in their homeland, these Christians? Yes, he is. Benjamin Netanyahu is displacing Christians. Now, make that make sense when your war secretary told you that they were striking in Nigeria because what was happening to those poor Christians when Muslims and Christians were losing their lives to these people who were going into Nigeria and taking the lives of Christians and Muslims. But your war secretary of war actually had a strike in Nigeria, and they said that they were trying to protect Christians. What is your Secretary of War going to say now that Benjamin Netanyahu is actually out here threatening the lives of Christians in Lebanon? I was about to say Liberia. In Lebanon. I'm very curious. He's going to say nothing. Because it's not about Christianity. It's about having a bullshit or reason to tell you why the Americans are going around striking everybody and trying to make it as some noble feat. They're striking Nigeria because they want the rare earth minerals in Nigeria. Has nothing to do with Christianity. Nothing about this administration or Pete Kegbreath has anything to do with Christianity.
Ivanka have now spread beyond Albania as protesters join the movement from across Europe and America. This will be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in this video, a Lego film on the upcoming opening ceremony of the World Cup football, which has already become a disgraced event. So please stay tuned. The Iran conflict today changed dramatically after the Israeli lapdog from the White House confirmed that the Iranian military was responsible for downing an American Apache helicopter in the Strait of Hormuz.
Iranians are responsible for the shooting down of a U.S. Army helicopter last night, and that the U.S. will have to respond militarily. Here's the president's statement in full. He says, "I have just been informed by our great military that last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the United States must, of necessity, respond to this attack. Thank you for your attention to this matter."
And moments ago, the U.S. military launched strikes in Iran in response to the downing of the Apache helicopter. The U.S. Central Command has tweeted confirming the development. It wrote, and I quote, "U.S. Central Command CENTCOM forces began launching self-defense strikes against Iran at 5 p.m. ET today at the Commander-in-Chief's direction in response to yesterday's downing of a U.S. Army Apache helicopter. The mission is a proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression," end quote. According to the Iranian state media, the impact of one projectile in Sirik has been confirmed. In the Qasem Island, the impact of several projectiles has also been confirmed, though details on the nature and location of these strikes are unclear. The Strait of Hormuz is the joint territory of Iran and Oman. Imagine an Iranian military helicopter on surveillance mission on US waters, especially when both countries are at war. The rogue regime of Trump has blown up civilian boats by murdering dozens of people on imaginary suspicion of they being drug traffickers off the coast of Venezuela. The downing of the Apache helicopter is an extremely rare event. And the fact that Iran allegedly used the cheap Shahid series drone to bring it down just shows the power of the Iranian military, the same military that Trump has repeatedly claimed to have decimated. Military experts would tell you that the downing of a U.S. Army AH-64 Apache helicopter by Iran is an unprecedented event, marking the first time an Apache has been lost since the current U.S. Israeli conflict with Iran began on 28th of February. Prior to this incident, no Apache helicopters, which cost between $52 million and $100 million fully equipped, had been destroyed or lost in the conflict. With this, Iran has now destroyed or severely damaged 43 American military aircrafts in the ongoing conflict. Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi shared the map of the Strait of Hormuz to remind Trump that this waterway belonged to Iran and Oman. He wrote, and I quote, "Foreign forces in proximity to our territory are at constant risk on account of their own human errors, plane accidents, or potentially being caught in crossfire. To reduce risk, best solution is for them to leave. We prefer language of diplomacy, but speak other languages too." End quote. Iranian Parliament Speaker Muhammad Baqir Qalibaf too made the same point when he wrote this, and I quote, "We prefer the language of diplomacy, but we speak other languages far more fluently. Break your commitments and we will switch to what we speak best. You ride the horse you saddled." End quote. I've said this before, and I must repeat again. The change of tone in the Iranian leadership is quite breathtaking. This definitely hints at something. Today's development on Iran followed Trump's earlier claims that he was closing in on what he said was going to be a good deal on Iran. It remains to be seen if he still expresses his optimism on a peace deal with Iran. Regardless of what happens, the violation of the Lebanon ceasefire by Israeli terrorists has once again raised fears of an Iranian response. Watch this Sky News.
Things can change here. A very fast, rapid escalation of events that Donald Trump did manage to pull both sides back seemingly from attacking each other. Iran initially said that they were going to continue these strikes on Israel for a week or so. That has now stopped. But the Iranian armed forces came out with a very strong warning yesterday and said, you know, if attacks continue on Lebanon, including the south of the country, then essentially all bets are off. And what we've seen overnight is military operations continue in the south of Lebanon. And the Israeli military have issued an evacuation order for the southern city of Tyre this morning, including the Christian quarter, which until now has been exempt from evacuation orders. It's been viewed as separate from Hezbollah's Shia strongholds. And it's also been home to a lot of families who've been displaced and have gone there for refuge. It seems now that the Israelis are not viewing any distinction between the Christian quarter and the rest of the city, which is now under an evacuation order. And Israeli military operations are currently underway in that southern city of Tyre. So we'll just have to wait and see how Iran responds. But certainly with Lebanon now so closely tied to any US Iranian diplomatic efforts, it's really hard to see how Donald Trump is so optimistic right now about getting a deal over the line.
So all eyes are on Iran if it will translate its threats into reality, since it had earlier warned that any attacks on Lebanon will be met with brute force by Islamic Republic. An all-out war with Iran.
Hey, kind to me. It's been so long. It is good to see you. You mean to tell me there's no big brouhaha? There is no big performance behind the Israelis telling the Christians in Lebanon that they have to move? Do you understand what you are listening to? Do you understand that the this administration says that they are going to attack anyone who attack Christians anywhere in the world. And we actually attacked. Hold on. We actually had attacks in Africa over alleged Christians being attacked. Let that sink in. But nothing about this. This link is in my description box under Who Shot John? Who shot John? Who did it?
Is what Israeli Foster and Zionist Americans are advising Trump to embark on. This genocide-loving American Zionist Mark Levine wants Trump to arm Iranians the same way the Americans, according to him, have armed groups around the world.
Take out everything we can find in coordination with our Arab and Israeli allies, identify every IRGC facility we possibly can and level them. Do as much military damage as we possibly can, dual use damage as we possibly can, and then leave. Rather than giving them money, which to me would be a disaster, and tell the Israelis and tell the Saudis, the UAE, which has been very good, and anybody else in the Arab world, we will provide you with whatever intelligence support, training, military equipment that you need. We will continue to use our posture in the region to defend our forces and our mutual interests. But as far as Iran and Hezbollah go, you go at it. If you want to blow Hezbollah off the face of the earth, then you do it. If you want to blow the Iranian regime off the face of the earth, then you do it. And in addition, what we, the United States, will do finally is arm the people of Iran, as we have, as a country, armed people throughout the world.
So arming Iranians is kosher, but Hamas and Hezbollah taking up arms against the Israeli occupiers is a terrorist act. And anyone who supports these two entities in the US, the UK, and few other genocide-loving countries would be deemed illegal. How do you deal with these genocidal and racist thugs? These Israeli firsters should be declared persona non grata. How can you be allowed to prosper in America when you are colluding with a foreign settler colony to hurt the interests of the very country you are living in? Didn't Pentagon reveal recently how Israeli terrorists had ramped up their spying activities against top American officials? And look at the cowardice of this guy called J.D. Vance when he was asked to explain the irony of the situation.
So how concerned are you about Israel spying on the United States and freelancing in Lebanon?
Well, look, I think obviously the Israelis and the Israelis and the United States, we have a lot of shared interests, but we also have some situations where our interests diverge. And I think where the president has been very clear here is that while Israel obviously has some objectives that it has, the United States' main objective in Iran is to ensure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. And we've actually, thanks to what's happened over the last few months, but really over the last year and a half, we've created the space necessary where the president believes, and I think that he's right, that we can get the long-term settlement to Iran's nuclear deal. Now, Israel may like that, they may not like that, but fundamentally, we think this is in the best interest of the United States of America. So we're going to keep on pursuing it because that's what the President of the United States was elected to do. That's what we have to do in order to properly serve the American people.
These cowards are simply incapable of...
What did he say about them being us being spied on? Nothing. What did he say about us being spied on? Absolutely nothing. Okay, so this link is in my description box. Please avail yourself to it. Absolutely nothing. They have nothing to say about that. But there was something finally said about the Israeli strike on the USS Liberty. I think it was a USS Liberty that Israel struck and pretended as if they didn't know that it was an American ship. Thomas Massey, for the first time, talked on the floor,
Mr. Speaker,
on the floor of Congress about Thomas Massey slams Israel for the 1967 strike on USS Liberty that claimed 34 lives. As your vice president said absolutely nothing about Israel spying on us, them being aware that Israel is spying on the U.S. So, you know, this is a quite late, 1960, about 59 years too late. But hey, it's the truth.
It's my great honor, maybe one of the biggest honors of my lifetime, to stand here on the floor and do something that's 59 years overdue, to recognize the survivors and those who gave their lives on the USS Liberty 59 years ago today, when they were viciously attacked by IDF jets, and also after that by torpedo boats. I'm going to tell you a little bit of their story. And there, by the way, there's at least a dozen of them here today with us. I just met with them in my office, and they related this story to me. You know, it was a clear day. The USS Liberty was one of the most technologically sophisticated ships in the Navy, but it was virtually unarmed, and it was sent to observe the six-day war going on in the Middle East between Israel and its neighbors. It arrived on June 7th, and the weather was clear. The planes came out to meet them, to investigate, and then on the next day, on June 8th, they started the day. The visibility was unlimited. The American flag was flying proudly on the USS Liberty. More planes came from Israel to surveil the boat, the ship.
Okay, let me stop right there. Now, the reasons why Israel said the flag, the U.S. Markers were not clearly on this ship. We're gonna get to their side, what they had to say about why they, our greatest allies.
And they thought they were in good shape, but what happened next surprised them all. French Mirage jets showed up, and for 25 minutes strafed and attacked the USS Liberty. They shot rockets. They shot 30-millimeter cannons into the hull and into the ship. They even dropped napalm on the bridge of the ship. This was an effort to kill everybody on board. There was no intention of taking prisoners. After the 25 grueling minutes of attack on this virtually unarmed ship, and they thought things were over and they could recover, the torpedo boats showed up, 3 torpedo boats. They launched 4 torpedoes. One of them hit the hull of the USS Liberty and killed 25 people instantly. It blew a 40-foot by 40-foot hole in the side of this ship. They were intent on sinking it, but they were also intent on not having a single survivor. According to eyewitness accounts, the Israelis machine gunned the lifeboats that they put down. They machine gunned the firefighters who were on the deck. They were bringing the wounded and the dead to the mess hall to triage them. They had one doctor who was trying to help them all, put a few stitches in. It was harrowing, and it's amazing. If not for that crew, that boat would have sunk that day. But it still wasn't over. Helicopters showed up, combat helicopters. And the USS Liberty, even though their signals were being jammed by the Israelis, got a signal out. And there were ships that tried to respond. The USS Saratoga, the USS America sent planes. Both of them sent planes to help the USS Liberty. and something happened that's never happened before. A ship under attack, the planes were recalled. This has never happened before. And they sat there for 17 hours. 34 dead, 174 wounded out of 294 crew members. That's over 70% casualty rate, unheard of. The Israelis were intent on leaving no survivor. And what about our own military? Why did they not send anybody for 17 hours to help these men? So what really happened? You know, the official reports say that it was a case of mistaken identity. But if you listen to Dean Rusk, former Secretary of State, Richard Helms, CIA Director, Bobby Ray Inman, head of the NSA, Captain Ward Boston, who was the chief counsel of the Court of Inquiry. If you listen to Admiral Moore, who served in Pearl Harbor, Midway, commanded both the Atlantic and Pacific Fleet, and was chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, none of these distinguished men think this was an accident. They think it was intentional murder by the country of Israel, either as a false flag operation or because they simply didn't want anybody observing what they were doing that day. Well, I've got a call to action for everybody here. Honor these individuals. Quit ignoring that they exist. Go to their website, ussliberty.org. Support them. And while they're still alive, they need closure. Let's give them closure. Let's have an investigation. Let's pass a resolution honoring them. It's long overdue. And then they can have their justice. With that, I yield back. And I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the declaration of Ward Boston declaring that the only official court of inquiry was invalid.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield back.
Did you guys know that this happened? I know a lot of us are not even aware of the USS Liberty. Because they want to whisper that and try to brush that away like it never happened. Okay, let me let's get into it. Let me I think this is the one. I've showed you this before. I've showed this before. Hold on. Let me see if this is the one. Hold on 1 second. One second. No, that isn't the one. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on. Quit ignoring that they exist. Let's get to this USS Liberty. If I can show it to you. This is This is an hour long. I definitely don't want to show you this. Here we go. Let me share this with you right quick. I don't know if this is actually the one, but these are our greatest allies that we are giving billions of dollars. But we want to whitewash these facts and act as if they we want to serve pro these
Hours
facts
later, the ship was
as if it never happened. This may not be the one that I want. Hold on one second. I'm going to make sure this will give you all the information. There's a lot of talk about the USS Liberty now, but that's a good thing. Let me see.
At 2 p.m. on the afternoon of June 8, 1967, Petty Officer Joe Meters stood on the signal bridge of the USS Liberty, watching Israeli jets circle overhead. The planes were close enough that the crew could wave to the pilots. A Hebrew linguist on board had just assured Meters not to worry. The Israelis had confirmed they'd identified the ship as American. The American flag hung from the mast above. The ship's hull number, GTR-5, was painted in massive letters on both the bow and stern. It was a clear Mediterranean day. Visibility was perfect. 17 miles off the coast of the Sinai Peninsula. International waters. Then, the wings of the Israeli Mirage fighter lit up with machine gun fire. What followed was a 2-hour assault that would kill 34 Americans, wound 171 more, and nearly sink the USS Liberty. But the attack itself was only the beginning of the story. What came after, the cover-up, the silenced survivors, the orders from the White House to call it an accident, would become one of the darkest secrets in American naval history. This is the story of the day America's closest Middle Eastern ally attacked an American ship, and how both governments decided that the truth was too dangerous to tell. The USS Liberty wasn't supposed to be there. Originally christened the SS Simmons Victory, she'd been a cargo vessel in World War II. By 1967, the Navy had converted her into something else entirely, a technical research ship. That was the official designation. The reality was different. The Liberty was a spy ship, bristling with antennas and packed with National Security Agency personnel whose job was to intercept communications. When tensions exploded in the Middle East in early June 1967, the Liberty was pulled from operations off the coast of West Africa and ordered to the Eastern Mediterranean. The mission was straightforward: monitor communications during what would become the Six-Day War. Israel had launched preemptive strikes against Egypt, Syria, and Jordan on June 5th. Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser had closed the Straits of Tiran to Israeli shipping and amassed troops in the Sinai. Israel's response was devastating. Within hours, the Israeli Air Force had destroyed the Egyptian Air Force on the ground. Now Israeli forces were...
Who did preemptive strikes to get all of this started? Israel. Israel started all of this with their preemptive strikes. And us being the dutiful ally of Israel wanted to keep this silent. After it was clear that this was a U.S. ship, Israel didn't care. Let's continue.
Advancing rapidly across the Sinai Peninsula. The Liberty's crew numbered 294 men. Most were in their 20s. They worked below deck in dimly lit compartments filled with electronic equipment, listening to radio transmissions in multiple languages, tracking military movements. The ship was lightly armed, just 4 50 caliber machine guns, weapons designed to repel boarders, not defend against aircraft. On June 2nd, the Liberty departed Rota, Spain, heading for a position north of the Sinai coast. Orders specified the ship should remain at least 12.5 miles from the Egyptian coast and 6.5 miles from Israeli territory. By June 8th, the Liberty was approximately 17 nautical miles from shore, well outside any claimed territorial waters, flying a full American flag that measured 5 feet by 8 feet. The morning of June 8th was quiet. Israeli reconnaissance aircraft flew over multiple times starting at dawn, 8 separate flights between 6 a.m. and 1 p.m.
Waving a flag 5 feet by 8 feet. You could see the pilots' faces from the deck of the ship, but they didn't see that 5 foot by 8 foot flag. And also note, these numbers that are on these maritime ships, they also the sequence of the numbers, what the numbers start with, they also denotes what countries these ships are from. So they didn't see the 5 foot by 8 foot flag, but they saw the ship numbers clearly posted on the ship, clearly meaning that this was an American ship. If they were in doubt, did they question? Did they try to confirm that, hey, we see the numbers on the ship, but could it be someone trying to pretend as if they were Americans? No, they knew it was an American ship.
p.m. The planes circled low, close enough that crew members could see the Star of David on the fuselages. Some were so close, the deck plating rattled from the engine noise. Each time, the Liberty did nothing. These were aircraft from an allied nation. There was no reason for concern. In the ship's communication spaces, the NSA technicians went about their work. In the engine rooms, sailors monitored the machinery that kept the Liberty moving at 5 knots through calm seas. On the bridge, the watch kept their eyes on the horizon. Lieutenant Commander James Ennis had just taken over as officer of the deck. The Mediterranean stretched out in all directions, blue and peaceful. From this distance, you couldn't tell that men were dying on shore. At 2 p.m., contact was made with 3 surface radar returns approaching at high speed. Then, aircraft appeared on the same heading. 5 minutes later, at 2:05 p.m., 2 Israeli Mirage fighter jets screamed in from the west and opened fire. The first indication was the sound. A roar of jet engines at low altitude. Then, the ship shuddered as 30-millimeter cannon rounds tore into the hull. The Mirages came in low, strafing from stem to stern. Their cannon fire ripped through the Liberty's thin skin, punching holes in metal, shredding equipment, killing men who never had time to understand what was happening. The initial targets were deliberate: the communications antennas, the bridge, and the 4 machine guns positioned on deck. Radio man Joe Meters watched from the signal bridge as the wings lit up with muzzle flashes. He'd been told not to worry. The Israelis knew who they were. Now those same aircraft were killing his shipmates. The Liberty's captain, Commander William McGonigal, was on the bridge. Cannon fire raked the ship. Men fell wounded and dying. McGonigal grabbed the ship's intercom and sounded general quarters, battle stations, but the communication systems were already being destroyed. The Liberty's ability to call for help was being systematically eliminated. After the Mirages exhausted their ammunition, they peeled off. For a moment, there was relative silence, just the sound of men screaming, fires starting, the groan of damaged metal. Then, the second wave arrived. Super Mystère fighter bombers came in next. These carried more than cannons. They dropped napalm. The jellied gasoline bombs exploded across the Liberty's deck, creating walls of flame. The napalm stuck to everything it touched: metal, equipment, men. Sailors caught in the inferno had nowhere to run. Some jumped overboard into the Mediterranean. The napalm floated on the water's surface, burning. The Super Mystères made repeated passes, firing rockets and strafing with their internal cannons. The Liberty was defenseless. Her machine guns had been destroyed in the first minutes of the attack. She had no surface-to-air missiles, no effective anti-aircraft capability. All she could do was take the punishment and try to survive. In the communication spaces below deck, sailors worked desperately to repair damaged equipment and get a distress signal out. But the Israelis were jamming American emergency frequencies. Every channel the Liberty tried was blocked by electronic noise. The jamming was precise, targeted, professional. It required knowledge of American military radio frequencies. Below deck, the scene was chaos. Wounded men were dragged to makeshift medical stations. Fires spread through compartments. Smoke filled the passageways. Damage control teams worked to contain the flooding and extinguish flames, while cannon rounds continued to punch through the hull above them. Then, at approximately 2:24 p.m., 35 minutes after the air attack began, 3 motor torpedo boats from the Israeli Navy's MTB Division 914 appeared on the horizon. They were approaching at high speed, white wakes trailing behind them. Each boat bore an Israeli flag. Some crew members on deck felt a moment of hope. Israeli boats. Maybe they were coming to help. Maybe they'd realized the terrible mistake. The torpedo boats opened fire with deck-mounted cannons. The 3 Israeli motor torpedo boats circled the Liberty like sharks, firing 20mm and 40mm cannons. The range was close, point blank. There was no possibility of mistaken identity at this distance. The American flag was clearly visible. The hull numbers GTR-5 were painted in letters 10 feet high on both the bow and stern. English letters, not Arabic. The ship's profile matched no Egyptian vessel. This was not the El Qusayr, the Egyptian ship Israel would later claim they'd confused for the Liberty. At 2:35 p.m., one of the torpedo boats fired. The torpedo struck the Liberty on the starboard side, tearing a massive hole in the hull.
Oh, we were confused. Oh, they were confused. They were confused. Was the United States confused when we decided that, we need to whitewash this story as our ship was attacked with napalm on the deck of the ship? 33 of our soldiers lost their lives. Do you think anything that goes on between Israel and the United States is in any state of confusion? Why haven't you heard J.D. Vance refuse to even broach the topic about it has been reported about the spying that Israel is doing on the United States right now is at an alarming rate. Let's continue.
Opposite the communication spaces. The explosion was catastrophic. 25 men died instantly in that single blast, most of them NSA technicians and linguists who'd been working at their stations, listening to intercepted radio traffic. The research spaces flooded immediately. Bodies and equipment were thrown against bulkheads. Those who survived the initial explosion found themselves trapped in darkness as water rushed in. The Liberty listed to starboard. Water poured through the 39-foot wide hole in her side. Her keel was twisted. For a moment, it seemed certain she would sink. In the spaces adjacent to the blast, sailors fought to keep the ship afloat. They sealed doors and hatches containing the flooding to the damaged sections. They stabilized the ship's list by counter-flooding compartments on the port side. All of this while the Israeli boats continued to fire. On deck, Commander McGonigal had been wounded by shrapnel. He remained on the bridge, refusing medical treatment, directing damage control efforts and trying to keep his ship alive. His executive officer, Lieutenant Commander Philip Armstrong, Jr., had been killed in the air attack. Many of the Liberty's senior officers were dead or wounded. The ship's organization was shattered, but the crew kept fighting. The torpedo boats came in close. Some survivors report as close as 50 yards. They could see the Israeli crews clearly. The boats continued firing their cannons, raking the Liberty's deck. Then, the crew lowered lifeboats into the water, preparing to abandon ship if necessary. International law is clear. Attacking lifeboats is a war crime. The Israeli boats opened fire on the lifeboats. Cannon rounds.
They shot the lifeboats. You know, war crimes, you know, the same shit that Pete Kegbreath is doing right now with our military over in the Pacific. You know, the same shit that we're doing. Seeing that they are survivors and then going back and striking the survivors of the first attack. War crimes. War crimes. You got to recognize what this all is. And if we continue to accept this abnormal behavior and try to get it normalized by our for-profit media, ignoring it and whitewashing it, we are just as complicit. And when we are looked at as complicit, as people who are not standing up against war crimes that we are committing, what does that make us? That makes us being hated by people who we are committing these atrocious actions on, and that makes us be victims waiting to be struck, sitting in a fishbowl, because of the people who are running all of this, the people who have control all of this, these millionaires and billionaires who give zero fucks about it, because all of this shit that is going on in the world is not going to affect them and how they live their lives, not one bit. As they look at your life like a piece on a fucking Monopoly board that can just be wiped off, and it is of no meaning. This is where we are in the United States. But everybody want to act as if, it's all of these individual things. If it doesn't affect me, and then I have nothing to say about it. It's all going to affect you. These are poor whites thinking that, hey, well, at least I'm white, so it's not going to affect me, and not understanding how not understanding how their lives have been affected already because they're poor white trash. See, you don't always have to be poor white trash, but when your country offers you nothing, you can be poor white trash. And when your country takes everything away from your school systems, from your communities, from your pay, from your union protections on your job, you can be poor white trash or some ghetto trash. These are the options that you're given because you say absolutely nothing to support yourselves, to have a voice for yourselves, because you want to play make believe and pretend like you are some elite motherfuckers. And here we are. Doing worse off than we were when we were children. We're doing our children, or I don't have children, but the children of today have far less expectancy of achieving than we had when we grew up. We're going backwards in this country. Let's continue.
Shredded the inflatable rafts. Some lifeboats were in the clear. Attacking lifeboats is a war crime. The Israeli boats opened fire on the lifeboats. Cannon rounds shredded the inflatable rafts. Some lifeboats were machine gunned while still in the davits before they could be lowered. Others were shot up after they hit the water. The message was clear. No one was meant to escape. No one was meant to survive. During the attack, a sailor named James Terry Halbardier performed an act of extraordinary courage. Under Israeli fire, he climbed the mast and repaired communication lines that had been shot away. His actions allowed the Liberty to finally get a distress signal out. For this, Halbardier would later receive the Silver Star. Many Liberty survivors believe the ship would have sunk without his heroism. The distress call reached the 6th Fleet. Aircraft carriers USS Saratoga and USS America immediately launched fighters to defend the Liberty. F-4 Phantom jets, armed and ready for combat, screamed off the carrier decks the Liberty would be saved. Then, minutes after the jets launched, they were recalled. The order came from Washington, from Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara. The fighters turned back. Admiral Thomas Moore, who would later become chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, called it the most disgraceful act I witnessed in my entire military career. The Liberty and her crew were ordered to fight alone. At approximately 3:15 p.m., an Israeli helicopter appeared. It circled the burning ship. Survivors could see the markings clearly. Inside the helicopter, Israeli personnel photographed the damage. The radio intercepts would later reveal what the helicopter pilots reported back to their base at Hatzor. They'd found a warship which we attacked with men jumping into the water. The pilots were ordered to search for survivors, but then, significantly, another message from Israeli headquarters: the ship was Egyptian. The helicopter should return to base. At 3:30 p.m., more than an hour and 25 minutes after the attack began, the Israeli forces withdrew. The USS Liberty was still afloat. 34 Americans were dead. Another 171 were wounded, many critically. The ship had 821 holes in her hull. Her superstructure looked like it had been through a meat grinder. Fires still burned. Compartments were flooded. Blood ran across the decks and sloshed in the gun tubs, mixed with seawater. But she was still afloat. Her crew had kept her alive. Later that evening, U.S. Navy destroyers USS Davis and USS Massey arrived, along with the cruiser USS Little Rock. Medical teams transferred aboard. The wounded received treatment. The dead were counted and identified. 6 men remained missing. Their bodies never recovered from the flooded spaces. As darkness fell on June 8, 1967, the Liberty began the slow journey toward Malta for emergency repairs. Her American flag, torn and burnt from the attack, still flew from the mast. And in Washington, D.C., a very different kind of operation was already underway. When President Lyndon Johnson was first notified of the attack, he assumed the Soviet Union was responsible. The Cold War was at its height. Soviet naval forces operated in the Mediterranean. The initial reports said American ships were under attack. Johnson immediately feared this could be the spark that ignited World War III. Then word came, the attacking forces were Israeli. The president's reaction, according to those present, was immediate and forceful. Johnson expressed strong dismay to Israeli Ambassador Avraham Harman. Within hours, the Israeli government began sending apologies. Prime Minister Levi Eshkol apologized. Foreign Minister Abba Eban apologized. Within 48 hours, Israel offered compensation. The official Israeli explanation: mistaken identity. They thought the Liberty was an Egyptian vessel, the El Qusair, that had been shelling Israeli positions near El Arish. The American government publicly accepted this explanation. But privately, something very different was happening. On June 10th, just 2 days after the attack, a message went out to Liberty survivors. Do not discuss the attack with anyone, not with family, not with friends, not with the press. The survivors were told they would face court-martial if they spoke about what had happened. Some were told they could face prison. Others were simply threatened with the end of their naval careers. The Naval Court of Inquiry convened quickly, too quickly. Admiral Isaac C. Kidd Jr. was appointed to lead the investigation. Captain Ward Boston was assigned as senior legal counsel. They were given 1 week to investigate an attack that had killed 34 men and nearly sunk an American ship. 1 week to interview survivors, review evidence, and produce findings. The investigation took place while Liberty survivors were still hospitalized. Many were never interviewed. The inquiry was conducted in secret. The final report, except for a small declassified section released to the press, was classified top secret. It would remain classified for 9 years until forced out under the Freedom of Information Act in 1976. What the report concluded: there was insufficient evidence to determine why Israel had attacked the ship. But it stopped short of assigning blame. It did not call it an accident. It did not exonerate Israel. It simply said the evidence was inconclusive. But that's not what the public was told. The official story became mistaken identity, an accident of war.
What did they tell you about the strike on that school? The fog of war. The fog of war. What am I saying? It seems like our military has taken up the tactics of the Israeli military. We didn't know. We're not sure if we did strike and kill 100 and something schoolgirls on the first day of our war in Iraq. It was in Iran. It was the fog of war. That's what they have blamed a lot of this illegal shit on, and they have not made any excuses for the war crimes they are committing in the Caribbean. Nothing. Seems like they have goals to be the same type of military that Israel is. So, if Pete Kegbreath, a white nationalist who is over our military, has goals of being like the Israeli army, who will be Kegbreath Palestinians in the United States? Who is going to be the Palestinian that Pete Kegbreath released the U.S. military on? Will it be U.S. citizens in the United States at this midterm election? You better be real aware that they are not building these warehouses to house undocumented immigrants. They have not put in this NSPM7 to declare Americans citizens as what are they trying to? Not enemy combatants, domestic terrorists. They haven't put all this stuff up. All of this stuff is not in place to hold immigrants. It's in place to hold American citizens, in my opinion. Period. Point blank. And we see right now that America is doing all of the things that the Israeli army is doing. And we also see that now our American military is embedded and have like a joint army with the Israeli army. Hold on one second.
Tragic, but unintentional. Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara told Congress on July 26, 1967. It was the conclusion of the investigatory body, headed by an admiral of the Navy in whom we have great confidence, that the attack was not intentional. Except that wasn't actually what the investigation had concluded. The findings had been rewritten, modified. The original report had been more ambiguous. Government attorneys had changed the language to be more favorable to Israel. For 35 years, Captain Ward Boston kept quiet about what he knew. He was a military man. He followed orders. But in 2002, after reading a book by historian A.J. Cristall that argued the attack was an accident, Boston could no longer remain silent. In January 2003, Boston signed a legal affidavit. His statement was clear and unambiguous. President Lyndon Johnson and Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara ordered Admiral Kidd to conclude that the attack was a case of mistaken identity, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Boston stated he was certain the Israeli pilots knew the Liberty was an American ship. The flag was visible. The markings were in English. The ship's profile matched no Egyptian vessel. At the ranges the aircraft and torpedo boats operated, misidentification was impossible. Boston's affidavit concluded, "I am outraged at the efforts of the apologists for Israel in this country to claim that this attack was a case of mistaken identity." Boston died in 2008, but his affidavit remains. It's one of the most damning pieces of evidence that the official investigation was a cover-up ordered at the highest levels of the American government. He wasn't alone in his conclusions. Secretary of State Dean Rusk, who served under President Johnson, later wrote in his memoirs, "I was never satisfied with the Israeli explanation. Their sustained attack to disable and sink Liberty precluded an assault by accident or by some trigger-happy local commander. I didn't believe them then, and I don't believe them now." Richard Helms, director of the CIA in 1967, said in interviews years later, "To say that this was an accident is drawing a pretty long bow in view of the evidence." The NSA's director at the time, Lieutenant General Marshall Carter, stated in a 1988 interview that he believed the attack couldn't be anything else but deliberate. His deputy, Dr. Louis Tordella, agreed. "I believe it was a deliberate attack." Admiral Thomas Moorer, who became chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, conducted his own independent investigation years later. He concluded that Israel had deliberately attacked the Liberty, likely to prevent the ship from monitoring Israeli military communications as Israel prepared to invade Syria's Golan Heights the next day. An invasion the United States opposed. Even George Christian, President Johnson's press secretary, later admitted that no one in the White House believed that the attack was accidental. These weren't conspiracy theorists. These were the highest-ranking military and intelligence officials in the United States government, and every one of them believed the attack was deliberate. But if the attack was deliberate, The question becomes, why? What possible reason would Israel have for attacking an American ship? Several theories have been proposed. The most widely discussed is this: the Liberty was monitoring Israeli military communications. On June 9th, the day after the attack, Israel launched an assault on Syria's Golan Heights. The United States had made clear it opposed any Israeli attack on Syria, fearing it would bring the Soviet Union, Syria's ally, directly into the war. If the Liberty had intercepted communications revealing Israel's plans to attack Syria, and if that intelligence had reached Washington in time, the U.S. might have intervened to stop the operation. By silencing the Liberty, Israel eliminated that risk. Others have suggested the Liberty may have intercepted evidence of Israeli war crimes, specifically the execution of Egyptian prisoners of war. Journalist James Bamford has reported on claims from U.S. intelligence personnel that the Liberty may have been monitoring communications related to such atrocities. A third theory: Israel simply couldn't risk an American intelligence ship monitoring its military operations during a critical phase of the war. The Liberty had the capability to intercept virtually every radio transmission in the region. For a country fighting a war on multiple fronts, that level of intelligence exposure was intolerable, even if the intelligence was going to an ally. What we know for certain is this: the Israeli military knew the Liberty was there. Multiple Israeli reconnaissance flights had observed the ship throughout the morning. The Liberty's position had been reported to Israeli naval headquarters. According to declassified documents, Israeli headquarters knew the ship was American at least 3 hours before the attack. But this information was apparently never passed to the pilots and boat commanders who carried out the assault. That's the official Israeli explanation: a communications failure. The pilots and sailors genuinely believed they were attacking an Egyptian vessel. The problem is that explanation doesn't hold up under scrutiny. The Liberty looks nothing like the El Qusair. The Liberty displaced 10,000 tons and was 455 feet long. The El Qusair was less than half that size at 1,100 tons. The Liberty had a distinctive forest of antennas, including a prominent moon bounce antenna used for satellite communications, that made her instantly recognizable as an intelligence vessel. The El Qusair was a simple cargo ship with no such equipment. The Liberty was making 5 knots. The El Qusair was reported to be making 28 knots, more than 5 times faster. Even if Israeli forces couldn't identify the ship visually, the speed difference alone should have made clear this wasn't the vessel they were looking for. The attack lasted over 2 hours. During that time, Israeli aircraft made multiple passes. They approached from different angles at different altitudes in clear weather with perfect visibility. The American flag was flying. At close range, it was unmistakable. The torpedo boats came in close enough that crew members could see the faces of the Israeli sailors. They could see the Star of David painted on the boats. At that range, the American flag would have been equally visible. And then there's the machine gunning of the lifeboats. If this was truly a case of mistaken identity, why would Israeli forces fire on lifeboats? Why prevent the crew from abandoning ship? That action serves only one purpose: ensuring there are no survivors. A 2007 Chicago Tribune investigation uncovered testimony from former U.S. military personnel with first-hand knowledge of the incident. According to these sources, NSA intercepts of Israeli communications during the attack show that Israeli pilots identified the ship as American before opening fire. One pilot reportedly radioed that he could see an American flag.
Underboss, thank you for being here. Please hit the like button on your way in. This is not a church revival. Can you please save your religious thoughts and take them to the church sector? This is not a revival. This is not a tent revival. This is a news program, sweetheart. Hit the like button. Thank you guys for being here. I find it curious that Aaron Steele, maybe someone uses this picture all the time. The name doesn't. I don't care what you do. I don't care if you don't do church. Just please, with all of this religious talk, none of this is about Jesus and what your religious beliefs are about. No one cares. If you believe it, make that good enough for you. Just because you believe it, don't mean that this is the place to preach your personal religion. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Thank you. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. Aaron Steele. Aaron Steele. Okay. Okay. Let me move forward. Let me move forward. Let me move forward. Jesus Christ. And I don't mean in a religious way. I guess I shouldn't even be saying Jesus Christ in frustration, but Lord forgive me. Some people can't understand just simple requests. So this link is in my description box. Let me go a little further.
He was ordered to proceed with the attack anyway. The NSA has never officially confirmed these intercepts exist. When asked, they've stated they have no such recordings, but multiple former NSA personnel have gone on record saying they heard the transmissions. They heard Israeli pilots confirm the ship was American, and they heard the order from Israeli ground control to attack regardless. If true, this would be conclusive proof that the attack was deliberate. It would also explain why the NSA has fought so hard to keep these intercepts classified. What we're left with is a pile of evidence that doesn't support the official story. We have senior U.S. officials who were there saying it was deliberate. We have Israeli reconnaissance flights that observed the ship for hours. We have the sustained nature of the attack. Over 2 hours, multiple aircraft, torpedo boats, systematic targeting of communications and defenses. We have the machine gunning of lifeboats. We have the precise jamming of American radio frequencies. And we have an official investigation that was ordered to reach a predetermined conclusion: mistaken identity. The Liberty limped into Valletta, Malta on June 14th, 6 days after the attack. The damage was catastrophic. The 39-foot hole in her starboard side, the twisted keel, the 821 shell holes, the burned and shredded superstructure. Engineers estimated repair costs at $10 million, more than the ship was worth. The Navy declared the Liberty damaged beyond economical repair. After temporary patches in Malta,
It was totaled. The ship was totaled out. So if you, hello from Israel, how are you? Hello from the United States, how are you? I'm doing well. Okay, so let's I'd be a lot better if my country wasn't funding yours. This is what Timothy McGowan says. Okay, so if you are unaware of this is what Tommy Massey put to the floor of the Senate. A lot of people were unaware about the USS Liberty. So I just wanted to bring that to you today because why is this important? Because it is news of the day. Now, what else is news of the day? This other news of the day strangely is being ignored. This video is in my description box under the heading USS Liberty attack. And the Thomas Massey speech can be found there as well. Why do I think that this is important? Unhinged. Pentagon says Israel spying is excuse me. Oh my God, how rude. Is a critical threat. I apologize for that. I was talking and I just had a swig of my morning beverage, which is a non-alcohol beverage. I'm not a drinker. And there was an ugly sound that I made. I apologize for that. If you are unaware about the spying that has been. I'm pretty sure they've known this for quite a while. Do you expect Kegbreath or 4547 to not allow Israel to do whatever they want to in America with American intelligence? Do you expect them to say anything? If they are bold enough to be sloppy enough to be caught spying on the United States, why are they so bold and sloppy? Because they know there's going to be no repercussion behind it. Why would they know that? Because maybe they spied on someone who is bold and sloppy in their own personal life, dealing with women and girls and stuff, that they know they have already got the golden bullet to ensure that nothing would happen to them, no matter what they do, because they have a compromised president in some countries around the world. These people who sit at the top of the power scale in many of these countries have been compromised. So why would they care if you catch them spying? What you gonna do about it? Okay, let me share this with you. Make sure I'm sharing. Yes, I'm sharing this with you. Do you know how much our defense budget goes directly to defending Israel? Oh, no, that's why I asked. Let me see. I have nothing against you as a person, by the way. I just feel that we as a country should be America first. Instead, we're against every single other country except Israel and Russia. I concur with that. I definitely concur with that. And in all of this Jew hate and anti-Semitic stuff, I have no hate for anybody Jewish. It's nothing about anything Jewish. Jewish is a religion. A Jewish is a religion. Now, the fact that the people in Israel support the things that is being done under the name of their government is problematic. It's very problematic. But as far as I hate Jews, I hate Muslims, no, I'm not that simple. I'm not a simpleton. I'm not ignorant. Where I hate blacks. I hate the blacks. The blacks are the problems. The Jews are the problem. The Muslims are the problem. Everybody wants to say all of these distinct sections of the world. These are the problem, as if all of the people of whatever religious denomination, whatever ethnic community these people belong to. They want you to believe that they're all the same. They're all the same. They're all the same. So therefore, we can point to them as being the problem. And while you pointing all your fingers at all of these other people who are the problem, you never point your finger at who is the real problem. You never point your finger at who profits off of all of your pain. You never point your finger at the people who are getting rich off of all of these wars. You never point your finger at the people who are throwing red herrings out here for you to chase after like some ravenous dogs. You never point your finger at the rich. How is saying free Palestine anti-Jewish? Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Let me go back. I think you give money to many other countries. No, we don't give as much money as we do to Israel. What other countries? Be specific. Since you think that, we don't go on something you may think is true. Let's get some facts. Whom? What other countries are you specifically speaking of? Because we can agree to disagree, but we don't go on hunches and propaganda over here. Okay, let me see exactly. The Jewish people have no problem with Israel, and the IDF can go fuck themselves. Okay, okay. Free Palestine. See what? See what? How is saying Palestine anti-Jewish? That's fucking wild. Check how much money you give to Ukraine. No, why don't you check how much money we give to Ukraine? Because no one started giving money to Ukraine until Russia invaded Ukraine. Money has been given to Israel for decades. No one has encroached on Israel for decades, year after year after year after year. So why do you want me to check on Ukraine? Why don't you check on Ukraine and tell me how much money Ukraine has gotten over the amount of money that has been sent to Israel? Since you think I'm gonna go on a fool's errand, take yourself on the fool's errand, and you tell me how much money Ukraine has got over Israel. We'll wait. We'll be right here. You obviously are on something called a computer. Go look it up. Okay. Let me see. We're supporting an ally being invaded by an adversary. I concur. Yes, I did ask you to be specific. But if you're going to be specific, or you're going to tell me, come back and say, ask me how much money have we given to Ukraine, as opposed to how much money we have given to Israel. Are you silly? Are you really that dumb? No one started us. They are supporting Ukraine in a war effort. And right now, they're barely doing that because they are making the European Union pay the United States for the weapons that Ukraine is getting from the United States. They are no longer giving the Ukraine any weapons. The European Union is paying for those weapons. So your point would be what, sir or ma'am? What exactly is your point? How many billions of dollars have we? You go look it up. How many billions of dollars have we given Israel since that October 7th situation? How many billions of dollars in bombs and ammunition have we given Israel since 1,000 under 2,000 people lost their lives, unfortunately, in that attack in Israel? But where is your own culpability in that situation? What are you demanding from your government in that situation? Are you asking your own IDF? Why is it that they were non-existent? They never showed up for, what was it, 6 or 7 hours after that attack? That there was no IDF around, when IDF is around everywhere, every time time they smell a Palestinian fart. But mysteriously, there was no IDF around for at least 6 or 7 hours on October 7th in the area where Hamas attacked in Israel. Yes, I'm real clear on Hamas attacked in Israel. I'm real clear on it is horrible that people lost their lives in Israel. But do you think that I feel that that is a reason, a good enough reason for Palestinian children to be used as target practices, as Palestinian children being used as a game to one day let's do all head shots, one day let's do all genital shots, one day let's do all belly shots. Do you think that the tens of thousands of Palestinians who have lost their lives and their whole land has been flattened like a pancake under some we are going to build some establishment for the wealthy to come to? See, that's your problem. Didn't I just say that the problem is they always want to have you looking at somebody who has not done anything to you. These are children, all of these tens of thousands of children of innocent people in Palestine didn't do a goddamn thing to you. But you're trying to rationalize that shit. But you're ignoring that Jared Kushner said that, hey, Palestine is great waterfront property, and that they have already came out and said that they are going to build some Techcopia city on Palestine dead bodies. But you have nothing to say to that. You're not going to even be invited to that. Are you a Israeli billionaire? Is that going to profit you in any type of way? And second of all, as far as how much money we have given Israel, we have given Israel far too much money. Far too much money, because the Israeli citizens all have universal health care. While they're sending your country money, they should be putting that money into our own country to make sure our own citizens have universal health care. You really want to talk about it? What I feel about that? Do you really want to talk about what I feel about that? Because it's nothing against you. I don't blame your government for getting all you can from fools that are willing to give all that they are willing to give. When my country already have universal health care, when my children can go to college for free, I don't blame you from taking advantage of fools. I don't blame you. But I blame the fools that continue to give you money when they are kicking their own citizens off of the least of the least health care, that where they will have no health care. Not in the hundreds, not in the thousands, in the millions, in the teens of millions of Americans are being kicked off of their health care, their Medicaid, the least of the least health care coverage that they could get. They're being kicked off while they're sending Israel billions of dollars in money and weapons. You want to talk about it? Do you really want to talk about it? Here, let me give you the link. You're more than welcome to come up and talk about it, because that would be a good conversation. I'm interested in seeing exactly what you have to say about all of that. Here's the link. Anybody who want to come up and converse about that, join the link. I do not dox people. I am just here for a conversation. That is all I am here for. Let me see what you guys were saying. Hit the link. Make sure you engage your microphone. You can disengage your camera by, if you want to, by turning your camera off. You can come up and we can converse about it. Nothing? I'm waiting. I'll read the rest of these comments as I wait. Exactly, Timothy. Exactly. See, it's the boldness of, expecting, like, that's what you're supposed to do. No gratitude, not grateful. Their citizens have far more than the U.S. citizens have. And we're still at what point is Israel going to have to pull itself up by the bootstraps? Because that's what Americans get from their American elected officials. And that is why I hope that you guys are paying attention to the things that go on in these hearings, to the things that these elected officials are saying, to the questions that these elected officials will not answer, that they run away from, that they have unacceptable answers to. Because these people need to be hauled out of office. Dan, what is his name? Dan Goodman, he used to be a congressman and he lost his seat. Now he's running again, and they asked him, will he take AIPAC money? He said, I'm going to take money from whomever gives me money. And he doesn't understand why he's sitting out right now. Because he doesn't understand that people need to understand when I vote for you to represent me, I expect me to be represented far more than Israel. Oh my God, Chuck Schumer. He said that one of his only jobs in Senate is to make sure that Israel is respected or protected or something. This is his whole reason for keeping his old ass in the Senate. It's about Israel, not about the people, his constituents whose lives he can make better. No. And these are the people that we need to get out of our government. These are the people that are so bold that they can say this dumb shit. He's the senator of New York City. You mean to tell me that everybody in New York City is living better than the everyday Israeli people? You don't have nothing to concentrate on in New York City, Chuck Schumer? I mean, people need to wake up and start paying attention. Because when you start paying attention to what's going on in your motherfucking local races and start getting these motherfuckers out here out of office that are doing nothing for you, then what are they gonna start doing? They're gonna start paying attention to their voters and what their voters' needs are. Okay, where am I? The link is do I need to pin the link? Did you not see the link? Did they leave? Let me pin the link because I do want you to be able to come up at any juncture. At any juncture, I want you to be able to come up and chit chat about it. You don't want to chit chat about it? I guess they don't want to chit chat about it. Okay, let's go to this.
To the highest level. Let me explain some of what they have, and then I will give you some of what I have. Turning now to this discussion of Israeli spying in the U.S. I'm going to give credit to NBC News. They broke this story first. Let's put C1 up here on the screen. The Pentagon has raised the threat of Israeli spying on U.S. to the highest level. Let me explain some of what they have, and then I will give you some of what I have. They say the Pentagon is increasingly concerned about Israel ramping up its spying on the U.S., recently raising the counterintelligence threat level from America's top ally in the Middle East to the highest level. Pentagon's DIA. So this specifically is like like the internal intelligence agency for the Pentagon, the Defense Intelligence Agency, in recent weeks has issued a new counterintelligence threat assessment amid rising tensions between Israel and the U.S. over the way forward in the war with Iran. They said the DIA posted an internal message viewed by a current official that raised the level for Israel to, quote, critical. The designation stems from concerns within the Pentagon that Israel is making fun of making a particular effort to surveil top U.S. officials. I'm going to give you some of the names of those officials a little bit later on. The DIA assessment includes a 7-page document and features a chart. The document says the assessment of Israel is its ability to conduct human espionage and technical collection is at a critical level. It also identifies a series of specific incidents that heightened U.S. concerns. So the spokesperson for the Israeli embassy said this, quote, completely false, that Israel spies on the U.S., Israel does not gather intelligence on American entities, let alone U.S. government officials.
LOL.
Israeli intelligence collection efforts are aimed at its enemies, not its allies. Any claims to the contrary are either misinformed or politically motivated.
We should ask Mr. Pollard about that one.
Yes, the Pentagon has declined to comment, and a White House official said in the statement, the story is entirely false and sourced to someone who doesn't have any knowledge. The ODNI, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, was overseas, did not respond to a request for comment. So let's focus in on a few things. Number one is the statement from the White House that says this is completely false. Can we put C2 up there on the screen? The entire story is false and sources someone who doesn't have any knowledge of what's going on. I want to point everybody to a very interesting line. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence did not respond to a request for comment. And I also want to point to some very, very specific examples, including a 7-page document that features a chart. That document, I can confirm to all of you, exists. Now, let me tell you about some of the things that are in there. I got to be a little careful here in terms of protecting some of the many people who I spoke to about this story. Basically, what they have seen in terms of their raising too critical is they have raised it to a similar level that they treat general U.S. adversaries. This is based on a few specific incidents. Some of these incidents, again, I cannot go into deep detail, include the explicit surveillance of top officials inside of the Pentagon who they deem to be a threat to their agenda inside of the Pentagon. The New York Times, by the way, can confirm some of this as well. Let's put C3 up here on the screen so it's not just me who is telling you all of this. I'm going to read from you a very specific line. The report includes that Israel has stepped up its efforts to eavesdrop on senior American officials, including Steve Witkoff, President Trump's top negotiator, Elbert J. Colby, the Pentagon's top official, and one of his main deputies, Michael Dimino. Now, Colby, Dimino, and Witkoff, I guess, could technically be seen as some sort of the restraint part of the Pentagon. Colby, in particular, we've had him here on the show. You can go back and watch some of those past interviews. Witkoff, obviously, look, I don't really know what Witkoff believes, but Israel seems to believe he's a problem because he was one of the people who initially started that who initially pressed them for the ceasefire. They've never forgiven him for it, and even for his involvement, despite him still being very, very pro-Israel. I also want to point to a very specific line that they use, which I can also tell you, eavesdrop. What do you think that means? It means trying to bug people's phones. Here are some of the other things that I have learned is that the Israeli government has been increasingly, while U.S. military officials are in Israel, that they have found themselves basically subject to the same, quote, threat analysis that they would whenever they're traveling abroad. Now, it is standard operating procedure for U.S. officials when they leave the country to actually turn in their government device and to get a traveling phone. And it's explicitly for this reason, because of potential being able to break into their various devices. And there was at least some belief that attempts at that had been made. And now the Times and the NBC News have gone further, and they're basically saying they explicitly tried to eavesdrop on these 3 officials that we know about, also military officials inside of Israel, CENTCOM and others. But the main target of Israeli intelligence right now, from based on everything I've been able to see, is to get as much visibility into the Pentagon's internal decision-making as possible, including to the White House, to make sure that they can try and influence things from their side. Now, nothing I'm saying is explosive in such a way that, like, if you watch the show, you probably believe it. But I think what's explosive is the fact that the DIA concluded this in a memo. And again, I think the number one thing I can offer you is the memo exists, that they definitely have been, they have specific instances in some of these cases where they have tried to eavesdrop on these U.S. officials. AIPAC, the U.S. and others are AIPAC and the White House are all denying this. But I can tell you for 100%, this memo exists. It includes multiple specific instances of Israeli officials who were either caught or where the DIA believes that they were trying to surveil U.S. officials. I also should note that this memo does not just include evidence from after the outbreak of the Iran war. This critical threat memo was issued based on years now of counterintelligence activity that they have been able to conclude. And it was done specifically to try and protect the integrity of the U.S. war decision-making process. There are still people in the Pentagon who care about that. I can report for all of you. This is based on some of my conversations with multiple different sources who are around this. But the most noteworthy and depressing part to me is the White House saying that this story is completely false. The people in charge of actually making sure that we're not getting spied on are the ones who are denying that the story doesn't exist. It exists. I can tell you explicitly it exists. The memo is real. The actual things in various contacts that were made inside the memo, again, I wish I could go into even some more just because it's really crazy, but that would give away a little bit too much. It includes multiple instances where military officers and others found themselves or believed themselves to be under either electronic surveillance, human surveillance, or other type of surveillance, either in Israel and in some cases electronically here in the United States.
Well, they say in the New York Times report that some officials discovered that the Israelis had either attempted or succeeded in installing software on their phone, could be Pegasus, something like that.
Want me to go into the details on that one?
Sure.
So this appears to have been an effort where, you know, sometimes whenever you go to a secure area, if you've ever been into a SCIF, you often have to turn in your phone for a briefing. Well, they would come back and then they would discover, oh, actually, there might be something that's been installed on my phone. So there you go. Now, it's actually a little bit unclear as to where the software was installed. Either could have been in Israel, potentially. There have been some speculation that it occurred in the U.S. Best I've been able to tell it occurred while they were on travel, while they were in Israel. And they're actually particularly worried about their own personal devices. Remember that Steve Witkoff and others have used their personal devices and signal devices whenever they were conducting diplomacy, which just made them very vulnerable.
And also fly around on private jets, not, official, secure government aircraft. And so that makes them more vulnerable. And what the New York Times points to is that, look, Israel has been spying on the U.S., and we spy on them too, by the way, but they aggressively spy on the U.S., and this has been always known, right? That's not new. But they say that the efforts have been ramped up significantly, actually during the Biden administration after October 7th, as they were trying to get a window into, okay, what is the decision-making that's going on inside? Are they going to try to constrain us in any way? The answer turned out to be no. But in any case, that's when they really escalated these efforts. And one person that the New York Times quoted here said that what they're doing now is, quote unquote, unhinged. So, again, these are not people who are Pollyanna who, would expect that Israel would not spy on us whatsoever, which to me seems like a reasonable expectation of an ally. But in any case, that is not the expectation that our government apparently has. But even given that baseline of expectation that they will spy on us, they consider the actions to have been taken here to be unhinged. I want to pair this too with another story, which is the efforts to effectively link the U.S. and the Israeli militaries and make them so intertwined that this is something we talked about last week with Brandon Weichert, to make them so intertwined as to make it almost impossible to extricate ourselves from this relationship. This is the country that we're talking about, a country that spies on us as aggressively, if not more aggressively, according to these reports, as our adversaries, as our biggest adversaries in the world. There is no other ally that is conducting this level of operations against us. It is not a thing. It is only Israel. And so it really does call into, look, to me, the relationship of Israel as an ally is already called into question. This further calls into question the idea that this country should be an ally, that we should have this type of relationship with them. When they're committing, acts against us that are adversarial all the time. And I said earlier in the show, they would be delighted if U.S. service members got killed right now in the Middle East so that we would get drawn back in. That's our ally. That's who we send billions of dollars a year to without a second thought. That's who we're trying to directly intertwine our military and intelligence services with. This is insanity.
And I can tell you, the Times have confirmed some of these instances. The ones that really shocked these officials the most and why they elevated it to a critical threat was when the Shin Bet, the Israeli Domestic Intelligence Service, the FBI, tried to plant a bug in a Secret Service vehicle here in the United States. They literally tried to do that. The Times has it in there too. That's in the memo. So that demonstrates the level of concern that they have. Remember, these are general bureaucrats. They're looking at China, Russia, all of these others, and they're like, hey, you have a country which literally tried to bug a Secret Service vehicle. We should probably do something about that or alert someone over at the White House. They tried to put this into a memo and issued it to the Pentagon, and then the White House comes out and says it's entirely false. So that's the concerning part to me, is not just what they got away with, but if this were China, if this were Russia, if this were literally any other country, they would freak out. There would be calls from Congress to come in and to investigate. And instead, you have Ted Cruz, who defended basically Israeli spying on the U.S. In his interview with Tucker Carlson. And then let's also remember, there's basically been a years-long psyop by a lot of these pro-Israel people in the U.S. who are saying that Israel doesn't even spy on us in the first place. Let's throw back to Ben Shapiro making this case several years ago. Let's take a listen.
This has become the hot speculation on the internet, is without evidence. You say that Mossad was running Jeffrey Epstein. When I say without evidence, I mean without evidence. Naftali Bennett, the former Israeli prime minister, said, quote, as a former Israeli prime minister, with the Mossad having reported directly to me, I say to you with 100% certainty, the accusation that Jeffrey Epstein somehow worked for Israel or the Mossad running a blackmail ring is categorically and totally false. This accusation is a lie being peddled by prominent online personalities such as Tucker Carlson, pretending they know.
So that must mean that it is true. Now Ben Shapiro audience is in the fucking toilet right now, and espousing a bullshit and lies like this could be the very reason why he is a dundada.
Things they don't. And in fact, I followed up with the former Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, and what he told me is that Mossad has not been active in the United States against the United States since the Jonathan Pollard scandal of 1987, when a U.S. Army contractor who's actually working for the Navy revealed classified information to the Israeli government. He was prosecuted by the United States government and ended up in prison for almost 30 years. And so Israel since then has not spied on the United States.
So Ben called up the Israeli prime minister, former Israeli prime minister.
So he said that there's been no spying since the last time we got caught doing it. And Ben Shapiro is telling you, hey, the former prime minister said that we stopped spying on Americans since the last time we got caught, that you can verify that we got caught doing it. Okay, Ben, you stupid cluck. Let's continue.
Just, hey, you don't spy on us, right? He said, yeah, no, we don't. And Ben said, yeah, okay. All right, let me go ahead and report that to my audience.
The Israelis never lied.
Why would they lie? Let's go to the next one. I love this one in particular. This is, very pro-Zionist poster. I believe he's done some stuff over there, the Middle Eastern analyst for the Free Press. He says, the deeper story of the NYT article about Israeli spying, citing an alleged report, isn't the spying itself. There's no direct spying on America because the costs of discovery would be enormous. But there's obviously a great deal of analysis and open source work on America, just like there is in the U.S. intelligence on Israel. Neither side is stupid. But as he claims, quote, there is no direct spying on America, so the cost of discovery would be enormous. I just told you that the cost of discovery was actually nothing, is that they are literally trying to spy on top U.S. and Pentagon officials who in some cases either oppose the war or espouse views that were oppositional to their, conquest of the entire Middle East. And they are getting no cost from the White House. The White House is denying that their own government's conclusion of spying is not correct. And just to be very clear,
Oh Lord, Snowman. My mic was off. I don't recall it. You want to get people off a topic. You want to talk about free things that are giving away. I don't recall healthcare anywhere in the world ever being free. I don't recall myself or anyone in this chat talk about free healthcare. So while you're trying to throw up dumb shit in this chat, either you are really, really slow, or you think that we're really, really slow. So what you are talking about free healthcare, what you're not denying is that we are paying billions of dollars to Israel every year. And their country has, do you hear what I'm saying? Universal health care for all of their people. And when our U.S. citizens are getting thrown off of their lowest health care insurer, which is Medicaid, by the tens of millions. Did you hear? I never heard the word free in any of that. I never heard me say free in any of that. So since you didn't hear me say that it was free, but what you did hear me was talking about billions of dollars that are going to other countries. And you are talking about people expect something free in America. No, we expect the billions of dollars that are going to other countries to stay in America to give American citizens universal health care. Very simple. And all of this arguing you're trying to have on false premises, go sit your ass down somewhere. Because you are really looking stupid in this chat with this bullshit. Let's continue.
There's no cost.
And there's never been a cost.
No.
When Jonathan Pollard was discovered, shipping secrets to the Israelis,
which they then sold to the Soviet Union.
Yeah, there was a cost to him. But then what happens? Years later, he's pardoned. He's let go. He goes back to Israel, where he now serves in the Knesset.
Yes.
And is getting invited to meetings with Ambassador Huckabee. And
serves in the Knesset, or either serves or he's running for the Knesset. I forget which one. He's doing one of those, basically a prominent Israeli citizen. He has advocated publicly that Israel nuke the United States. Not joking. You can go and look up that clip. This is a former U.S. citizen, who is now an Israeli citizen, who said Israel should nuke the United States. It forces them to pursue a ceasefire in Gaza. Not joking. He actually did say that. And who, is very proud of spying on behalf of Israel and has included calls to other Jewish Americans telling him that they should spy for Israel. Let's put C6 up there on the screen. Mark Levin, he says the Israeli spying on us story is bullshit, which links to alleged debunking, all predicated on just the White House line denying that the report exists. Again, if the report is false, then why did the Pentagon and the ODNI deny a request for comment? You know why? Because even they did not want to lie on the record to the press to say that the memo didn't exist, because it would mean that someone would immediately come out and they would leak the memo. So there you go, the details, some of which I've been able to gather. The Shin Bet placing a bug in a Secret Service vehicle, but the top one is about the software installed on other officials. But the top one is them explicitly targeting officials.
Okay. Now, Tim, you said something about should the rich be charged 80%? No, they should be charged 90% above a certain amount. You know how they were charged 90% back when America was most profitable, when the United States saw the most gains, when the United States saw the building of the middle class? When everybody did well? No, they shouldn't be charged 80%. They should be charged the same amount that I think it was under Roosevelt. I do believe it was under Roosevelt. Now, what would that amount be in today's dollars? They would be, I think I can't recall. I don't want to be wrong. But yeah, I think they, so you mean to tell me, did you find a reason for Elon Musk to be a trillionaire? Snowman, you mean to tell me Did you find it a reason why BlackRock has in the Dow and the Nasdaq stock exchange they use to make new companies that come on the stock market have to sit for a year and be seasoned to make sure that this is a profitable company, so that people, regular American citizens who go to work every day have retirement funds. Some of them may be close to using these retirement funds, because we know that not many companies in this new America even offer their workers any type of retirement fund. In lieu of the retirement fund came the 401k. Remember they used to match whatever you used to put in your 401k fund way back when? But now they offer you a 401k plan that you contribute to, and whatever you contribute to your plan, that's what you get. They're not giving you nothing. They're just giving you a tax. They're giving you a way to have to tax shield while you save your retirement money. They used to match 401k. Some of them used to match up to 1.5 times what you put in it. But nah. And nobody sees this happening. Now, the thing about this retirement fund, do you think that the 1%, the 0.1% should be allowed to now change the rules and allow these hedge fund dealers to go into your retirement and 401k plan and throw your motherfucking savings, throw your future retirement plan on the motherfucking crap table, chasing after a overpriced stock like Elon Musk is his IPO. Do you think that your money should be able to be gambled that way? Well, if you don't think so, why have the rules changed that allows for these private equity firms to now go in and use your money that way? Because they've changed the rules. There's no such thing as a seasoning. These people who have invested in what was it? Twitter, that became X, that was purchased with no real money, and then the X, which was combined with SpaceX, because it was Twitter lost half of its wealth, and then so they combined it with SpaceX, and there was no money exchange, and then SpaceX was combined with this AI, this Grok AI. No money has been exchanged. These people who have been holding this debt for Elon Musk all of this time, and now that he's about to make his stock public, and now they open it up to all of you guys who they have been telling you how good Elon Musk is doing and how good his stock is doing. Do you understand that Elon Musk has not exchanged or traded or spent $1 in all of this company, and your for-profit media is telling you how great this company is? So now you have people in private equity who went to the Nasdaq, who went to all of these people who make rules that Elon Musk stock must sit on the stock market for a year, so people won't just go in and lose their money. But no, they changed that. You know how long they have to, Elon Musk's new IPO is going to have to sit online? 15 days. And all of these people who have invested, even the person who sold Twitter to Elon Musk is an initial investor in X. So he sold his Twitter company, but then he turned around and gave Elon Musk money to buy his Twitter company. Twitter was bought for like $44 million, and it is estimated as X to be around $19 million. So, do you think that that man is going to finally want his money back when all of you, all of your pension money, all of your retirement funds, these millionaires and billionaires who have run out of their own capital to circle jerk and make pretend like AI and this AI bubble is something that is real? Now that they have access to your retirement and pension fund, do you think that when this big influx of pension money, retirement money is put into these portfolios, do you think that the original man is not going to be, finally, I can get my motherfucking money out of this useless piece of stock? Do you think that the price of that stock is going to remain high? After all of these billionaires who had to save face and who had to just hang in there and hear all of these bullshit and lies and this shit about the plans for X and their plans for Twitter and how it was a very lucrative company, you think they're going to leave their money in something that they know has gained them nothing but having to wait to get paid? You think they're gonna keep their money in there when they got your money in there? What's gonna happen when all of these people get ready to retire? They have nothing to retire upon. See, this is the shit I'm talking about. Y'all talk about simple shit. Y'all talk about simple shit, but you don't see the big picture. You don't see the big picture. But that's okay. You ain't got to see the big picture because these rich one percenters that you think that it would be so egregious to charge them taxes that help ensure that America stays on a good footing. Okay, you don't have to worry about it. You know why? Because they have a bunker for themselves. And when whatever happens in this world, due to you simpletons believing that the 1% shouldn't have to pay taxes, these people will be protected.
Trump ended his presidency today, and he...
This isn't the one I want. Let me go back 1 second. Hold on. Is this the one I want? I think it is. Yes, this is the one I want.
Trump ended his...
Okay, so what else did I want to talk about with you guys? You think I give a damn about a rich man having to pay taxes? And who has the audacity to say that they are going to take all of the jobs away? And you're here right for it. And you are here for it. You have nothing to add. Hold on. 1 second. Hit the like button because obviously you're here for it. Hit the like button. I love a fan. There's nothing like a fan. Let me hold on. Hold on. One second. Timothy wants to get you off a topic. Timothy, what you're talking about is not my topic. Timothy, it seems like you have great ideas to talk about some things that you are interested in talking about. But unfortunately, that what you're speaking on is not my topic. Try again some other time. Maybe you'll succeed at that, but no, not today, sweetheart. Let's continue. Let's talk about Douglas, did you hit the like button? Douglas, Douglas. Douglas, did you eat your share of dicks this morning? Okay, let's continue. Imagine owning a business and being told you owe us for your business. That's what California does. That is not what California does. Go sit your ass down somewhere, snowman, because you're with the bullshit. I can't speak to you because your stream doesn't work. Oh, that's odd. My stream does work. Let me I'll put the link. Are you set up to talk? Are you? I don't hear you clicking on my stream at all. Here is my stream. There you go. There's the link. I don't know what's that all about, but that's the only link that I have. That's the only link that I have. So let's move on. I wanted to share. Let's talk about the pause construction.
But again,
let's talk about the pause construction on the discovered island that Jared and Ivanka discovered. The work on the island has been paused as they are doing an investigation into the purchasing of this protected land that was sold to Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, where they expect to build some billionaire island on.
The Albanian protesters aren't backing down. It's been over a week of massive protests over the land that...
Wait a minute. He said the Albanian protesters are not backing down. Now, isn't it Laura Trump who sings like a billy goat, who has a song that says, what are the lyrics? And I won't back down. I won't back down. Isn't that Laura Trump's song? And I won't back down. I can't sound exactly like the billy goat she sounds like when she sings. The Albanian people are singing Laura Trump's theme song. I won't back down.
Has been bought by Donald Trump's son-in-law, right? Jared Kushner. It's an insane story. We covered this 4 days ago as his investment firm's assets have been frozen pending a corruption investigation. My thought is that the investigation is just to save face before this project goes through. But they have halted some early development on that project, which could lead to signs that the protests' voice are being heard. We've got updates on this. We are going to hear from the Prime Minister himself. He admits right out in the open in an interview that this property that they're building is going to be for the ultra exclusive wealthy. So again, the locals are like, look, we've had enough. And by the way, in the United States, we could learn something about this, standing up to power. Just because they changed the rules so that the wealthy could get a pass.
That is exactly what I am saying. We could learn something from this, and we need to learn something from this. This link is in my description box under the title "Halted Development on Kushner Island." if you want to visit this, let's see a little bit more of what he's talking about.
And be able to build land on protected areas doesn't make it right. And it doesn't mean it can't be changed with some heavy protesting. So again, 4 days ago, we covered this story here. Albania freezes assets in the Kushner resort probe. It was such a brazen lack of humility by Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump. They both did these podcast interviews. She was like, having this eat, pray, love moment. We found this island. We swam up to it. It was so amazing. It's like, it ain't yours. You can't have it. Money can't buy everything, right? Or can it in this case? We're about to find out. The globe is literally watching this. And Jared Kushner let it spill in his, deadpan face that he was just on his buddy's yacht, as you do, because the billionaires aren't taxed enough, clearly. And, they were like, yeah, me want that. So here we're going to have the updates. CBS is actually covering this case, which, by the way, you can't trust what CBS has to say. They're essentially bought by the Trump administration, as CBS is trying to merge with Paramount. They're doing everything they can to destroy their journalistic integrity at 60 Minutes. We'll have updates on that in the back half of the episode. But here they are so far getting it right as they talk about the protests that are being stoked in Albania. Have a listen to this.
Thousands took to the streets of Albania's capital this week with a message for their prime minister.
Albania is not for sale.
They're demanding authorities stop the construction of a $1.4 billion luxury coastal resort backed by Jared Kushner's investment firm, Affinity Partners.
It will be basically another city.
Protesters went to the site of the proposed development today, which sits on the country's Adriatic coast and wildlife reserve, home to seals, nesting sea turtles, and flocks of flamingos. In a podcast earlier this week, Ivanka Trump discussed how she and her husband stumbled upon the area's untouched beauty while on a friend's boat.
We swam to the islands. We went on a hike barefoot all the way up to the top, and we were just captivated.
Albania's prime minister insists the project will transform tourism and the country's economy.
The aim is to make something unique that will be amazing for Albanians, but will be also a gift of Albania to all of you in Europe.
The prime minister says under his watch, this project will move forward. Jurica, Albania's national anti-corruption agency, says it has opened up an investigation into the luxury project.
Now, the investigation isn't in order to decide, whether they're going to build this thing or not. That's the bummer, right? The investigation is just kind of over who owns the land. And so it probably won't affect the outcome, just who's really going to be in charge. Unless, again, they just decide to scrap the whole thing entirely. So here's the Albanian prime minister, and he lets it loose. He says it's to build the most exclusive, property. And this is what's insane. You got people like Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner and Donald Trump. They think that when they create this, they're going to create, I don't know, maybe they'll create 1,000 jobs, right? But these jobs are going to be, nothing compared to all of the wealth that comes in and gets to actually enjoy the land. So is it really about creating jobs? Is that the sort of myopic look at what the benefit is versus
we're going to create jobs in Albania. We're going to create service industry jobs. The service industry that we like to poo-poo and not respect. So you think that we're going to pay them respectable wages? We're multi-billionaires. We're not even going to pay you a fucking living wage. You get tips. No tax on tips. Oh, you're in Albania, they tax you on tips? Oh, so bad, so sad. Service industry jobs. They always talk about this job creation. So that link is in my description box. I wanted to share that with you. And we're going to follow this investigation into who owns the island. Because if they rule that it was illegal for this island to be sold, then Albania owns the island.
what's the long-term issue that's going to be here? Is it going to be one resort, and then is it going to be a sister resort, and is the whole island going to be some sort of Trump Vegas thing? Is it going to be Epstien East? You know what I mean? And you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube once you start that development. They claim it's not this development's not going to affect the lagoon. It's like, yeah, sure. And in my town that I live in now in Nashville, Tennessee, they've got this data center, 69,000 square foot data center. They're trying to build next to the Nashville Zoo. It's literally going to be 50 yards away, which is going to be like a low level hum, the energy frequencies, the heat that comes off from it. It's like, at what point are we just going to go full bore capitalism? At what point are we just going to say, you know what? We're all, our humanity all needs artificial intelligence. We all have to sit on our ass, and we have to build these data centers, and we have to build these resorts for the people that can afford, It's like, at what point do people put their foot down? Albania's in that crossroads right now. Here's their prime minister who, they want to kick him out of office over this.
The aim is to build the most exclusive and the most environmentally precious.
But some people take issue with the exclusive too.
Why?
Because it becomes an elite on land that belongs to the Albanian people.
The land belongs to the investors. They have bought it from the privates.
And the question is, he says the land was bought by the investors from the privates. What laws were sort of created or fudged or looked over for that deal to happen? Was this really land that was just owned by private companies? And also, just because you build on that land, do you have the right to do it to such extremes if it's going to affect the surrounding geological areas? And I don't know the answers to all of this, but at some point, if you're the investors, they might look at it and say, you know what? No, thanks. Just as a side story, they were trying to build a Target next to my family's house in the small town that I'm from in Rhode Island, and my mom raised hell over it. It was an environmental disaster to a small rural community that just, quite frankly, didn't need a big box store. And they were going through with the sale. They were doing everything by the books, and then eventually they scrapped it because there was enough public outcry over it. All of the issues with water runoffs when you live in a small town and you build an acre of asphalt, all of the issues with the traffic and not having the infrastructure to support it. So, what's the sort of the waterway going to be like with all of the boats? Are they going to build a private runway for the airplanes and all the helicopters? These are the ultra wealthy. They're going to want to fly onto the island. There's so many questions unanswered. And again, we're watching this, like the entire world is watching this, to see, can the people of a country fight back about the rich using the earth as some sort of fleshlight for all of their, rich friends to fuck around with? Because that's kind of the world that we see with capitalism. That's where it goes. There's that K curve where the ultra wealthy are getting wealthier and the poor are getting poor. And it's becoming a world where you can either afford to stay on the island or you're going to have to work on the island. And people aren't having it. Here we have updates from CBS News saying that the excavators that were on the island for the construction have been withdrawn. I don't know if they're just stalling or if they're just kind of protecting themselves. There was these private security firm that was there to guard the island or guard the property, and they actually were pushing back at the protesters, and it started like some violence was happening. So it could get messy fast out there.
The artist Farnet's Albania, in this beautiful landscape, we've got bulldozer markings everywhere. Why? Well, these are markings from bulldozers that had come in the early planning of a Jared Kushner-backed multi-billion-dollar tourism development that is set to be built here. But the reason we're not seeing the bulldozers is because they've been withdrawn. And why have they been withdrawn? Well, because thousands of Albanians have taken to the streets over the past 6 consecutive nights in the capital, Tirana, to express their outrage at this project. Why? Well, they say that this natural landscape is preserved land and should not be built upon, and has natural wildlife like flamingos and sea turtles that need to be preserved here, that this project would damage. And these protests have become something of a revolution of sorts. They're calling it the Flamingo Revolution. There's now huge pressure on the Albanian Prime Minister Edi Rama. Whether it goes ahead, well, only time will tell.
There it is, the Flamingo Revolution. Now, look, by all means, justice for the flamingos and the sea turtles. but I think it's bigger than that. I think it's really about people that are sick and tired of being sick and tired. The entire world's economy, you know, and it's obviously different in different countries, but we see this here in the United States where people can't afford shit. And we're just told over and over, well, the stock market's soaring, things are great. And yet inflation keeps going up. Obviously, we've got this war in Iran that literally nobody asked for, which is adding to the global fuel prices. And then they're trying to tell us, oh, environmentally, things will be fine. All right, sure. You mean to tell me these, you know, bulldozers aren't going to be leaking diesel fuel all over the beaches? You mean to tell me that all of the waste that comes from the island's just going to be incinerated, perfectly harmless? It's going to, you know, cut the shit. Literally, nobody believes this. And again, we're going to have to see. This is generally what you see. You always see like the plans go, they move forward, you know, the confidence, like, no, we're not changing anything. We're going ahead until you're not. And is it going to be, you know, him looking at his political future and weighing, you know, is it worth losing? And again, I don't know all of the politics of Albania, if he can run for office again or whatnot. But again, it's his legacy, I guess, is depending on what he decides to do.
Inflation. Did someone say something about inflation? Did he say something about inflation? Well, let's see what's the big hubbub about inflation. Don't forget, it is expected that from the price that gas is right now today, by the end of this month or early next month, it is expected that gas prices will be twice what they are today. We know that the war is not only continuing, but the war has picked up. We also know that the Strait of Hormuz remain closed, but the other strait in the Red Sea, the Houthis have closed that strait. You know, the one strait that was open in the Middle East, on the other side of the Middle East, to get shipments in. The Houthis have closed that part of this strait. So get ready for a bumpy ride. I have advised you guys to get a solar generator because it is going to be too expensive to have a gas generator. It's more clean. It's more reliable. You don't have to go out among people who are in trauma to a gas station to try to get gas. I'm telling you, you better protect your neck and look out for your personal safety. What is this about the inflation that he talked about real quick? Let's see, what is this?
Unfortunately, we begin the day with some major breaking economic news, courtesy of a bombshell new inflation report, and it's quite bad.
Wait a minute. Didn't the stock market start going up when 47 made another one of his bullshit announcement to manipulate the stock market? And then by the end of the, because he was pretending like he didn't care about that helicopter being down. It was no big deal. But by the end of the day, he was ramping up strikes, and the oil prices had started to go down, and then they went right back up. Now, one media outlet has counted the number of times that your president has tried to manipulate the stock market, made these announcements that could be seen as stock manipulation, shall I say. He has made these announcements over, which was it, 37 or 47. One of the obscene numbers of time that your president has came out here and made these announcements to try to affect the stock market. But let's see what's going on now. Shall we see how that has worked out?
For the American people. Thanks to Donald Trump and his disastrous war against Iran, inflation has skyrocketed to the highest level in 3 years. And Fox News is visibly struggling to cope and spin this humiliating indictment of Trump's economic mismanagement. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, I want to show you a few clips, and we're going to look at some of the information. But as always, when we get bad economic news under Trump and the Republicans, it's important to gauge Fox's reaction.
It's coming in right in line with the estimates that we got. Let me run through them really quick. Month over month, we got a jump of 0.5%. That was the expectation from ACPI. That's the headline number, 4.2% year over year. The headline number, that was in line. That is a jump from last month's 3.8%. So it rose month to month, to be clear. This year-over-year headline number is the highest number we've seen since April of 2023. Core month over month, I will say, not quite in line, 0.2%. The expectation, 0.3%, pretty close, core month to month. And then 2.9% year over year for core May CPI. That was the expectation, 2.9%. Let me tell you what the government is saying, because again, it was the energy story that we saw last month. I will tell you the energy index did jump again month to month, 3.8%. But what the government is saying is that the 3.9%, jump for energy for the month of May is a core piece, and that is 60% of what we have seen in the increase that we're looking at. And the markets, of course, are reacting. Shelter also increased in May, 0.3%, and food increased as well in May, 0.2%. And the food at home index rose. Food away from index home rose. A lot of this, Maria, as I send it back to you, can be tied to the fertilizer issues that we see coming out of the Middle East, those shipments, those prices. 10% of aluminum comes out of the Middle East. So that food price story does kind of also go in line with the issues that we're seeing with the Strait of Hormuz and the supply chain. Basically, look, this is the fastest annual pace we've seen in a couple of years here. And you also have a stable labor.
So she's trying to make excuses for the price of food going up. Wasn't it months ago that I gave you the warning about the United States is close to a famine, that the United States does not grow, farmers do not grow food to feed the United States? Wasn't it months ago when I told you that you need to stock up on some food and water in the United States of America? Wasn't it just last week or so that I told you that the median grocery stores in your community only have enough food to supply you for 3 to 4 days if there is a rush on food? And you're not going to have a choice on what you're eating. If there's a rush on food, it's a rush on food, whatever you can get your hands on type of food. But Fox News didn't tell you any of that. And now well, that's because of, the fertilizer situation. Did that Fox News not know about the fertilizer situation months ago? Okay, let's continue.
Market. All these things will be for the Fed to discuss next week. Maria, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Cheryl, for that. To me, this is better than expected because this priced in that we've got an inflation problem, Leon.
So there you have MAGA Fox business host Maria Bartiromo desperately trying to spin this disastrous report, which isn't just happening on Donald Trump's watch. It is a consequence of Trump's economic mismanagement. He is directly and solely responsible for the inflation the American people are currently suffering. It wasn't like this when Joe Biden left office. Inflation was much lower. Trump has actively made decisions to make inflation skyrocket. It's his fault. It's the Republican Party's fault. Here's another clip from the conservative CNBC network.
The index that goes back to 1913 comes in at 335. Why do I mention that? Because it's another new all-time high. After 100 and X years, we are now continually almost on a month-over-month basis moving up on the index. And if you look at the core index, same scenario, except for 336. This started in 57, once again a record. You know what? I think we need to also look at real average hourly earnings. Year over year, they came in -0.7. And the reason I'm looking at these, because last month we turned it negative. at minus 0.3, first negative number since Feb of 23. Now this now becomes
the pay rate of the American people. Isn't Donald Trump out here telling you that the Americans are being paid more than they ever have in their lives in the United States? Were you guys believing these lies? How could you have? How could you have? When there's far fewer people employed in the United States, and he tells you that more people are working in the United States in any time in the history of the United States, and their wages are higher than they ever have been in the United States. Did you believe that? Well, here's the data.
the most negative number also since Feb of 23, because that was minus 1.1. And if we look at year over year weekly average hourly earnings, same scenario. It turned negative last month at minus 0.2, first time since May of 23. Now it's even more negative at minus 0.4, which equals May of 23 to find a more negative number. You're in April of 23. So the inflation, of course, affecting average hourly earnings both on a weekly and hourly basis. We want to make sure that earnings keep up with inflation. We don't necessarily want them to be much faster. We don't necessarily want to embed inflation in the wage component. That certainly doesn't seem to be happening here. Interest rates, they were really bouncing around a bit. 10-year briefly traded down to 451. It's back to 453, which it was pre-number, and that's up 1 basis point.
So inflation under Trump, because of Trump, is outstripping wage gain. Inflation is higher than your wages. So again, he's just doubly, triply screwing you by every possible vector. Here's another clip.
There's new data in showing inflation just hit its highest level in 3 years. Now over 4%, and very clearly driven up by the war with Iran. Matt Egan brought us this breaking news. He's been digging more into it. He's joining us right now. Matt, what are the details?
Well, Kate, the war in the Middle East continues to make life here in America more expensive. So consumer prices were up by 0.5 percentage point between April and May. That was in line with expectations. That's actually a cool down from the month before. However, that is just way too hot of a number. And it's not a blip. If you look at this, there's actually a 3-month average for this reading, and it's the highest level in almost 4 years. On an annual basis, prices were up by 4.2%. It's the first time that inflation is back above 4% since 2023. And when we look at the trend here, it's important to remember that inflation is not nearly as bad as it was back in 2022 when it was 9%. Right. However, it's also clearly going in the wrong direction. Back when the president started his second term last year, inflation was 3%. It got to as low as 2.3% last spring. However, look at this. It's going sharply higher since the war with Iran started. Now,
because of Donald Trump. So again, he inherited lower inflation than what's there now. Aaron Blake of CNN saying inflation just crested 4% for the first time in 3 years. It's at 4.2% now. This is trending all over the place. Trump inflation. Inflation is up to 4.2%. Trump and his rich friends will tell you they're working to bring it down. It's all bullshit, said the Republican group.
And Trump will tell you that you're willing to take the hit. You are willing to go through the pain for a little while because you don't want to see Iran, the greatest sponsor of terror, have a nuclear weapon. That's what he's going to tell you. And he already told you he don't give a fuck about any of you and your finances. But you're going to, some of you, not all of you, of course, you Trumpers are going to try to expound on that lie, on that ignorance. I concur. That's what he's going to tell you. The American people don't mind going through a little pain.
The Lincoln Project. Heather Long, an economic columnist at the Washington Post, weighing in on this as well. The highest in 3 years and up from 2.4% in February before the war in Iran. Higher gas and energy prices drove 60% of the gain. Shelter and food, especially restaurants, also contributed. The monthly increase was 0.5%. Core inflation, excluding food and energy, was 2.9%, highest since September. Scott McFarlane, independent journalist, says brutal economic report for Team Trump. You have Zoe Lofgren, a Democratic Congresswoman, weighing in on this. Trump in 2024 saying, quote, "We will end inflation. Prices will come down, and they'll come down fast." Inflation just spiked to 4.2%, the highest in 3 years. His war is costing Americans dearly, and he just doesn't seem to care. So on and so forth. You see what's going on here. People are giving Trump the backlash that he deserves. The Wall Street Journal, a conservative cousin of Fox News, also owned by Rupert Murdoch, they're weighing in on this as well. Inflation heated up to 4.2% in May as energy costs continue to bite. Politico talking about this as well. Folks, this is just objectively a disaster. The midterms are rapidly approaching. Americans are paying more at the gas pump and at the grocery store actively because of Trump. You know, he wants to defer. Well, we had 9% inflation under Joe Biden. Yeah, but it wasn't because of Joe Biden. It was because of COVID and COVID mismanagement and the amount of, stimulus that both the Biden and Trump administrations injected to save the American people and the economy. Multiple stimulus checks under Donald Trump, one under President Biden. You had post-COVID supply shocks affecting the entire world, which is why every country in the world, no matter if their government was conservative or liberal, suffered inflation and struggled with inflation in post-pandemic recovery. That all happened on Joe Biden's watch, but he wasn't the contributor to it. He wasn't the cause of it. It just happened to be on his watch, and he was left holding the bag. But by the time he left office, inflation was lower than it is now. Trump is actively creating the inflationary environment we now have. And the American people understand that. They understand that his tariffs are directly responsible for inflation. They understand that his war against Iran is directly responsible for inflation. And that's why the polls for Trump on the economy are worse than they ever were for Joe Biden. And we saw how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were punished by the American people as a consequence of inflation. So what might the American people do in the November midterms to Trump and the Republicans when they blame them even more for the inflation they're currently suffering? The evidence is mounting that we will see a blue wave. That could change, but this is disastrous news, not just for the American people.
The evidence is mounting that we're going to see a whole lot of fraud going on in this election. The evidence is gaining that it's going to be either these Trump loyalists who he has signaled that he is going to pay them millions of dollars if they do his bidding at the polls. We know that all of this money that they are trying to give to the January 6ers is just a broad amplifying of, hey, you did my bidding and I'm going to reward you for it. What did he tell the Proud Boys? Stand back and stand by. This is another stand back and stand by. I may need you again. And this is being amplified during a time when the economy and inflation is so bad all across the United States. Do you think that he's going to get even more than those simpletons that had to go all the way across the country to Washington, D.C. To be a part of this? When he's amplifying it for midterm elections that are going on in every state, in every county, you mean that these anarchists won't even have to travel all the way to Washington, D.C., and they're going to be rewarded for their bad behavior? Are you guys really paying attention to what's going on? All of this, there's going to be a blue wave. When you heard your president say that he hated that he did not confiscate the ballot box after the 2020 election. Do you actually think there's going to be a blue wave? I'm pretty sure that there will be a real blue wave, but do you think these votes are ever going to be counted accurately? Do you? Do you think that these votes that are counted accurately will be certified by these numbskulls in some of these red states? Is what I need to know from you. There was absolutely no proof shown in a court of law when they were lying and arguing that the 2020 election was stolen. So all of this bullshit and propaganda that you're trying to espouse, no, there was no proof that there was any fraud in the 2020 election that was brought to a court who was hearing fraud cases about the 2020 election. So you can continue to repeat that dumb shit, but I really want you to tell me and tell me where I can find that piece of information that proved that there was fraud in the 2020 election. I will wait as I go on. Now, Chuck Schumer has his boxers in a bunch. Now, Chuck Schumer, your boxers should be in a bunch because Chuck Schumer, let's see, Chuck Schumer is trying to retain his seat. Oh, God. Let's see what Chuck Schumer is talking shit about, shall we? Chuck Schumer, who gives Israel everything that they ask for. Shall we?
Mr. President, this morning's inflation numbers reaffirm what the American people already know. Trumpflation is getting worse and worse with no end in sight. Trumpflation hit 4.2% last month, a 3-year high. Another month of Trump's illegal Iran war. Another month of Trump's tariffs. Another month of Republican control of Congress. And what does America get? A new all-time high for Trumpflation. Just about everything is getting more expensive. In the past year, the price of fresh produce has gone up 6%, meat 7.6%, electricity 6%, airfare 26.7%, and gasoline by a staggering 40.5% increase. Is it any wonder that polling this week found that 70% of American voters disapprove of Trump's handling of the cost?
Charles, can you please hit the like button and please quit typing lies and propaganda in my chat. I greatly appreciate it. This is not a propaganda channel. You need to cite your sources. Some video somewhere is not a source to be cited. I assume that you are a MAGA voter, uneducated voter. So please do not continue to type propaganda in my chat. You're welcome. We can agree to disagree, but you have to present some facts to me. Let's continue.
Cost of living. That number includes a whole lot of Republicans. Donald Trump promised to lower costs on day one, but nearly 17 months since taking office, he and his MAGA majorities in Congress haven't lifted a finger to lower American costs. But let's be clear. Republicans aren't just failing to address the affordable crisis, they're making it worse, actively making it worse. Republicans are driving up costs with their expensive tariff tax, with their disastrous war with Iran that's leading to record-breaking gas prices, with their trillion-dollar cut to health care, and with the rest of this radical, hard-right agenda that so misserves the American people. Trump's tariffs have cost American families more than $1,700 a year on average. American families have had to pay an additional $750 on average during these past few months just to meet the skyrocketing costs of gasoline because of the Iran war. And instead of focusing on helping Americans weather this dire financial moment, Republicans are helping Donald Trump get even richer. As Americans' costs go up, Donald Trump keeps putting his hand into the till to make money for himself and his families. Republicans are more concerned with Trump's golden ballroom than with helping America afford housing. Republicans would rather give taxpayer-funded payouts to Trump and his cronies through his MAGA slush fund than help Americans put food on the table. Republicans continue to fight for Trump and his corruption rather than lower costs for working families. On Pulte. Last night, Donald Trump characteristically and stupidly doubled down on his reckless decision to appoint Bill Pulte as acting director of national intelligence. The law, of course, requires the DNI to have extensive experience in national security, but Pulte doesn't have any. DNI, Director of National Intelligence, isn't an entry-level position, but Donald Trump is treating it like one by appointing Pulte. The only experience Pulte has is helping Donald Trump wage a crusade against Trump's political enemies.
This will be an administration of meritocracy. We're not gonna downplay our experience requirements for black folk. We're gonna fire 4-star generals and put 3-star generals in their place that need to get updated on all of their training for jobs that we are going to give white men today. And we're going to fire black 4-star generals who are actively and successfully. We have no complaints about how they're doing the job, but they're black. And how dare them have 4 stars when we Raising Cane only has 3. Raising Cane is going to get his job, and Raising Cane will get up to date on his qualifications to get to do the job that we are taking from this black man who is doing the job well. Give Raising Cane a couple of months, and he'll be up to snuff. And he'll be able to go along with this unqualified, no merit Department of Defense Secretary Kegbreath, and just spew out bullshit. That's the only requirement, is to be a dummy in this administration.
At a time when our nation is at war and is preparing for massive security events like the World Cup and America's 250th anniversary, we need a DNI who is committed to telling hard truths, not one who is committed to telling Donald Trump whatever he wants to hear. This is dangerous. Could be disastrous, having Pulte in charge. Now, David Prouty nominated to the NLRB. Today, the Senate Help Committee will consider the nomination of David Prouty to continue serving on the National Labor Relations Board. From his time working for the Major League Baseball Players Association to his tenure as general counsel for Unite Here and for an SEIU local that represented 170.
Okay, that's all I wanted to show you with Chuck Schumer. Both of these are in my description box under inflation, of course. What else could that be under? Now, I do want to get to, where is it? Where is it? There is some other things that I want to get to right now, so we can get up on some news that is going on. Where is it? Here we go. Let's get into, where are we? I think I'll, what is his name? Graham Plattner won the Democrat nomination for Senate in Maine. Now, there has been a whole lot of back and forth about accusations about Plattner having PTSD after coming back from the war, a Nazi tattoo that he has, but they want to tell you that the tattoo that Pete Kegbreath has is some Christian tattoo, because it's a Christian crusade tattoo that is actually absolutely associated with neo-Nazism, but they want to tell you that his tattoo is a Christian tattoo. So that's neither here nor there. Graham Plattner has won the nomination for the Democrat parties. There is a lot of brouhaha about people not supporting him and not coming out and defending him. There's also a worry that Graham Plattner could be or maybe like oh my God, what is this dude's name? The one who had the stroke, Fetterman. They're worried about he could be a Fetterman type person who will ingratiate himself with the Democrat voters, get the vote, and get in his seat and vote 99.9% with the Republicans, and be up in the White House kissing Trump's ass. So there has been those concerns. But let me share with you, something that you don't see a lot. Now, I have heard a lot of these independent voices saying that they are sick of, they are really sick of people who go on these group talk shows, voices for and voices against. They are sick of the Democrats being real docile. So I haven't seen this myself. Adam Mogler and another a person. Who is this? Put out. Who is this? Oh, this is his own. They put out some clips of Mogler going in on these Republicans, and it really is about time. Jesse Dollamore also has one that I want to share with you. Start hitting them where it hurts with the facts. With the facts, let's get into this. I made the CNN panel explode on me.
Of a swamp creature. She promised she would run for 2 terms. She's now running for her 6th term after her net worth is increased by 2,000%.
What did Mark Warner say about that? What did half the
She is
Democrats
running
in the
for.
Senate say
She is
about
the
that same
definition
thing?
of the swamp. The Senate currently has a 12% approval rating.
He's talking about Susan Collins. I'm so concerned, Collins.
So if Mainers want to gain trust in Graham Plattner,
So will you
scandals
oppose
or
Mark
not,
Warner when he runs for re-election?
I'm talking about Susan Collins
No,
versus
but
Graham
we got to be
Plattner.
consistent.
I also am not going to take this pearl clutching from Republicans who have zero to say about Donald Trump having dinner with Nick Fuentes. Have you condemned that?
Yeah.
Have you condemned that? I
Yeah,
went through your
Nick
Twitter. I didn't
Fuentes
see it.
stinks.
Have you
Clear, I don't
condemned
tweet
Donald
very
Trump for having dinner with Nick Fuentes?
Check this out. I've developed a philosophy that you should never let Republicans put you on your back foot or lecture you about moral issues or Democratic candidates. Offense, offense, offense is the key, and it's exactly what I do during this CNN debate. It gets pretty heated near the end, so make sure you watch till the end. Make sure you drop a like if you appreciate these videos, and as always, subscribe to become a part of the community.
Go over there and subscribe. He's trying to build his own media network. He was picked up, I believe, early on by the Midas Touch network, but now he's trying to create his own media network, and I'm not mad at him at all. He started doing videos at Trump rallies, just asking questions of the idiots that were showing up at the Trump rally, and that's when his political podcast took off.
Community and for more debate content. Love you all.
A Reuters poll just found 56% of Republicans say that the war is worth it. That's low, considering that Trump has, 80%, 85% support among Republicans. What does that tell you?
Well, it tells me what I've known from the polling from the very beginning, which was they said, oh, all of MAGA supports this. And then there were polls that broke down and said non-MAGA. Well, let me explain what non-MAGA is. It used to be in the Republican Party, you had two wings. You had the MAGA wing and then the non-MAGA wing, which was like the establishment Republicans that Trump had overtaken. So these were the neocons. These were people who were very supportive of the actions that the Trump administration is taking right now. Non-MAGA now means people who have left MAGA, who have left the MAGA movement because they don't feel like this war is fulfilling the promise that the president said at his second inaugural address, which is that we will not just be judged by the battles that we win and the wars that we end, but also perhaps by the wars that we never start. So I too am glad that our pilots are safe. I have a lot of questions about our KC-135s that went down for the first time in American combat. I have a lot of questions about our F-15 pilots who went down over Iran, who we've still never met. We've had the astronauts at the White House. We've never heard from our F-15 pilots. It's time for us to go home. We don't need to wait for a deal. The president can have a huge political rebound by just leaving. And by the way, it's also affecting not just how the Republican Party views President Trump, but how our country is viewed on the world stage. I was just in Istanbul, Turkey, which is a NATO ally that shares a border with Iran. And I just asked people, because I'm an American and I haven't talked to people abroad about how they view our country. And I said, does this war make you respect America more or less as a global force for good? And every single person I talked to sincerely said no. They said, you've killed 165 school children. This isn't bringing us closer to peace. This doesn't help us view America in a better light. And so it's time to go. It's time to come home.
It seems like they don't really have any idea how long this is going to take, in part because they have underestimated the timeline from the very beginning.
Yeah, Trump is definitely in over his head. This 4 to 6 week timeline is now over 100 days, and we've had all of the costs of this with none of the benefits. We've gotten zero political concessions on the nuclear question, on IRGC, on the regime change question. We have made no progress on that while spending over $100 billion. Americans are struggling with high gas prices, with the economy, and yet we are being lied to on TV by people who are saying this war is almost over. Every time we go to war with a country that starts with IRA, it ends up in a disaster where we make very little progress. We hit a grinding counterinsurgency, and now Iran seems to be waging asymmetric warfare in the form of the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump was promised this would go like Venezuela, where if you chop off the head, the rest of the body falls in line. It did not work like that. The IRGC is different. And
that didn't happen in Venezuela either.
Well, he was pitched that it would work.
is still a continuation of the Maduro
The regime
apparatus.
didn't change in Venezuela, but at least he was able to get out of it cleanly after Maduro was captured.
Well,
In
it was
this
a
case, it's
strategic,
very different.
right? It was a strategic, targeted operation versus this was a, I mean, I think
was
it's
sold it as
really
by
hard.
Venezuela.
Yeah, he was sold on the idea that he would be able to topple the regime very quickly and that the people of Iran would rally around the United States and they would take back their government, as he said, on February 28th when he gave that press conference. And the reality is that Iran's playbook is to run down the clock. It's to continue to string this out. It is in their interest.
All right, let's hit pause here. We'll take a quick break and come back on the. Tonight, with the midterms approaching, Republicans are targeting Texas Senate hopeful James Tallarico, a Democrat with a barrage of attacks on his masculinity. A new AI-generated political ad from an outside Republican group purporting to show Tallarico wearing a dress is only the latest in a slew of personal insults intended to portray him as weak. Watch this.
Boys in white dresses with blue satin sashes, girls stuffed with hormones till they grow mustaches, changing the gender of all your offspring. These are a few of my favorite things.
Well, in many cases, the attacks are homophobic, transphobic, and rely on easily disproven.
Wow. So in all of that, what does that say that his competitor would do better as he's running for a senator? What does that ad say? That says the Republican senators, who is it? Oh God, what is his name? Oh, what is his name? Ken Paxton. What does that tell you that Ken Paxton would do for you? See, they don't want to mention who he's running against, and Ken Paxton's a disgusting a criminal field record. So they will tell you that James Tallarico is gay. Is gay. when James Tallarico does not identify as a gay man. You know, they had once tried to say that James Tallarico would be in trouble because he followed several Instagram models. They said, well, this is a bad look, and he is going to school to be a some type of a preacher or pastor or whatever type of school that he is going to. He is supposed to be a shining example of Christianity, and you mean to tell me he's following all these raunchy ass Instagram models? To the point now, no, forget all of that. No, he's gay. These are a few of my favorite things. He's gay. But what does that do for you as a Texas voter in determining who is going to help bring positive change and help you live a better life in Texas? Is my only question. And it takes so much money to run for office. And this is what the money is put towards doing. Because the American public is so stupid and dummied down in many of these red states. And in all of these states. That is the mission of our government system, is to dummy us down so they can control us because we are ignorant. Let's continue.
In cases, others are based on parts of Tallarico's own comments. But the truth doesn't appear to be the point of any of this.
I gotta say, if you were making a list of 1,000 adjectives to describe this guy, masculine would not be one of them. I mean, this guy, if a stiff breeze came by, it would blow him over like a feather. To nominate
the audacity. Does he think masculine identifies him? Does he think that just because he has a beard, that masculine, even with a beard, Ted Cruz, you don't look masculine, bitch? Are you fucking kidding me? And at what point that your look of being masculine be the main criteria of a sitting state senator? Have you looked over there at Lindsey Graham? Have you looked over there at John Kennedy? I said from Louisiana. Excuse me? Let's continue.
Their first transgender Senate candidate who's clearly transitioning into a female. You know, when Tallarico goes in for a blood test, when he gets a physical, blood doesn't come out. Instead, soy milk comes out.
Did you know that he looks prepubescent?
These are the notes you took?
Did you know that he looks like the guy that leaves an apple on the teacher's desk? He's also 37 and not married.
How old is Lindsey Graham? How old is Lindsey Graham? How old was Tim Scott when he married that old haggard-looking white woman with them half-grown children? He finally found the love of his life. And have you seen his wife since then? Since he's dropped out, since he was kicked out of the Republican race for president? How old was Tim Scott when he married that long in the tooth, used up pussy? I'm curious.
That believes in 6 genders, and he takes hits at Jesus Christ, and he's wearing a mask 6 months ago, and he's a vegan. He's a vegan in Texas.
And he's a vegan. He's a vegan in Texas. Well, it seems like that would be a real smart thing to do for him to be a vegan in Texas. Since you have put RFK Jr. and you put Doge over firing people, Doge who fired the people who were on watch for the screwworm disease. These people who have been fired and have not been in Texas, making sure that none of the cattle and the screwworm hadn't reached Texas. So maybe it is best that he's a vegetarian. But he's not even a vegetarian. Is that supposed to be a read? Is that supposed to be a read by Donald Trump sitting up there in a pamper oozing a biofilm out of his ass, with his ankles having muffin top ankles, where his ankle fat is running over the tops of his shoes. Is being vegan a bad thing? I'm just curious.
So, LZ, you were just talking about the problems that Democrats have with masculinity and how they're portrayed. I mean, do you think that that's why Republicans are going down this route, and will it work?
Well, absolutely, this is why they're going down this path. It's just the messengers. I just can't. It's just
Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz talking about masculinity. I mean, I'm gay, right? If you talk smack about my husband, you probably got some issues with me, and I'm not going to be easy about it. He rolled over pretty easy, you know, politically speaking. And I'm just
When Trump attacked
his wife,
yeah.
and he attacked his family, and he attacked his character, and there he is, still right there. And so I'm looking at him. It's like my definition of masculinity has a lot to do with what's on the inside: integrity, things like honesty, civic duty. A sense of something greater than yourself,
Not
a
fleeing
provider,
Texas to go to the Four Seasons Cancun.
not leaving your dog behind as you do that.
And then blaming your teenage daughter.
So you know, when I think about masculinity, I think, you know, trying not to cheat on your wife. And if you do, you apologize and not cheat on a second. And if you do apologize, not, you know, so those are the things that I consider masculine as a gay person. But as I said, I'm gay, so maybe I don't know. Maybe masculine means something else.
Any of the straight guys at the table.
Well, no, I agree. My definition of masculinity definitely precludes people who shill for somebody that offended their wife, as you said. It definitely precludes people who dipped out of their own state in order to avoid a natural disaster. Definitely precludes people who cheat on their wife with a porn star or cheat on their wife overall, like Ken Paxton. I think you hit the nail on the head. It's honesty. Civic duty, it's the ability to be genuine and to care about those around you. Masculinity isn't sending endless dollars overseas while refusing to take care of the people that voted for you. That's to Ted Cruz and to Donald Trump. And one more thing, these AI ads need to be banned. I think that like AI is the best thing to happen to the Republican Party because they now can create fake information to substantiate the fake information that they spew. Trump sends,
and they're very effective at
Well,
voting.
I think you're
It
onto
sounds like
something on the
censorship.
AI
It's
ads.
not
Like I think these types of ads in particular, Republicans have to be really careful because they will backfire, and Democrats can do the same thing to Republicans. And I think there has to be some type of regulation when it comes to something like this. I mean, that is clearly false and you know,
but here's the thing:
propaganda.
It's not hard to tell that it's.
well,
AI
I tell that to my like old great grandpa or whatever. It's hard.
Obviously.
That's not obvious, Abby.
They are targeting
But I just say I agree that I just don't know how effective they are because the idea, you know, we were told that Spencer Pratt was going to win the LA mayor's race off a couple of AI videos, and that turned out to.
I say Democrats don't have to create the AI videos because we can just say, look at Ken Paxton who cheated on his wife.
I think Graham Plattner is going to have a wave to overcome, and I don't know if there's more coming out, but if there is, you know.
Who gives a fuck if there's more coming out? The choices are clear. It's either going to be him or Susan Collins. And why is this a whole American debate about one seat in Maine that only the people living in Maine are going to have to vote for? Why is all of this hemming and hawing and it could be more? I don't know. It could be more that comes out. And when we got Ken Paxton on the seat for Texas, and you didn't say diddly squat about what Ken Paxton is up to when they had the person who's running against Ken Paxton on AI in some fake AI video. You made no qualms and no nervous fingers went up about what's actually in factual about Ken Paxton. So this is why all of this bullshit talk is of no substance. What are these candidates saying that they are going to do for the people in their districts? This is what I want to know.
He's going to have to brace for that.
There probably is more coming out, don't you think, Adam?
There could be, but we are now witnessing the post-cancellation, post-purity style of politics that the Republican Party has ushered in. I'm not going to sit here and defend things Graham Plattner did in his past. Not even Graham Plattner defends these things that he did in his past. But we have watched for a decade as Republicans have repeatedly lowered the threshold, lowered the standards for their candidates. And now Democrats are going to keep holding our candidates to an infinitely higher standard while we have Ken Paxton in Texas, while we have Donald Trump sitting in the Oval Office right now. And I guess it remains to be seen. But I also want to rephrase.
Is it a high standard or is it a low standard?
Listen,
because I'm not sure that.
Thank you. I didn't even see this video ahead of time. Thank you for saying that. Thank you. We are asking all of these questions about Grant Plattner, and when we know all of the dirt and the filth that surrounds Ken Paxton, or who Trump endorsed. Are we serious?
I'm not sure that he's being held to a higher standard than anybody else.
Well, but the Republican Party is absolutely holding him to a higher standard than they hold their own candidates.
Exactly.
I mean, Donald Trump had a sit-down dinner with Nick Fuentes, and the very same people who were silent about that are now clutching their pearls about this, admittedly.
Donald Trump said in a recorded interview, "I just grab him by the pussy." Are you serious, Abby?
The weird tattoo that Graham Plattner has apologized
And
for.
the same
Nazi
Republican
tattoo,
yeah.
Adam.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm not.
Acknowledge that. It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
weird. It's a Nazi tattoo.
It's awful, yeah.
So I mean, look, Democrats now are. I hear what you're saying, and I know we've had conversations with you, Caroline, about similar things. But basically, Democrats are saying that we're going to go lower. They go low, we go just as low.
I think that Democrats are trying to reframe this away from Graham Plattner's personality and towards a race between Graham Plattner versus Susan Collins. Susan Collins is somebody who rubber stamps all of Donald Trump's worst impulses, from stripping healthcare away from tens of millions of Americans that will lead to death. We talked about the affordability issues. We talked about ICE even. I mean, Susan Collins rubber stamped Kristi Noem, which led to the death of Alex Preddy and Renee Good. So I'm not going to sit here and judge Mainers who want to push against the status quo. It's not my place to judge. If Graham Plattner can earn their trust, then he earns their trust.
But I think what's missing in the analysis here is that Graham Plattner just won a Democrat primary by running on the best aspects of President Trump's 2024 campaign platform. If you look at Graham Plattner's platform, he ran on no foreign intervention in the Middle East, no new wars. He ran on DC has been working for the elites and it has stopped working for the working class, which is very similar to President Trump's original drain the swamp message. He ran on bringing back U.S. manufacturing, working class issues. He's an anti-establishment working class candidate.
That's the Democratic Party.
That's what you guys are missing.
She is making a important
He
point.
ran on that, and that's what he won.
This is a version of the type of politics, a type of populism on the left that Trump ran. At least he ran on it on the right. I'm not sure we could argue he governed.
Hold on. Gary, thank you for showing up. I always love when I get people so angry. You are angry. Gary, hit the like button with your mad ass. You're a fan and you're an ignorant fan. And you're an ignorant fan of MAGA. So stay mad, Gary. This guy is not even a beta male. He's a okay. Let's continue. Charlie's mad. Gary's mad.
Quite that way, but he ran on it.
My gut tells me this is a byproduct of the wrapping of the messenger, as much as it is the message itself. He looks like a dude. Let's just say what it is. He's got the scruff. He's got the edge. At a moment in which Democrats were,
I actually would say
no,
that
it's the policy.
I don't think it's that.
Allow me to finish, though. Allow me to finish, because it's actually the Democrats who did this whole autopsy on what it is to be masculine.
Did you guys? Did you ever notice that?
I've
never seen it.
Allow me to finish. It's the Democrats who did this whole analysis about what it means to be masculine. They didn't do that because there wasn't a problem there. They didn't do that because there wasn't something that was happening on the right that they couldn't tap into. When I look at Graham Plattner, the first thing I think of, he looks like a dude. And he looks like someone who looks very different than many of the men who lead the Democratic Party. And I think that is an appealing aspect that Democrats need to talk about.
And maybe the flaws are part of that package.
No. You are correct, LZ, with that part. He looks like a dude. And when he first entered the race and he said, I'm an oyster farmer. I said, uh-oh, we got problems. Turns out he's not an oyster farmer. Turns out
Well, there's a lot of
he's
problems with his bio.
he's
Yeah.
not a low-class guy.
Right,
He went to Oxford, he's got a bunch of money. He isn't what he says he is.
Right.
Now, this isn't a reframing about turning this to Susan Collins. Susan Collins is the Republican every Democrat wishes every Republican was.
No.
She convicted Donald Trump.
No.
Yes, she worked with Joe Biden on a bunch of stuff. She is as bipartisan as they come.
No, she's not. She rubber stamps everything.
Senate.
Susan Collins is the
That's garbage. And by the way, come November, just like 6 years ago, just like we were seeing garbage polls about Lindsey Graham in South Carolina, we saw garbage polls about Susan Collins in Maine. Come November, she's going to wipe the floor with
Sir,
all these
Susan
stories
Collins
in Maine. Mainers don't want to be put in a moral
Can I
quandary
just say something
of
to
saying,
Caroline's
of
point?
saying
Wait,
Nazi
really quick.
tattoo versus
But when they
Susan
learn
Collins.
about his scandals, just to be
that's what I'm
clear,
saying.
when voters learn
They have.
about Graham Plattner's
Here's one.
scandals, oh, you're gonna like this.
Wait.
Trust me, just you wait. You're gonna love me saying this. When voters learn about Graham Plattner's scandals, he beats Susan Collins. He goes up in the polls, 48 to 43. Republicans, I'm telling you, and got off talking about his scandals. Like, have to talk about the fact that he wants to abolish ICE, which is a position that 70% of Americans do not support.
What you were
Start
saying
talking
about
that,
the platform
please.
that he's talking about.
Yeah, it
I
was
think that
President
is
Trump's
a.
2024 platform.
It's not President Trump's platform. I mean, President Trump ran on affordability, and they
And
lost the
no new
thread.
wars,
We have
and
lost,
DC
and
is-
right,
And
and
he flipped
all
on
of
all
that,
of this.
all
We'll
of
get
that has completely changed right now with President
And
Trump
he's
in office.
politically paying
And I
for it.
think to the point of Graham Plattner, he's not only someone that doesn't look like the establishment, but you look at the contrast between him and Janet Mills, someone who is the sitting governor of Maine, and people want change. I mean, people are seeing what Donald Trump came in on and was elected on, and they're not getting the results that they voted for. And they look at someone like Graham Plattner, who I'm not defending, but I'm saying is offering something different.
Well,
And
he's
I think
offering
that-
Trump's 2024 original
The
platform,
real-
which is the winning one.
Well,
Everybody
it's
should
the
stick to
winning
that
one
if they want
because
to win
Donald
elections.
Trump flipped on it.
Great, then more Dems are going to win. If
The
they,
reality is-
we're
the
talking about
reality is,
affordability, we're going to
we
win on
talked
that.
about the swamp. The contrast that we need to make is between Susan Collins and Graham Plattner. Janet Mills is done. So Susan Collins is a definition of a swamp creature. She promised she would run for 2 terms. She's now running for her 6th term after her net worth is increased by 2,000%.
What did Mark Warner say about that? What did half the
She is
Democrats
running
in the
for,
Senate say
she is
about
the
that same
definition
thing?
of the swamp. The Senate currently has a 12% approval rating. So if Mainers want to gain trust in Graham Plattner,
So will you
scandals
oppose
or
Mark
not.
Warner when he runs for re-election?
I'm talking about Susan Collins
No, but
versus Graham
we got to be
Plattner.
consistent.
I also am not going to take this pearl clutching from Republicans who have zero to say about Donald Trump having dinner with Nick Fuentes. Have you condemned that?
Yeah.
Have you condemned that? I
Yeah,
went through your
Nick
Twitter. I didn't
Fuentes
see it.
stinks.
Have you
Twitter, I don't
condemned
tweet very
Donald
much.
Trump for having dinner with Nick Fuentes?
I would not be
So
having dinner
you're
with
falling
Nick
into the
Fuentes.
same trap.
But this is beyond the point, dude.
It's not.
I am the most. I am
You
awfully
have
critical
standards
of Donald
down
Trump.
here, and we match you, and you say,
That
what the
is
hell? You have
okay,
standards down
wait
here,
a
and we
minute.
match you.
That-
Trump had
okay,
dinner
so
with a
Nazi
Nazi.
tattoo is good. So that's okay now because Donald Trump
You set the
something
standard.
other way.
No one's
I would
defending
never
the Nazi
defend that.
tattoo.
Why would I ever
No one's
defend that?
defending the Nazi
Well, I know,
tattoo.
but where is the standard? Why does
Standard is
too
what
long
you set
don't make
when
a
Donald
right?
Trump
Is that
had dinner
not
with
true?
Nick Fuentes.
You
Can
guys
you
are
condemn
missing
this?
the point, which is that the
You can't condemn
voters
it.
don't
You can't
care.
condemn it.
They
can't
put
condemn
in front of the voters, and they don't care.
I want to. There's some other news that happened tonight. In California, Steve Hilton earned his way onto the ballot for the general election, a Republican.
Love you all. If you made it this far, make sure you drop a like, subscribe to the feed, and peace out.
It's shaping up to be a bad day for Donald Trump's Department of Justice because
I have an ethical responsibility to say that you are lying.
No, I'm
you
not.
are lying.
I have an ethical responsibility.
I didn't interrupt you.
Do not call me a liar, National.
Liar.
I'm gonna.
All right. I talk about it enough, about the manner with which we communicate with Republicans, that we with all of these media figures, me included, that when you're out there, this is the way forward. This is the path. This is the way to do it. I'm tired. I have been for years tired of operating in a political environment that no longer exists. The old political order that we used to operate under, where my good friend across the aisle and we glad hand and we're actually friends. We can disagree, but we can do it agreeably. No, we can't when fascism is here. No, we can't when the very future of our democracy hangs in the balance. No, we can't. And last night on Abby Phillips' show, Charles Blow did what he needed to do, did what they all need to do. This is the path forward. This is the way. Calling Hal Lambert a liar over and over. Because when you lie, you're a liar. You don't say, well, that's not exactly true. You're stretching the... No, you're a liar. If you want to call into question the accuracy, the validity, the legitimacy of our elections, and you don't bring facts, and all you do is bring speculation that's couched as fact, you're a liar. And Hal Lambert, apart from having the shortest mullet that's ever existed, is a liar. And Charles Blow, to his credit, called him out. Why?
Now, I hope I didn't have my mic off when I was talking earlier. Now, what are they talking about? This mullet wear is saying that there has been a proven voter fraud in California in this last primary in California. You know, Donald Trump has come out and said that there was voter fraud in California, and then he got so mad on Meet the Press when she said, "Where's the proof? There is no proof that happened. This is how long it takes them to count their votes all the time." And he got up and stormed off like a little hoe. Now here come these people who are given the opportunity to appear on television, saying this as if it is a fact that there has been proven cheating found in California in their primary election. This is what they're talking about. And watch how this fizzles out.
Watch this clip in its entirety, because this is the way we need to operate. Abby Phillip stepped in, tried to make things smooth it over for an audience, trying to do the CNN glad hand thing while giving some direction to Hal Lambert. Like, listen, you gotta be dealing in the same reality as the rest of us. But it's Charles Blow who is the hero in this particular event on Abby Phillips' show yesterday. There's a lot of people who run on these shows who do a good job. Adam Mockler does a good job. The politics girl does a good job. Every once in a while, you see Brian Tyler Cohen, I think, on there. These are seasoned communicators who do a good job. They're a little too glad-handy for me, for my taste. That's not a criticism. It's just different style. Not everybody is as bombastic and as direct as I am. But I contend, I hold to the opinion, and I think you do too, because you're here, that this is what we need. More of this, less of the other. Watch Charles Blow.
I just believe that this is a news show on a news channel. I have an ethical responsibility to say that you are lying.
No,
you are lying.
I have an ethical responsibility.
I didn't interrupt you.
Hold on
and you are not attacking me.
You don't call me a liar on national TV, sir. Do not call me a liar on national TV.
I'm going to let
You're a liar. You are a liar.
Respond in just a minute.
And that I say that.
Charles, finish
I
your
can spell it too. And I have an ethical responsibility. If people are going to come over here and poison voters' views of an election system that has no proof that it is rigged in any way, spouting the same lie that the president is spouting, we have an ethical responsibility at this table in a news show on a news channel to call that out. And I'm going to do that.
Caroline,
you can huff and puff. You can huff and puff and be mad all you want, and I don't care.
Hal, you can respond to that.
You keep ignoring what I've said. you're saying
I'm going to keep ignoring it because you're lying.
Let me let him finish. Let me let him respond.
We didn't know there was mass Medicare fraud until the federal government investigated Minnesota.
No, he said that there was election fraud in California. He said this as a point of fact. You're misrepresenting what I said. And I'm going to keep on. Now, I'm going to keep on saying that what you said was a lie. We didn't know about this welfare fraud until what? What does welfare fraud have to do with the alleged fact that you asserted about election fraud in California? So now you're given a chance to speak, and you want to pivot to what we didn't know until we investigated Medicaid fraud. Bitch, are you serious? You don't call me a lie on national TV. I'm gonna call you a lie. Like my mom said, where you decide to show out is where you decide to do it is where you gonna get it. You get it wherever you show your ass. You show your ass on national TV, that's where you gonna get your ass spanked.
I'm going to keep ignoring it because you're lying.
Let me let him finish. Let me let him respond.
We didn't know there was mass Medicare fraud until the federal government investigated Minnesota, investigated these other states.
That's
California.
not true.
Time out.
That is not true.
That is not.
She was in jail.
Hold on a
already.
second. Hold on. Well, hold on, Hal. Let me just ask you to do. Let me ask you to do two things. First of all, let us try to be tethered in facts.
Okay.
Second of all, let's respond to what he said about your claims on the election. I don't want to hear about Medicare fraud. I don't want to hear about any kind of other fraud other than your claims of voter fraud and what proof you have of that.
Because California will not allow the federal government to review their voter rolls.
A majority of other states in this country, including many Republican-led states.
Because California will not allow the federal government to review their voter laws. And that is the right of California to do. Because there are no federal voting laws that all states must have a federal overseer. You know, those things that y'all always wanted to talk about when it came to abortion, and these states had putting abortion bans in. States' rights. But now all of a sudden y'all don't know what states' rights are. As Pam Bimbo put out some type of threat to every state to give all the DOJ all of their voting information. In 23 of the red states, y'all just went on and gave all that information, and the rest of the states was like, "Are you serious? You're not getting any of our information because you do not have the right to have our information." Period. Now, he just said that he knew that, in fact, that there was voter fraud in California. Now, when you ask him, how do you know this? Well, because California won't give over their voting data. So if they don't give over their voting data, you have no proof of any voter fraud. Are we clear on that? This is very simple. But they come on TV acting. Now, this is a Republican donor. This is a moneyed man. And he wants to come on and say with pomp in the air and circumstance that there has been actual voter fraud in California, when in fact he has no proof of any of what he's saying.
Also will not allow the federal government to inspect their voter rolls. Why? Because it is not legal for them to do that. And all the cases in which they have been challenged, Hal, all of them. So
what are they hiding?
What are they hiding? This is someone who communicates for the Republican Party that for decades is
in which they have been challenged, Hal. Of other states in this country, including many Republican-led states, also will not allow others on the election. I don't want to hear about Medicare fraud. I don't want to hear about any kind of other fraud other than your claims of voter fraud and what proof you have of
Because California will not allow the federal government to review their voter rolls.
A majority of other states in this country, including many Republican-led states, also will not allow the federal government to inspect their voter rolls. Why? Because it is not legal for them to do that. And all the cases in which they have been challenged, Hal, all of them. So
what are they hiding?
What are
He want to know what are they hiding, because he know that the Republican voters are ignorant, and that's all they need to hear is a lie put out, and they will go and transmit it like a line of telephone that kindergartens pay, and a whole lie will be masturbated and messed over and turned into something way worse than the original lie. Then he says, what are they hiding? Well, wait a minute. Aren't you making the accusations of there has been factually a voter fraud in California? And then when it is brought to your attention that you have no facts on that, and then you say, because they won't let us see the voting rolls. And then when they tell you what you already know, as by law, they don't have to let you see their voting rolls. And you sound like a cop who says, I want to come in and search your house. And you say, no, you can come back with a search warrant and you can search my house. Well, if you don't have nothing in your house, what are you hiding? If you don't have nothing in your phone, what are you hiding? I'm not hiding anything. What I'm doing is I'm protecting my constitutional rights. That's what I'm doing. I want to, you get pulled over for a turn signal, and the cop wants to inspect your car. I want to search your car. Oh no! Well, if you get a search warrant, until then, do not prolong this traffic stop for this ticket, because you have no right to search my car when you pull me over for a turn signal. Let's be real clear. Now he says, "What are they hiding?" Well, you're the one who made the accusation of fraud going on in California, so obviously you should already know what they hiding. Why are you asking Abby Phillips that question? Abby Phillips didn't make that proclamation of there being voter fraud going on in California. You made it, bitch. So if you know that there's voter fraud going on in California, and you know that California is not allowing the federal government to inspect their voting rolls because they don't have to by law, but you want to say that they have cheated in the election, tell us what they're hiding, motherfucker. That's why you're here. You are making these allegations. You see these simpletons. And now you look how flaccid his face looked. Like, oh well, hey, don't be mad at me. Well, what are they hiding? He doesn't have the righteous indignation that he had when he told Blow, don't say I'm a liar on national TV, and now he's all flaccid.
In which they have been challenged, Hal, all of them. So
what are they hiding?
What are they hiding?
You see that? What are they hiding? As opposed to where is it? Let us let it play. Let me find it. Jesse, you like to talk? Here we go.
Call me a liar on national TV. Do not call me a liar on national TV.
I'm going to let
You are a liar.
Respond in just a minute.
And that I say that to
Charles, finish
spell
your,
it.
finish
I
your
can
point.
spell it too. And I have an
I can say it and I can spell it. You are a liar. Where is all of that bravado now? What are they hiding? What are they hiding then? Okay.
Forward as a champion of the Constitution.
Hiding.
What are they hiding?
Not allow the federal government to inspect their voter rolls. Why? Because it is not legal for them to do that. And all the cases in which they have been challenged, Hal.
That's not true. She just said it is illegal for the federal government to demand to inspect the voters' roll. And he smiled and he said, real low, that's not true. This is absolutely true. Absolutely true. This is how these people will debase themselves to win over the ignorant MAGA voter when they know very well that all of that is factually true. Well, what are they hiding?
All of them. So
what are they hiding?
What are they hiding? This is someone who communicates for the Republican Party that for decades has put itself forward as a champion of the Constitution. Specifically, in this case, what I have in my mind is the Fourth Amendment, the prohibition against illegal search and seizure. If a cop pulls me over and says, I'd like to search your vehicle, sir, and I tell him, pound sand, you don't get a look in my car, I'm not hiding anything. What I'm doing is protecting my right under the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution against encroachment by our government. The 10th Amendment of the same Constitution gives wide arrays of powers to both the federal government and the states. The 10th Amendment is also something that the Republican Party loves to talk about. States' rights, states' rights. That any power that's not specifically granted to the federal government or specifically not granted to the states, it's for the states. That's the 10th Amendment. Again, paraphrased. So what's Hal Lambert here? Oh, what are they hiding, he says. No evidence. Again, going back to an earlier topic that we talked about on the show. No evidence, just conjecture, just scurrilous accusations. It's all just doofus, and, a tiny short mullet liar. Let's let the clip continue. And trust me, it doesn't get any better.
All the cases in which they have been challenged, Hal, all of them. So
what are they hiding?
All of them so far have been thrown out by judges because there is no legal basis for the federal government to inspect the state voter rolls. So what else do you have?
My point is that he's saying there's no evidence. They won't allow evidence to be gathered.
The absurdity of your...
They won't allow evidence to be gathered. So since it is illegal for us to gather this evidence that we are saying that exists, but we have not prove it to exist because we are not allowed to go into the voting rolls, we're just going to continue to say that there's fraud in the California elections. Get it? Got it. Done. Okay.
Well, you don't have proof, and then
once again,
he doesn't have proof, and then he says, I don't have proof, and I can prove that I don't have proof because they won't let us investigate.
Let me just,
so you don't have proof, and you just proved that you don't have.
Let me just give you some. Hal, let me just give you some more information on this. The federal government has received, I think it's millions of voter registrations from some Republican-led states that have given them access to it. Do you know what percentage of those votes or those registrations where they found actual, fraud of any kind?
Do you?
Yeah.
What is it?
It is a fraction of a percentage.
Fraction.
And in some cases, when they double checked, the flags that they thought were fraud were actually not fraud.
So what you're saying is there's all kinds of fraud all over the place, but not in voting.
Well, here's what my point is.
Not in voting.
You're claiming that it's never been looked at. That's false. You're claiming that this administration hasn't been able to look at it. That's also false.
Not in California.
You are claiming that just the fact that the federal government hasn't looked at all the state voter rolls is proof that there is fraud is not true.
But there's data
again,
too.
I'll ask you again, what else do you have?
Okay, I just said earlier.
That is remarkable. He says there's evidence. When it's proven that he doesn't have evidence, he says, well, I don't have evidence because they won't let us compile evidence. But you just said there's evidence. Volumes of evidence. Voluminous evidence. So much evidence. Piles. Buckets. A pack of evidence. Isn't it Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Well, they got a peck of evidence.
Okay. If you have not gone over to Jesse Dollamore channel, this link is in my description box. Go over there and treat yourself to some great news. Now now we know the Department of Justice has brought the Southern Poverty Law Center up on criminal charges, and they are fighting this case. This is the DOJ who has all of access to the Epstien files and have not even did the minimal that is required is to release these Epstien files. But Todd Blance found a way to charge the Southern Poverty Law Center, one of the largest fighters for civil rights, one of the people who have gone to court many times to protect and uphold the civil rights of Black people and all people. But it started off as protecting the civil rights of Black people. How did they do this? They got contributions. They infiltrated different hate groups. In some cases they had to pay the people that were infiltrating these hate groups. Now your DOJ wants you to believe that the Southern Poverty Law Center was doing something nefarious as they were paying these people to infiltrate these hate groups. And now this DOJ, who is a part of the administration who figures that any Black person who has a job or a position, they got it because of DEI. This administration who has clawed back all of the civil rights safeties in this administration. Yes, this same administration is trying to say that the people who donated to Southern Poverty Law Center have been robbed because the Southern Poverty Law Center did not tell the people who were donating to them that they were infiltrating different agencies and then reporting it over to the FBI so the FBI could bring charges. No, so Todd Blance wants you to believe that the Southern Poverty Law Center was robbing the people who donated to them. But the one thing about that is the people who have donated to the Southern Poverty Law Center, they're trying to tell you also that there is some type of illegal ways that they are getting money when they have the regular ways to set up to get a wire fraud and these types of things, because they are not telling their donors that they are paying people to infiltrate these groups and then reporting them to the FBI. So Todd Blance, Donald Trump's personal attorney, who is now the interim DOJ attorney, who is now the nominee for the full-fledged 100% DOJ of the United States. Todd Blance, it's funny that he is attacking an agency that is instrumental in protecting the civil rights of regular people in the United States. So they had a hearing. But before we get to the hearing, now the Southern Poverty Law Center was like, excuse me, you're saying we did what? They went to a grand jury.
It's shaping up to be a bad.
They went to a grand jury for this to secure from the an indictment from the grand jury that they could bring this case against the Southern Poverty Law Center. And in grand jury testimony, there's no prosecutor, there is no judge there. There is just there's no defense attorney. There is a prosecutor there. There's no defense attorney. There's no judge. The prosecutor just bring forth the alleged evidence that they have, and they presented to a group of people who they had distinguished as the grand jury, and the grand jury says, well, yes, we see you have a case, or not, or no, we don't see you have a case. Now, the Southern Poverty Law Center, based upon the crimes that they have been accused of from this Trump DOJ, it was like, I know you got to be kidding me. There is no way someone could heard anything about the jobs that we do and bring us up on these charges that Trump's DOJ has brought us up on. So the Southern Poverty Law Center, in a couple of, quite a other few cases that this DOJ has been very famous in bringing charges and using a grand jury to bring forth charges. So this is one of the second cases where I heard that the Southern Poverty Law Center wanted access to what information that was given to the DOJ. Because the grand jury. Now, the grand jury process is usually a very secretive process. But in this administration, it has been proven that this administration lied. This administration said that they had all the grand jury in the room. For instance, in the Letitia James case, when only 2 people signed of the grand jury paperwork. In Letitia James' case, they did not have minutes where a court reporter was supposed to be in the room writing that, transcribing all of the rules that the grand jury was to follow in deliberating the case. And what did the attorney say? What did the DOJ attorney say? She said, the court reporter wasn't in here when we were giving all the rules to the grand jury. So that's why you don't have, it's not transcribed. They were doing all types of illegal things. And knowing this, the Southern Poverty Law Center said that we want access to what was presented to this grand jury. Because there's no way in fuck that any grand jury would bring these charges against us knowing what we do for a living. So now we're going to hear, there has been a ruling, it appears. I haven't heard this ruling. It says Trump spirals as Southern Poverty Law Center wins order to show cause for DOJ sanctions. Let's get into it. They had a hearing on yesterday, and we're going to play that after we play this. Now, you're going to know this, and I want you to pay attention to the questionings and the insinuations that your Republican congresspeople are going to be making against the Southern Poverty Law Center. You know, a group that protects the rights of Black people in the United States of America, and the civil rights of all people in the United States of America.
Bad day for Donald Trump's Department of Justice, because a federal judge in Alabama is taking seriously the Southern Poverty Law Center's motion for order to show cause why the Department of Justice shouldn't be sanctioned, and worse, for having released a draft superseding indictment, an amended indictment, to the press, to the right-wing press, before the grand jury even got a look at it. That's a violation of grand jury secrecy. That's a big no-no in criminal law, and the prejudicial impacts on the Southern Poverty Law Center can't be understated. And we just got in our hot little hands an order from the judge. That's their big Sharpie signature there. That's Judge Fitzgerald Pate, who just ordered that the Department of Justice take seriously the order to show cause motion granted as to the order to show cause motion. And let's see your opposition paper on Monday, the 15th of June. I'll break it all down for you, including some testimony just yesterday by the leader of the Southern Poverty Law Center, who went to battle with the Judiciary Committee and guys like Jim Jordan, who can't hold a candle to the Southern Poverty Law Center, the leading anti-hate group in America. Get ready to have your eyes pop out of your head with those video clips. In the meantime, I'm Michael Popak. Welcome to Legal AF. Okay, Southern Poverty Law Center has been tracking 4,000 hate groups in America this year alone. Many of them count themselves as MAGA supporters, and Donald Trump likes them. He thinks there's good people on both sides of hate groups. He has said it before. And he then had, after Charlie Kirk's murder, he then had his FBI, led by Kash Patel, go after the Southern Poverty Law Center, which releases the Year in Hate and a hate map that we can all look at. In fact, in the link below, you can take yourself to the Southern Poverty Law Center, which continues to be a critic, not of the Trump administration, but of hate, regardless of where on the political spectrum the hate comes from. They don't care if it's right-wing, if it's left-wing, if it's socialist, fascist, Antifa, right-wing Christian nationalists, you name it, they're going after them. Now, the Trump Department of Justice has a tricky little way that they're trying to go after a democratic and a pro-democracy, better way to put it, causes, whether it's Reid Hoffman at LinkedIn and his support for people that have suits against Donald Trump, or the Southern Poverty Law Center going against hate groups that apparently Donald Trump doesn't hate. And the way to do that is to argue that they are lying to their donors. That's criminal fraud. The argument goes, oh, the Southern Poverty Law Center didn't tell people like Michael Popak when he donated that they were going to use some of that money to actually pay off informants within these hate groups to try to tear them down. By the way, note to the Department of Justice and FBI, I assumed my money was going for just such operations. What did I think? They were just knocking on the door of the KKK or the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers. Hi, everybody. It's the Southern Poverty Law Center here. Will you come out and talk to us candidly for a while so we can prosecute you and tear you down financially? Not happening. So they get indicted by Kash Patel and now the nominated Todd Blance. By the way, Todd Blance just showing how low he would go in order to get the confirmation. He got passed over 4 times for the attorney general position, but he finally got it as long as he sunk below the surface throughout his morals and his ethics and put his law license in jeopardy. He got confirmed. He got nominated. I don't know if he's getting confirmed. And he's out there doing a press conference announcing the indictment of the Southern Poverty Law Center. They have already filed a motion to dismiss for vindictive prosecution that's pending with this same judge. And then a curious thing happened. Because the press came after the Trump administration and Todd Blance and said, how can you go after the Southern Poverty Law Center? They said, we better add some more evidence in our indictment. We better make it a speaking indictment so they know we've got some things about this funding of terrorist organizations, turning the whole operation on its head. They're saying that the Southern Poverty Law Center are the arsonists and the firemen, but they make money. It's all about the money for them, as they said during a congressional Q&A today or yesterday on Capitol Hill. And so all of a sudden, a superseding indictment, which, quick teachable moment, that's an amended indictment. You go back to a grand jury, you bring another indictment, it supersedes the prior indictment, is now the operative charging document. And they went, but the problem is, before they went to the grand jury, the secret grand jury, they released the superseding indictment, apparently through the media, to right-wing media. And immediately, the Southern Poverty Law Center filed a motion to show cause, asking the judge to issue an order to show cause to bring the Department of Justice before the judge to get to the bottom of why the grand jury's secrecy laws and Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 6E was violated, and then to work out the prejudicial impacts on the Southern Poverty Law Center and whether sanctions should be handed out. One of the sanctions I would ask for if I were the Southern Poverty Law Center would be to have my indictment dismissed. I'm sure they are asking for exactly that. Here's what they wanted in their original filing, which is up on Legal AF Substack for paid members to read. Here's what they say on the end of their motion, which they filed a couple of weeks ago. As the court remarked earlier this week, it's on page 13, All attorneys as officers of the court owe duties of complete candor and primary loyalty to the court before which they practice. That duty of candor is more important than ever now, considering what happened, particularly on the heels of the acting attorney general's false statement and other egregious statements by high-ranking administration officials detailed in prior motions, meaning their motion to dismiss for vindictive prosecution. In light of the apparent breaches of grand jury secrecy and proper DOJ practice, the SPLC asked the court to issue an order requiring DOJ and the U.S. Attorney's Office to show cause, explaining its conduct and why it should not be sanctioned, considering the prejudicial consequences at stake here. Signed, Abby Schmidt, along with other lawyers from the Krop Mosley Schmidt firm in Washington, along with Abby Lowell's firm and others. Now, that's all magic language and code word for the following. Judge, remember our motion to dismiss for vindictive prosecution we filed? Yeah. We now want as a remedy, this is another example of that, we want as a remedy the dismissal of the indictment, whether you do it on order to show cause or you do it in response to our prior motion. And the judge took it seriously, so seriously that in big fat handwriting, the judge ordered as follows. I'll read it to you. Before the court has defended Southern Poverty Law Center's motion to show cause regarding the superseding indictment. Upon consideration, it is ordered the motion is granted. The government shall file a response by June 15th. Southern Poverty Law Center may reply by June 22nd, and then the judge will take it from there. Now, the head of the Southern Poverty Law Center was called before Congress, well, MAGA Congress, and here's a bit of Q&A back and forth. And see if you can put in comments what you think is wrong with this. Remember, this is the leader of the it'd be like the leader of the American Civil Liberties Union or the NAACP. I mean, SPLC is at that level, being called on the carpet because they do fundraising in order to promote their cause and because they want to make them out to be anti-Semitic because they criticize certain aspects of Israel, which just to be clear, okay, and people know my background, you can criticize the government of Israel and its policies, even ones related to defense and related to military strategy, and not be anti-Semitic. Okay.
That is in my description box under Southern Poverty Law Center. You can go and watch the rest. But let's get into these hearings. You guys know I love to share these hearings with you. So we're going to get into these hearings. And let's see what you think. This is also going to be in my description box. We are not going to go through the whole thing because it is a 4-hour hearing. So go to my description box under Southern Poverty Law Center. It will be the second link under that title, and you can enjoy it at your leisure. But we're just gonna run through it right quick here.
Go first. Committee will come to order without objection. The chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on the Southern Poverty Law Center. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels, to lead us all in the pledge. Would you please stand and join us in the himself for an opening statement. It's always worse than we thought. The one thing we get wrong when we start these investigations, when we start this oversight, is it's always worse than we thought. We now have the superseding.
Jim Jordan, he's talking about the superseding indictment. It's always worse than we thought. We had an indictment, but then here comes a superseding indictment. And we all understand how both of these indictment and the superseding indictment was presented to the right-wing press before they were committed, hand over to a court or a grand jury to rule on. They were handed over to right-wing media. And here comes Jim Jordan as if he does not know this. But see, hindsight is a motherfucker. And that's why I let you know how this came into our guise of this superseding indictment. But Jim Jordan's playing dumb. Jim Jordan played dumb when those wrestlers told him that they were being SA'd at their by their team doctor at the college that Jim Jordan worked as one of the wrestling higher ups coach, not particularly a coach. He was in the front office of the wrestling department, and Jim Jordan did absolutely nothing. Jim Jordan was summoned to come. He got a subpoena to come and answer questions before Congress. Do you think that Jim Jordan showed up? No. From that day to this, and he won't discuss why he hasn't shown up, but he feels that he is perfectly okay to sit in front of you and pretend like he is some law-abiding congressman. Congress. I was finna say congresswoman. Congressman. Jim Jordan.
Indictment from the Justice Department. It wasn't $3 million. These investigations, when we start this oversight, it's always worse than we thought. We now have the superseding indictment from the Justice Department. It wasn't $3 million that they were paying these field sources. It was actually $4 million the Southern Poverty Law Center paid to field sources. And they didn't just pay them to foment the hate they told their donors they were fighting. They actually dated them. That's right. Southern Poverty Law Center employee was in a romantic relationship with field source number 9, a member of the Racist National Alliance. This SPLC employee, who was supposed to be dismantling hate groups with the Intelligence Project, was dating the field source that they were paying. And in fact, they had a joint bank account. Wow. Guess what the SPLC paid this individual? $1.2 million to, again, create and foment the hate they told their donors they were fighting. Now it gets worse. An individual who led the Nationalist Socialist Party, a faction of the Aryan nations, reached out to SPLC. He wanted out. He wanted help in leaving this racist group. And what did the SPLC do? They said, no, no, no. Stay in the group. We'll pay you a monthly salary. We'll reimburse you for hosting rallies, purchasing racist materials. Of course, that was field source number 30. How about F37, field source 37? This person's the one who coordinated transportation and attended the 2017 rally in Charlottesville. The Southern Poverty Law Center paid him $300,000 to the guy who helped put together the event where a young lady was killed. F27. He was paid $350,000. What'd he do? He ran the Aryan Nations Motorcycle Club. F-43, president of some crazy group, was previously convicted of cross-burning, but the SPLC thought he was worth $19,000 of their donors' money. Again, all told, $4 million to manufacture hate. We said this last hearing. I still remember Rahm Emanuel saying, oh, I'm talking about Democrats, never let a crisis go to waste. The SPLC took it a step further. They created the crisis. They manufactured the crisis. And by so doing, they became the standard, the source for determining who is a hate group. They labeled Family Research.
No, they're talking about all of this hate group and this, that, and the other. Because why is this so easy for him to not tell you that? Look, they paid $4 million to generate hate. When you are real clear that these are people who are infiltrating these groups. But Jim Jordan feels that he doesn't have to try hard because he's talking to the dumb MAGA voters, you know, the uneducated, the ignorant voters that 45, 47 like so much. So they all you have to do is say the libtard and Biden 2 times in a row. And these dumb MAGA voters will carry your water and be angry about it. Jim Jordan is an unserious man. Very unserious man. So we're going to listen. Okay, I'm going to try to be good. What we're going to do, we're going to listen to, he's the chair. We're going to listen to the vice chair, and we're going to listen to the people that they have. I think it's 4 people who are going to be given 5 minutes a piece to introduce themselves. I'm going to not interrupt, and we're going to let that go.
Council hate group. Moms for Liberty was labeled a hate group. Turning Point USA labeled a hate group. Alliance Defending Freedom, even though they argued multiple cases, won 16 cases in front of the Supreme Court, they were labeled a hate group, but never Jane's Revenge, never the group who vandalized crisis pregnancy centers, churches in the aftermath of the Dobbs decision. They never got labeled. And the Biden Justice Department helped make them the standard. This is probably the part that bothers me, I think bothers most people the most. They helped make the Southern Poverty the standard in evaluating who's a hate group, who isn't. Because they consulted with them. They had quarterly meetings. The Deputy Attorney General, Lisa Monaco, quarterly met with SPLC. They would give SPLC any information they had, the Justice Department, the FBI had, they give it to them first. They even used them to train prosecutors. And of course, we know what it resulted in. The now famous memorandum from the FBI field office in Richmond, Virginia, where the FBI said, if you're a pro-life Catholic, you're an extremist. And of course, who did they cite for that? You guessed it, the Southern Poverty Law Center. Southern Poverty Law Center became part of the weaponized Garland Biden Justice Department. Now, here's what's interesting. The Biden DOJ knew all about this scam that they were running. They knew the SPLC was doing this, but they didn't pursue the case. They dropped the case. Because when you meet with them, when you consult with them, when you have them train your prosecutors, you're not going to prosecute them. Nope, you're not going to do it because it's too valuable politically. And here's the scary part. And I'm sure we'll have questions from Mr. Fair later on about this. Here's the scary part. It all worked. Field Source 37, the guy at the Charlottesville rally, helped plan that rally, coordinate transportation there, was paid to attend. After the event, again, after the event where a lady was killed, the Southern Poverty Law Center almost tripled their income. 51 million to 133 million after they were coordinated the hate that took place that crazy rally. You run a scam, you become the standard, you don't get prosecuted, and you make a ton of money. They got 800 million assets, 700 million in an endowment. Such a deal. And they would have gotten away with it, but for the oversight of Congress, and more importantly, the work of the Justice Department. So God bless the Attorney General. in the work him and his team are doing. And we look forward to hearing from our witnesses today and asking them questions. And with that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to our witnesses. Created in 1971 and headquartered in Montgomery, Alabama. Created in 1971, headquartered in Montgomery, Alabama. The Southern Poverty Law Center is one of America's leading civil rights groups. It fights for voting rights throughout the South, economic justice, and criminal justice reform. Like every major civil rights group in our history, it's been subjected to serious white supremacist violence. Its leaders have been threatened and attacked since its founding, and SPLC headquarters were firebombed in 1983 by members of the Ku Klux Klan who were convicted of conspiracy in federal court. After this attack and escalating racial terror, the SPLC added to its work a focus on the Klan and neo-Nazi groups and other purveyors of hate, violence, and white supremacy. In 1988, the SPLC litigated against the Southern Whites of the Ku Klux Klan, the Southern White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, and drove them into bankruptcy, winning $1 million damages verdict on behalf of more than 50 peaceful civil rights marchers in Forsyth County, Georgia, who had been savagely attacked and injured by the Klan. In 2019, it brought a $14 million judgment and won it against the neo-Nazi founder of the Daily Stormer for orchestrating an anti-Semitic troll storm harassment campaign consisting of more than 700 death threats and vile abuse against the Jewish woman and her family. The SPLC has defended the rights of anyone and everyone targeted for hate, violence, oppression, and murder. Today, it's under attack by the Trump administration and MAGA. Like the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the great legislative achievement of the modern civil rights movement, now dismantled by the Roberts Court, the SPLC is an enduring institutional beacon of hope for millions of people seeking to create a more perfect union. The Trump administration is thus naturally trying to tear it down. I've heard three main arguments for this astonishing crusade. The first is that the age of racism and white supremacy violence is over in the 21st century, and so the SPLC's work is unnecessary. Well, this is plainly ridiculous. We live in an age of resurgent racial injustice, profound economic inequality, and relentless assaults on the right to vote. Racist violence still permeates our society. In recent memory, avowed racists and white supremacists have killed 23 people in the El Paso Walmart massacre, 11 people worshiping at the Tree of Life synagogue in the worst anti-Semitic attack in American history, 10 people who were killed shopping for groceries in the Buffalo supermarket massacre, 9 worshiping parishioners were gunned down at the Mother Emanuel Church massacre in Charleston, South Carolina, and 8 people were killed at the Atlanta spa shootings, to name just 5 examples out of thousands. In 2024 alone, the FBI recorded nearly 12,000 hate crime episodes in our country. Just a few weeks ago, 3 fathers died defending their mosque and 140 children at worship services in San Diego against 2 fanatical white supremacist teenagers jacked up on white great replacement theory and far-right neo-Nazi ideology who took their own lives tragically after the attack. But here's the second argument they use. They say, well, even if there's all this violence that we're engulfed in, the Southern Poverty Law Center itself is responsible for the violence that we see around us. The basis for this outlandish claim is that for decades, at least since the 1990s, the SPLC has infiltrated and investigated the Klan, neo-Nazis, and other groups by paying informants who go undercover. The purpose of these operations is obviously to derail and prevent white supremacist hate crimes and actions, both the kinds of hate crimes and shooting sprees we see all around us, but even more massive terrorist attacks like the Oklahoma City Federal Building bombing, which took the lives of 168 Americans, many of them children, who were in a daycare center when the white nationalists unleashed their terrorism on the people of Oklahoma. In the course of their work to investigate the extreme right, the SPLC has worked closely with the FBI for decades and turned over to the Bureau voluminous information, tips and leads from their field sources for further investigation, criminal arrest, and prosecution. In 2017, the FBI listed the SPLC as one of its partners on its website, where it remained for 8 or 9 years before this administration. There's nothing new about that work. But now Todd Blance and the Trump DOJ in Alabama have twisted and corrupted this proud history of cooperation with law enforcement to bring an 11-count criminal indictment against the SPLC, claiming that it was defrauding its own donors. This is amazing, given not only that the SPLC donors and supporters cherish and prize the group precisely for its ability to get information in this way to stop hate crimes, but also incredible because the FBI itself uses the exact same practices for its own investigative work, spending in the neighborhood of not $3 or $4 million on undercover informants, but more than $40 million a year on undercover informants. There's nothing illegal about that. SPLC donors are not claiming fraud. They were proud to support this program. Even the extremist groups themselves understood they were being infiltrated and were constantly looking for the traitors, the spies. Well, my friends, we know what a real fraud looks like. Consider a fraud called Trump University, a scam from top to bottom where 9,000 victims joined 3 different class action lawsuits to complain about the fact that they were cheated out of thousands of dollars for a university that existed in name only, without a real curriculum, without real professors, without an actual campus, or any way to keep their extravagant and seductive promises to their students. The thousands of outraged victims were not silent. They came forward to complain, and they won a $25 million settlement against Donald Trump and the purveyors of this fraud. One former instructor at Trump University said it, quote, preyed upon the elderly and uneducated to separate them from their money. Another former instructor said the institution was, quote, a total lie. That's what real fraud looks like. What have SPLC's donors done in light of this criminal indictment? They've not lined up to file class action suits or to denounce the SPLC. They continue to support the SPLC's works. Donations to the organization have gone up since this fraudulent indictment was brought down by the Trump administration. Well, the final complaint I've heard from members of this committee speaking on behalf of certain groups who take exception to being called hate groups by the SPLC. So they're mad that certain groups that they like are called hate groups. And I can appreciate why people don't want to be called a hate group. I don't like a lot of things that are said about me and the groups that I like. Stephen Miller said, the Democrat Party is not a political party, it's a domestic extremist organization. I don't like that. Kristi Noem called Alex Preddy and Renee Good, law-abiding citizens shot down by ICE, domestic terrorists. Donald Trump said that Democratic donors like George Soros and Reid Hoffman were funding a conspiracy for domestic terrorists. Look, under our First Amendment, love and hate exist in the eye of the beholder. Donald Trump has repeatedly said that January 6th was a day of love when our police officers were bathed in hugs and kisses from the Proud Boys and the insurrectionists. For most of us who lived through that violent insurrection, it wasn't a day of love, it was a day of hatred and sickening violence. But that's the great thing about the First Amendment. It's up to you. You can say whatever you want. If you don't like the fact that someone's called you a hate group, then you get up and then you rebut them. You denounce them. I've heard Chairman Jordan say it a dozen times in our hearings, and I agree with him. The proper response to speech you don't like is counter speech, not government prosecution, not government censorship. Counterpose honest speech to dishonest speech, the truth to the lies. Let the public figure it out. Whatever happened to I disagree with everything you say, but I will stand with my life for your right to say it. We need less vendetta and more Voltaire. All of this is a disgrace. When DOJ was founded in 1870, 156 years ago, it was to protect the newly freed African Americans against the Ku Klux Klan, which was rampaging violence throughout the South. Todd Blance has capsized DOJ's commitment to the rights of all and disgraced the department. He has directed DOJ to savage the SPLC while he does everything in his power with the president to aid and abet the right-wing extremists who commit acts of violence against racial minorities. Just 2 weeks after becoming acting AG, he moved to vacate the criminal convictions of the leaders of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers for seditious conspiracy. They were convicted and sentenced to jail for many, many years. Seditious conspiracy means working to overthrow the government of the United States. These were crimes so toxic that President Trump wouldn't even pardon them when he was pardoning en masse more than 1,600 other cop-beating racist January 6 rioters and insurrectionists. These are the people that the DOJ now protects. And now Todd Blance wants to create a $1.776 billion taxpayer-funded slush fund to turn the January 6 foot soldiers into mega millionaires. And while Blance was at it, he signed an outrageous super pardon to give not just Donald Trump, but his entire family and all their businesses complete and total immunity from any investigation, audit, lawsuit, or prosecution by any federal agency for any criminal or civil violation against the United States up until this point. And while systematically firing prosecutors and FBI agents who worked on the January 6th investigation, the largest criminal probe in American history, Trump and Blance are putting January 6th rioters, violent extremists, and their closest allies in key positions throughout the DOJ, like Jared Wise, who urged rioters to kill police officers on January 6th, like Ed Martin, who defended violent cop beaters, both as a defense attorney and a federal prosecutor. He's been given free rein now as DOJ's pardon attorney, despite his long history of consorting with neo-Nazis. Donald Trump nominated Paul Ingrassia, 3 years out of law school, to run the ethics watchdog office of the special counsel and stood by him after it was revealed that he admitted to having, quote, a bit of a Nazi streak in him. And he wrote that the Martin Luther King holiday should be tossed into the seventh circle of hell. The Department of Defense hired Elias Irizarry, an unqualified, inexperienced 24-year-old Trump loyalist and convicted J6 rioter who was pardoned by the president to work on irregular warfare and counterterrorism, and so on. We understand that the extremist swamp that gave rise to this criminal indictment against the SPLC is just one more Orwellian attack on the civil rights movement and one more Kafkaesque prosecution designed to shame and ensnare the righteous and acquit and absolve the guilty. It is a tissue of lies that will join the pantheon of debunked fraudulent prosecutions that DOJ has been excoriated for by dozens of judges across the land, appointed by all different presidents. A few weeks ago, a federal judge in Rhode Island, Judge McElroy, called the government's submissions in a case misleading, if not utterly false. Another judge said that DOJ attorneys had submitted a patently false allegation to the court. Another judge rejected administration officials' testimony as disingenuous, squalid, and dishonorable. And another court found the administration had provided a highly misleading, if not intentionally false, sworn declaration so disingenuous that the court is left with little confidence that the United States can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. I predict it will not be long before another federal judge casts this obscene prosecution to the winds. I'm only sorry the great name of the House Judiciary Committee has now been made an accomplice to this fraud against the court and the country. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I think we're part of the fraud. I think the Southern Poverty Law Center was defrauding their donors. Without objection, all of their opening statements will be included in the record. Today's witnesses. Dr. Alveda King is the chair of the American Dream Initiative at the American First Policy Institute. She is the daughter of civil rights activist Reverend A.D. King and the niece of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. She is the founder of Speak for Life, an organization that advocates for the sanctity and dignity of human life. Mr. Brian Fair is the interim CEO and president of the Southern Poverty Law Center. He previously served as the chairman of SPLC's board of directors. Mr. Ryan Bangert is the senior vice president for strategic initiatives and special counsel to the president at the Alliance Defending Freedom.
Now here we have the niece, and they're trying to disparage the memory of Dr. King by having this bumbling idiot of a niece sit up here and talk dumb, ignorant ass shit. Let's continue. Hey, viewers of you. Hello, everyone who came in. I needed to get past that. Now let's get past the four people that will be testifying. The gentleman on the far right drinking the water, he is the president of the Southern Poverty Law Center. To his left, there is Dr. King's niece. I forget who this guy is. I forget who he is. And this woman right here, she is in support of the Southern Poverty Law Center. He is against the Southern Poverty Law Center. This numbnuts right here is against the Southern Poverty Law Center because she found herself in a pickle where her passport was rescinded and she was put on a government watch list. So we'll get into it. Let's get into it.
Previously served in the office of the Texas Attorney General and was a litigation partner at Baker Botts LLP. And Professor Mary McCord is a visiting professor of law at the Georgetown University Law Center. She previously served in numerous roles in the Department of Justice. We welcome our witnesses and thank them for appearing today. We'll begin by swearing you in. You know how this works. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? The records show that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you. Please be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. We're just going to start with Mr. Fair, and we're going to go right down the line. So, Mr. Fair, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, members of the committee. Last July, I took on a one-year leave in teaching to become the interim head of the Southern Poverty Law Center. So my testimony today will be one of my last official acts in this role. It has been one of the greatest honors of my life to work alongside the talented, dedicated, and principled SPLC staff. For 55 years, with the support of generous donors who appreciate our work, the SPLC has fought racial terror, white supremacy, and other forms of discrimination and hate, seeking to build and defend a multiracial democracy where we can all live and thrive. That was the goal of the civil rights movement, and it is our mission. We are known for exposing and dismantling extremist hate groups. We took on the United Klans of America, whose hateful violence killed 4 little girls in the 16th Street Baptist Church bombing, and we sued them out of existence. In the decades since, hate has continued but so have our efforts to expose it through litigation, policy research, and education. We fight for the underdog, the poor, the unhoused, the hungry, the incarcerated, the disenfranchised, the immigrant, the outcast, the vilified. Many groups, and some in this room, have misrepresented our work, including our confidential informant program, repeating various false allegations. Some say we've lost our way. That's false. We've never lost our North Star, a fair and just society for every person. All our programs advance that mission. Our work saves lives, but it comes at a price. Since our earliest days, we've been targeted by those who oppose our mission. Our office was firebombed, our staff threatened, our leaders the target of assassination. We know political violence. We unequivocally condemn it. However, despite the danger, we will not stop exposing hate. This morning, we released our annual Year in Hate and Extremism report. It chronicles how the hard right has weaponized the levers of government to weaken the political and economic power of non-whites, immigrants, women, the LGBTQ+ community, religious minorities, and the poor. The forces turning back hard-won progress against discrimination are unrelenting and unashamed. The SPLC, alongside many civil rights groups and democracy defenders, is resisting them. To American people of goodwill, especially those left out of the American promise, your civic participation matters now more than any time since the civil rights movement. Today, I'm joined by several people who inspire our work. First, Ms. Karen Finn and her son Aaron are here. Aaron faced expulsion from school for alleged conduct that was a manifestation of his disability. Aaron lives with autism, and federal law prohibits schools from excluding students for behaviors connected to their disabilities. We sued, and with his mother's courage and dedication and his perseverance, Aaron graduated from that school in 2023. Ms. Tanya Gersh is also here. A Jewish Montana mom, Gersh and her family became the target of relentless anti-Semitic harassment from white nationalists, including threatening phone calls where all that could be heard on the line was gunshots. With the center's help, Gersh won a $14 million judgment against the neo-Nazi who incited her harassers. We stand with Karen, Aaron, Tanya, and thousands we protect every day. Fannie Lou Hamer said, "Nobody's free until everybody's free." The SPLC will continue our constitutionally protected work to ensure everyone in this country is treated with dignity, lives lives free of discrimination, and enjoys liberty and opportunity to thrive. These promises of our democracy are not self-executing. They require our collective vigilance, and we will continue to defend them when they come under attack. Finally, I must note that I'm constrained in answering some questions today because they may touch on matters involving pending criminal litigation against the SPLC or conversations that I've had with counsel. Frankly, this constraint is a result of the majority's injecting itself into a pending criminal matter 3 days after it was filed and then refusing our request to delay this hearing until that case is resolved. With that, I will.
So understand 3 days after Todd Blance put together this bogus suit against the Southern Poverty Law Center, Jim Jordan was chomping at the bit to have this hearing and refused to delay it because he was full aware that, kind of like Todd Blance in Pam Bimbo and all the Republicans who say that they can't comment on something because of pending litigation, things that they actually can comment on, even though there is pending litigation. Jim Jordan is like, oh no. 3 days later, Jim Jordan has convened a hearing with the Southern Poverty Law Center. And I must say, he has a very underwhelming a panel of people who are trying to toe the water for the Republicans up here arguing against this case. Now, I thank all of you for being here. Thank you, Julian Fry, for being here. And also, Auntie K, it is good to see you guys. Let's get through the rest of these.
I'll answer what I can.
Thank you, Mr. Fair. I just point out this committee has had hearings on the activities of the SPLC prior to the indictment from the Justice Department. We thank you for your statement. Dr. King, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, ranking member, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today. I was born on January 22nd, 1951, not with a silver spoon in my mouth, but singing Amazing Grace and pledging allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. In other words, I was born into a Christian family led by Baptist preachers and men and women who loved God, believed in God, proclaimed the gospel of Jesus Christ, and embraced the truth found in Acts 17:26. And of one blood, God made every nation of people to dwell on the face of the earth. I was taught from birth to love, to repent, to forgive, to trust God, and to love my fellow brothers and sisters. Human dignity is the creed of our family, the King family legacy. My uncle, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., did not dedicate his life to dividing people into categories of oppressor and oppressed. He dedicated his life to bringing people together under the truth that every person bears the image of God. I come before you today not in anger, but in deep concern. I'm not sure anyone can fully grasp the emotions of a young girl who grew up in a family that sacrificed so much for justice and reconciliation, only to spend much of her adult life being watched, shadowed, criticized, and even threatened because she believes in God, in Jesus Christ, in the sanctity of life, and in the American.
So she's a victim because she believes in God, Jesus Christ. She's victimized for her religion. Okay, this is what she is up here to tell you about her victimization. Department of Education provides most funding for the special education. So if Trumpstein is allowed to shut it down, those kids will lose out on a chance at success. Yes, of course they will. And the Department of Education's job in education is to protect the civil rights of the students. That is another thing that will go unaddressed. You heard the president of the Southern Poverty Law Center say that I think it's this gentleman right behind her with the blue headphones on, that he was penalized because his autism made him exhibit certain traits. So it appears that they tried to, say that he did something that he should not have been doing, but it was his autism. So if you don't have this protection from the Department of Education, this is what's going to happen to your special needs children. Okay. And your children whose civil rights are being violated in school. Let's continue.
Dream. My family, she grew up in a family that sacrificed so much for justice and reconciliation, only to spend much of her adult life being watched, shadowed, criticized, and even threatened because she believes in God.
Watch, shadow, criticize. Isn't that the experience of every black woman when we go out shopping, when we go out minding our own business, and people are asking us, why are we here? What you want? Can I help you? So she's unique in being watched, followed, criticized. Really, bitch? It wasn't just you. It's just her. No other black woman in the United States of America have to tend with any of that. Poor baby, poor boo-boo. Oh, you poor boo-boo.
God in Jesus Christ, in the sanctity of life, and in the American dream. My family legacy reflects the very truth that America is strongest when we recognize our common humanity. My grandmother's family came from the west coast of Africa. My grandfather's family came from Ireland. My mother's family included Cherokee roots. I have spent my entire...
Oh, you got a little Cherokee in you? You one of those Negroes that always says that you got a little Cherokee in you. Oh, is that true? Let's continue.
Life, living the reality that America is not a collection of competing tribes. America is one people under God. That is why I am troubled by the conduct and messaging of organizations that claim to fight hatred while profiteering from division. Recent allegations reportedly contained in a federal superseding indictment raise serious questions about the Southern Poverty Law Center's activities. Individuals associated with organizations the SPLC itself labeled as extremist.
So, She has no personal experience with any of the things she's testifying. She's repeating what is in the superseding allegations from Todd Blance. She's a victim of being a black woman in the United States, but she is so incensed at the Southern Poverty Law Center. But she can't say personally and specifically why she is mad at them. But she's repeating the muddlings of Todd Blance, who is the personal attorney of the President of the United States, that made sure that he did his best to wipe out all advances that your uncle and your father had advanced for your people. But you're up here repeating Todd Blanche's words. Lies based on absolutely nothing. Let's continue. I'm going to quit interrupting.
Or hate groups allegedly received substantial payments over many years. The indictment shares of payments totaling hundreds of thousands and in some cases more than $1 million to sources connected to white supremacist, neo-Nazi, and Ku Klux Klan organizations. Those allegations deserve careful examination. They reveal a troubling contradiction. Americans who faithfully donate their hard-earned money, many of them senior citizens like me, who sincerely want to combat racism and hatred, deserve.
Bitch, many of them senior citizens like you, would they include you? So where are you damaged? And where are the people who contribute to the Southern Poverty Law Center to say that, hey, I didn't know my money was going after this. I feel violated. There are none. There are absolutely none. But now you're a post-senior citizen, and senior citizens like me have been duped. Where are they? Oh, they're giving more to the Southern Poverty Law Center. Because they don't have the king name to profit off of and to shield off of to the highest bidder, bitch. Go sit your funky ass down somewhere.
Transparency and accountability about how those funds are being used. America does not need more manufactured racial tension. We do need more labels with the sole and do not need more labels with the sole intention to drive us apart. We do not need more lists that place citizens under suspicion because they hold sincere beliefs about faith, family, life, or public policy. I know myself about being labeled. Let me be clear. I reject racism. I reject hatred. I reject white supremacy. I reject any ideology that seeks to elevate one group of people above another. But I also reject the notion that Americans who hold traditional Christian beliefs should be treated as threats or terrorists simply because we disagree with a prevailing political thought. Today, I still have a dream. I dream that one day we will move beyond black power and white power and embrace God's power and human dignity. I dream that Americans will one day see each other not as enemies, but as neighbors. I dream that we will hear each other, see each other, and recognize that every human life has value from the womb to the tomb and beyond. We are, as scripture teaches, as science testified, one blood, one human race. And if we remember that truth, we can build a future worthy of the sacrifices made by those who came before us. We must speak out for truth and against the forces that would manufacture hate, fear, division, and violence simply to line their pockets and further their political ambitions. Thank you. God bless America. And I look forward to your questions. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you. Well done. Mr. Banger, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify before you today. Over 50 years ago, the SPLC was founded to fight the scourge of racism, but the SPLC has drifted from that founding purpose. The indictment alleges that the SPLC deceived donors into funding the racist groups it claimed to fight. But beyond these shocking allegations of hypocrisy lies a broader story, how the SPLC tarred mainstream conservative organizations as hate groups, and then relentlessly sought to silence those groups by persuading America's leading financial and technology firms to exclude them from the marketplace. ADF is one of those organizations. We've been on the SPLC's hate map since 2016, which is odd, given that we reject racism. Our Christian faith teaches that all are created equal and all are made in the image of God. But it makes sense when you understand today's SPLC, in the words of some, as a political hit operation. The SPLC has branded ADF and others like us as hate groups solely because it disagrees with our work, grounded in our religious conviction on behalf of children told by the medical establishment to disfigure and permanently mutilate their bodies, on behalf of the most vulnerable among us, both those unborn and those at the end of life. Our advocacy for these mainstream positions has repeatedly led us to the U.S. Supreme Court, where we have secured 18 victories since 2011, including 2 more cases under submission today. In fact, the SPLC even quietly filed an amicus brief supporting one of ADF's Supreme Court wins on behalf of freedom of association and donor privacy. But the SPLC cannot abide our work on behalf of the vulnerable, parents, children, and the unborn. So it has slandered ADF and other groups like us as hate groups and sought to lock us out of the public square. The SPLC began targeting mainstream Christian and conservative organizations by adding them to their hate map in 2010. 7 years later, the SPLC's fundraising skyrocketed in response to the notorious Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. But this wasn't a stroke of good luck. The superseding indictment alleges that the SPLC funded and supported one of its ringleaders. In the immediate aftermath of Charlottesville, the SPLC received large donations or commitments from leading firms and personalities, including JP Morgan Chase, Facebook, Google, Twitter, and even Tim Cook at Apple. In 2018, it launched a coalition of left-wing organizations called Change the Terms. They understood that you don't have to win a debate with your opponents if they're invisible. So the coalition targeted critical banking, payment processing, donor advisory, technology, and digital communications infrastructure. It embedded the SPLC within that infrastructure of corporate decision-making, allowing it to influence terms of engagement, flag business partners, and bully corporations into compliance. In short, the SPLC mobilized corporate America to crush the voices of mainstream conservative organizations. The Biden years saw the SPLC deepen its presence in America's political and corporate infrastructure. The Biden DOJ and White House met regularly with SPLC officials. Amazon used the SPLC to blackball groups from its Amazon Smile giving program. So did the employee charitable giving platform Benevity, which serves nearly a quarter of the Fortune 1000. ADF saw tangible impacts. We lost access to the Amazon Smile program, nonprofit pricing from large technology providers like Microsoft, Adobe, and Intuit, web hosting on the Pantheon platform, and access to donor-advised funds at Fidelity. A partisan political organization like the SPLC should never have been allowed to function as an unaccountable private gatekeeper to critical financial, technology, and communication services. And corporations should never have accepted the word of an organization that is itself severely compromised. In addition to standing indicted today, the SPLC has paid millions in settlements for defamation. Its co-founder and president left in 2019 amid staff reports of a systemic culture of racism and sexism. It received an F from Charity Navigator for hoarding donor money to the tune of more than $800 million, much of it offshore. Former employees have said that the SPLC is little more than a highly profitable scam. The time has come to uproot the SPLC from America's financial and technology infrastructure, and Congress can help. Investigations of the SPLC can reach beyond the indictment to examine the SPLC's relationships with financial institutions, technology companies, and digital communications platforms. Moreover, Congress can pass legislation barring federally insured financial institutions from delegating decision-making to private entities that discriminate based on First Amendment protected activity. These would be critical steps toward dismantling the SPLC's shadow censorship regime. We thank the committee for its interest in doing so.
Thank you, Mr. Banger. Professor McCord, you're recognized.
Members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify. The Department of Justice should not use its power as a weapon against people and organizations disliked by the president. No one has said this better than former U.S. Supreme Court Justice and U.S. Attorney General Robert Jackson in his 1940 speech, The Federal Prosecutor. He said, "The prosecutor has more control over life, liberty, and reputation than any other person in America. The prosecutor can order arrests, present cases to the grand jury in secret session, and on the basis of his one-sided presentation of the facts, can cause the citizen to be indicted and held for trial. If the prosecutor is obliged to choose his cases, it follows that he can choose his defendants. It is in this realm in which the prosecutor picks some person whom he dislikes or desires to embarrass, or selects some group of unpopular persons and then looks for an offense, that the greatest danger of abuse of the prosecuting power lies. It is here that law enforcement becomes personal, and the real crime becomes that of being unpopular with the predominant or governing group, being attached to the wrong political views, or being personally obnoxious to or in the way of the prosecutor himself." What Justice Jackson warned about has come to pass. The DOJ has initiated fraud investigations against political enemies such as New York Attorney General Letitia James, Federal Reserve Board member Lisa Cook, and former Chair Jerome Powell, and Senator Adam Schiff. And at the same time, the president has granted clemency to more than 70 allies, donors, and others convicted of hundreds of millions of dollars in fraud across his 2 terms, often after receiving financial or other benefits from them. And he, along with his Attorney General nominee, have orchestrated a fraud on the court, settling the president's collusive lawsuit against the IRS, in which he, his family members, and his businesses all received from the Justice Department an effective pardon from criminal and civil investigations, audits, claims, and prosecutions by any federal department or agency on any subject based on anything that could have been initiated as of the date of the settlement, known or unknown. The so-called settlement came after a federal judge ordered briefing on whether there was actual adversity between the parties, a constitutional requirement for a lawsuit. This one-sided use of prosecutorial power extends to the President's National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. Using the domestic terrorism label, it mandates that federal government, including the DOJ, use every tool in its toolbox to target groups with ideologies this administration perceives as, quote, anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, and anti-Christianity, extremism on migration, race, and gender, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. NSPM 7 states that the groups and entities that perpetuate this extremism.
I want you to pay attention to what she is saying about the NSPM 7, National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, and how this fits in with everything. And there is someone new in the chat, Terry Simmons. Oh, no, actually, Terry Simmons, we just paid $70 billion to keep the DHS, ICE, and CBS to continue with their lawlessness until 2029. Not 38 billion, $70 billion. Let that sink in, Terry. Okay, let's go back to the NSPM 7 because while people are floating around thinking that they've heard the news, how many in my chat who have not been in my chat on a regular basis have heard of the NSPM 7 and know what it entails? Well, she's about to go into the things that it entails. And if you think that this will not be enacted over if 45-47's Republican Party loses in the midterm elections, I don't know what to tell you. But you might want to pay attention. They are trying to dismantle groups that will fight and go to court to win for when your civil rights are being violated, as they are violating the civil rights of you, taking your lives and all other types of things. But a lot of people, a lot of these dumb Trump voters, even some Trump voters have come around and said, hey, I didn't know he was going to do that to me. But there's plenty of ignorance out here who think that all of this is for other people. So I'm going to support it because it's doing damage to Black people in the United States. It's getting rid of immigrants in the United States. It hasn't improved not one bit. I'm barely getting by, but I'm going to trust the process as I go bankrupt in the process that I'm trusting, because I think that I'm hurting Black people and immigrants. Let's continue.
On migration, race, and gender, hostility towards those who hold mandates that federal government, including the DOJ, briefing on whether there was actual criminal and civil investigations, audits, claims, and prosecutions by any federal department or agency on any subject based on anything that could have been initiated as of the date of the settlement, known or unknown. The so-called settlement came after a federal judge ordered briefing on whether there was actual adversity between the parties, a constitutional requirement for a lawsuit. This one-sided use of prosecutorial power.
No, there was no adversity between Trump and his IRS chair. The IRS chair who, the IRS chair. Now, we got to go over the Social Security. The head of the Social Security Department was grilled before Congress today. We'll go over that on Friday. But let's hear what she has to say about the NSPM 7 after she just got finished telling you how he insulated himself, his family, and their businesses from being tried for anything. But do you know what the NSPM 7 is going to do to regular American citizens based on vague descriptions of what you may do, who you may appear to be based upon things that you do in your life? These things that all of these data brokers have collected data on you? Why do you think that they are so insistent upon creating a algorithm for you? What will this all of this data collection about you be interpreted by someone who doesn't like one thing you do? It's going to make it easier to classify you as a domestic terrorist. If you don't know about NSPM 7, I suggest you acquaint yourself with it.
Extends to the president's national
Acquaint yourself with it. I said
Security Presidential Memorandum 7, using the domestic adversity between the parties, a constitutional requirement for a lawsuit. This one-sided use of prosecutorial power extends to the president's National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. Using the domestic terrorism label, it mandates that federal government, including the DOJ, use every tool in its toolbox to target groups with ideologies this administration perceives as, quote, anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, and anti-Christianity, extremism on migration, race, and gender, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. NSPM 7 states that the groups and entities that perpetuate this extremism have created a movement that embraces and elevates violence to achieve policy outcomes. It relies for support on the murder of Charlie Kirk, assassination attempts against the president and Justice Brett Kavanaugh, and the so-called riots in protest of ICE activity. And although murders and threats of violence are reprehensible and illegal, the examples do not justify the stark lack of parity in NSPM 7's treatment of supposedly dangerous ideologies. There is no mention in NSPM 7 of the politically motivated murders of Minnesota Democratic legislator Melissa Hortman and her husband, or the mass shootings committed in Buffalo, New York, El Paso, Texas, and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania by white supremacists who justified their violence based on the Great Replacement theory. The one-sided memorandum not only lacks legitimacy, it raises the stakes for organizations that hold views the administration dislikes. It has the strong potential to lead to the discriminatory targeting of organizations based on the exercise of First Amendment rights. Within months of then Attorney General Pam Bondi's December 2025 memo reminding prosecutors of the many federal criminal provisions that might be used in implementing NSPM 7, the SPLC was indicted. SPLC has for decades spoken out against racial violence, sued to protect civil rights and dismantle hate groups, and worked cooperatively with law enforcement. Commenting on the charges, the president called SPLC one of the greatest political scams in American history. I'm not here to discuss the substance of the charges against SPLC, which is being ably defended in court. But the targeting of the organization harkens the very danger Justice Jackson warned about, that law enforcement becomes personal and the real crime becomes that of being unpopular with the predominant or governing group, being attached to the wrong political views, or being personally obnoxious to or in the way of the prosecutor himself.
Okay. If you also are unaware, left-wing vloggers, they have the news under control by ownership of these for-profit news channel. That's why a lot of now, let's be real clear. NSPM 7 has not been fleshed out on any of that I have seen. Any for-profit media has not been fleshed out. The meanings of what it means to you have not been fleshed out in any media. But Pam Bimbo is reminding these DOJ people who have routinely brought cases against people that they cannot even defend in court. They're not even showing up in court after they bring charges on people. They have no argument when they go to court. And a lot of the DOJ cases are being thrown out because over 10,000 DOJ attorneys have, not make all attorneys, over 10,000 DOJ officials have quit their job rather than work under this administration, to the point that they have people who have been in the DOJ for years who are sitting back and allowing people with 6 months in the DOJ get hammered for these poor cases that they are bringing in front of a judge. And who is going to be in jeopardy of losing their law licenses? These people who have 6 months experience. Now, being an attorney for the DOJ used to be a very prestigious fucking type of job that was in high demand, that they couldn't keep these positions filled when a position came open. Now the DOJ is at the point where it's kind of like ICE. They're offering sign-on bonuses to people to try to try to lure people in with some upfront money. That is how in disrepair the Department of Justice is. So these are the people who are going to be enacting all of these laws that are set up to designate American citizens operating in their constitutional rights. They are trying to designate your actions as being domestic terrorists if they don't like it. Your for-profit media is not telling you any of this, but let's continue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. We will now move to 5-minute questions. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Professor McCord, I congratulate you on your ad hominem attacks on the president, and you're deflecting any part of answers as to the nature of this hearing. Your absence of that shows a great deal about how you have no answers for our questions, but you have answers for your own party persuasion. Mr. Bangert, I apologize in advance. I'm going to focus a little bit over here, but it's not because your organization hasn't been the subject of the attacks by Mr. Fair's organization for what is now a decade and a half. Dr. King, I'll start with you. You wear a cross here today. You spoke of God and Jesus Christ, your deep faith, and the conviction that comes with that faith as to how a just government and a people should act. Is that a fair statement of who you are?
The statement of who I am is just a 75-year-old woman who has experienced so much. I have been personally flagged by SPLC, and I have been on a domestic terrorist list, interestingly enough, for much of my life.
Well, Dr. King, that's the question. Is that because of who you are, because of your faith, because you have championed the teachings of your father and your uncle? Yesterday, I led a small trip into the Capitol where the rotunda has virtually only presidents of the United States other than Dr. King. Is it in fact his teachings and the teachings of people like that that you follow that has caused you to be so labeled?
I believe that these attacks against me and others are not because only of my faith, certainly because of my faith, absolutely. My uncle, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said that the law may not make you love me, but it can keep you from killing me. And so I believe that many of us are persecuted because of our faith and our beliefs. I think it's a little unfair because I say life from the womb to the tomb and beyond.
She hasn't said why she was put on a terrorist watch list, though. She is talking about all of this, trying to reckon back to Dr. King. Bitch, why were you put on a terrorist watch list? And if you were put on a terrorist watch list, the Southern Poverty Law Center doesn't have the ability to be the ones who put you on a terrorist watch list, bitch. It is your United States government. So why should the Southern Poverty Law Center be blamed that you found yourself on a terrorist watch list? Tell us the full story. Flesh this out a little bit. Can you? Let's see her flesh this out. It's because of her religion, because she loved the Lord. It's because of my religion. Your religion, you are the only Christian in the place. I thought that they did everything to protect Christians' rights in the United States of America. What the fuck are you talking about? See, I'm not going to say anything else.
That I'm on a domestic terrorist list. I think that's unfair.
Well, you join a group of faithful people, as Mr. Bangert mentioned, tend to be what we'd call center-right leading. You knew Charlie Kirk and his work, didn't you?
I did know Charlie Kirk.
And his work, like your work, was about...
Daryl Issa. Now you have, you know why she's on the terrorist watch list. You joined a religious group that is on the far right leaning. So Daryl Issa, you know exactly what group this is that she is a part of. And not just her personally. It seems like everyone in this group that you want to omit and you want to whitewash. Let's get past this. You joined a group and they're kind of far right leaning. Derek Issa, what group would this be that you're trying to avoid?
Love. Well, you join a group of faithful people, as Mr. Bangert mentioned, tend to be what we'd call center-right leading.
A group of faithful people tending to be center-right leaning. They tend to be center-right leaning. So, when they are untended leaning? What are they? Are they white nationalists leaning? When they're not, you know, they sometimes, most likely are center right. When they're not most likely, what are they then?
You knew Charlie Kirk and his work, didn't you?
I did know Charlie Kirk.
And his work, like your work, was.
I do know Charlie Kirk. Do you know him, or did you know him? I do know Charlie Kirk. Somebody wrapped the jacket sleeves around her back a little more tightly.
About love, people getting along, but it was also about teaching of the benefits of faith, wasn't it?
I was able to make some peace with Charlie before he was killed because he said some bad things about my uncle. I didn't like it. I was upset.
Now, Daryl Issa wanted to say that he was talking about love and getting along. And then she's going to come out and tell you the truth. He said some bad things about my uncle. Yes, he did. It was that love, Daryl Issa. You didn't want her to say that. You're asking her all of these leading questions, and she comes back and said, I made peace with Charlie Kirk because I'm a raccoon. That's what raccoons do to get access to power. I made peace to somebody who talked bad about my uncle, and I didn't like it. Daryl Issa, you tried to prod her into saying how much Charlie Kirk was talked about love. Let's continue.
And I said Charlie, but one of the last things Charlie said.
You knew Charlie Kirk and his work, didn't you?
I did know Charlie Kirk.
And his work, like your work, was about love, people getting along, but it was also about teaching of the benefits of faith, wasn't it?
I was able to make some peace with Charlie before he was killed because he said some bad things about my uncle. I didn't like it. I was upset, and I said, Charlie, but one of the last things Charlie said to an African-American young man, he says, our DNA makes us the same, not the skin. Charlie actually said that, and he publicly apologized at a meeting where I was. So Charlie was not an angel. I'm definitely not an angel. President Trump, Biden, Obama. Angels, please raise your hand right now. If you're out there, I need to meet you. However, it's misguided compassion that brings us here today. It is misguided compassion that puts me on a domestic terrorist list. I think that is very unfair. And old people like me giving money to SPLC and then calling me later, oh my God, they believe it's okay to cut a boy's penis off? I was like, seems like they're spending a little money to do that. And people are totally shocked. I hope people will take the medicine.
They was like, now giving money to SPLC, old people like me, and they call me and say they giving money to cut boys' penises off. Bitch, what are you talking about? It seems to me like they may be doing that. You had no further information. You just got a phone call from they, and they said that they seem to be cutting boys' penises off. And you said, oh, it seems like they may be using that money to do that. Based on what, bitch? A crazy bitch. A crazy bitch.
And come on and admit that old people like me giving money to SPLC and then calling me later, oh my God, they believe it's okay to cut a boy's penis off? I was like, seems like they're spending a little money to do that. And people are totally shocked. I hope people will take the medicine and come on and admit that they are funding some things. They might be doing some good stuff. But look like this. I have a dog, and I'm making some brownies. And they're chocolate. The dog poops some brown stuff. I put a little secret ingredient in there, and I put it in my brownies, and the people get worms. It's not right. It's just not right.
Thank you, Dr. King. Mr. Fair, I don't want you to be left out of this conversation.
This is who they bought to speak on their behalf against the Southern Poverty Law Center. My dog, I have a little dog, and I'm cooking some brownies, and he dropped some brown stuff on the carpet, and I picked up something, and I put a little secret ingredient in my brownies, and the people get worms. Well, bitch, first and foremost of all, you a nasty bitch, because there is no reason why your dog would be thinking that it is okay to poop indoors in your home. Either you're a nasty bitch or you're a surly bitch that is too filthy to train your dog to go outdoors. But also, it would show what a nasty, surly bitch you are, that the fact that automatically your dog's has worms in his stool in the first place. That shows that you don't even deserve to have a dog at all, bitch. You mean that it's natural for worms to be eating the gut of your animal? Lord have mercy. This ignorant ass bitch right here. Now, this is who they wanted to represent them in this argument. Your Republican Congress people. Is America great again yet? To bastardize the king name. This is who they brought up here to go against the Southern Poverty Law Center that protects the civil rights of dumb bitches like her. They want you to understand that a king, the king lineage has problems with the Southern Poverty Law Center. Does this woman seems like, well, I guess the MAGA are used to talking to people who talk nonsensical like her because they have to try to make sense of what Donald Trump is saying on a day-to-day basis. Okay, so this is what, let's call this for what this is. This is a bunch of bullshit and trying to bastardize Dr. King's legacy. Now, everyone doesn't have control of their mental health. When some people reach a certain age, they may lose control of their mental faculties. But the thing about this is that your Republican representatives thought that they could bring this person in and she would make a good points about their arguments about the agencies that protect civil rights for her and all other people whose civil rights have been trampled all over on. This is what this is about. Is deleting your protections. Let's go further.
Your organization has labeled Dr. King and Charlie Kirk and others. Do you regret that? Will you recant it? Or are you going to double down and say that these people, including the martyred Charlie Kirk, in fact, somehow deserve to be on your hate list for they're constantly talking about bringing people together, talking about the teachings of the Bible and the like?
Congressman Issa, as I said in my statement.
No, wait a second. No. I heard your statement. I only want an answer to your question in the 11 seconds left. Are you going to recant, yes or no? And if you're not going to, please don't tell me it's because now you're under charges. Your organization did it as much as 16 years ago. Will you take back any part of that, or is your hate list stand as your position of your organization as its head today?
The SPLC will continue to expose hate and extremism.
Okay, we'll take that as the list stands. Mr. Chairman, I'd ask unanimous consent.
Gentleman's Thomas property can do a unanimous consent.
Thank you. That a submission from the Heartbeat International for today's hearing be placed in the record.
Objection.
That a message, particularly from, it's entitled "The Truth About the SPLC," from the Family Research Council be placed in the record.
Objection.
And lastly, Mr. Chairman, for this hearing too, a statement from the Executive Director's Office of the Center for Immigration Studies be placed in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Ms. McCord, our colleagues invoke the fact that the SPLC had an informant in a white nationalist group at the infamous Unite the Right rally in August of 2017 in Charlottesville as some kind of indictment of the SPLC. But didn't that SPLC informant create the information that allowed the SPLC to send 3 different FBI field offices a 45-page memorandum warning of planned violence and the potential for violence at this?
Jim Jordan, how come you didn't say that? You acted as if this was a tried and true, real white supremacist that the Southern Poverty Law Center had up at this Charlottesville riot. And you left out the part that they gave 3 FBI field officers the information and told them about the suspected violence that they were expecting. But Jim Jordan didn't tell you that, huh?
Extremist confab?
That is the facts that have been represented in court.
Mr. Fair, is it true that the SPLC sent a memo based on that informant's work to 3 different FBI field offices?
Yes, it is.
Okay. The chairman spoke with some indignation about the fact that there were $3 million or $4 million spent giving to undercover informants to try to expose the work of the extremist groups, as in Charlottesville in 2017, where Heather Heyer was killed by a fanatic racist. I'm just curious how the members of the panel feel about this proposed $1.776 billion political slush fund set up for the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and other convicted criminals and rioters from January 6th. Do you think that fund should be shut down in any other similar fund, Mr. Fair?
Yeah,
yes or no?
Yes, I do.
Dr. King, do you agree that should be shut down?
I will not speak on whether that particular fund should be shut down.
Or any such fund.
I will not speak on whether that fund should be shut down. Well, what you gonna speak on then, bitch?
I think some of these slush funds that SPLC is using.
Okay, about my question.
We're not talking about SPLC and any slush funds that they have. She's a dumb bitch. I'm sorry to admit it to everybody. This is a stupid ass raccoon sitting up in front of your face.
Question is about the one proposed by Todd Blance. Slush fund set up for the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and other convicted criminals and rioters from January 6th. Do you think that fund should be shut down in any other similar fund, Mr. Fair?
Yeah,
yes or no?
Yes, I do.
Dr. King, do you agree that should be shut down?
I will not speak on whether that particular fund should be
or
shut down.
any such fund.
I think some of these slush funds that SPLC is using.
Okay, my question is about the one proposed by Todd Blance. It's a yes or no?
I will not answer on it.
Okay.
I think they need to stop killing the babies and cutting the penises off. And so any slush fund.
I think that they need to stop killing the babies and cutting the penises off. This is who your Republican party brought up here to talk about the Southern Poverty Law Group and allegations that they are paying white supremacists to survive, live. They are just paying white supremacists to just be with the donors' money. And they decide to bring her up here, who wants to talk about, she thinks that the SPLC should stop killing babies and cutting their penises off. Where is anything like this in this argument that has been brought forth about the Southern Poverty Law Center? Can anybody tell me? At what point do you dumb MAGAs be embarrassed of how ignorant you are?
I have limited time. We can
money in that is the problem.
Mr.
Some of these slush funds that SPLC is using.
Okay, my question is about the one proposed by Todd Blance. It's a yes or no?
I will not answer on it.
Okay.
I think
Mr.
they
Banger,
need to stop killing the babies and cutting the penises off. And so any slush fund is
I have limited time. We can
money in that is the problem.
Mr. Banger, do you believe that the $1.776 billion political slush fund should be shut down and any similar fund?
That's a question for Congress to answer.
Okay, and Professor McCord, what do you think? Should that political slush fund be shut down?
Yes, it should.
And any similar slush fund?
Yes, it should.
Okay. So the conceit of the prosecution, this whole...
Hold on. See, I have a problem with what he just said. He said that's a question for Congress to answer. But did they go to Congress to get that slush fund approved? So how is that a question for Congress to answer when no one ever went to Congress to get that slush fund approved? It doesn't seem like it really is a question for Congress to answer because Congress didn't approve this money. So how can they claw back this money? The monies that Congress have approved to run things in government have been clawed back by Russell Vought of the Office of Budget and Management. Actual money that is within the purview of Congress to approve have been clawed back and have not been dispersed to entities that Congress had the right and did in fact approve to be dispersed. But now you're saying something that Congress was not a part of. It is within their purview to claw back this money. And we're supposed to take you seriously. Because you don't want to offend Todd Blance. You don't want to be the whipping boy for Donald Trump, whipping boy. Are you serious?
hearing the whole attack on the SPL, think should that political slush fund be shut down?
Yes,
and,
it should.
And any similar slush fund?
Yes, it should.
Okay. So the conceit of the prosecution, this whole hearing, the whole attack on the SPLC, is that there's some contradiction between fighting against extremist hate and racism for decades and then sending people undercover as informants to find out what these groups are doing. Do you agree that there's a contradiction, Professor McCord?
I agree that it is a very useful law enforcement tool to use informants and cooperators to learn more, not just about hate groups and potential domestic violent extremism, but also as a tool to dismantle drug trafficking groups and human trafficking groups.
So if the FBI sent someone undercover to expose a mafia organization, narco traffickers, international human traffickers, that wouldn't mean that the FBI is supporting those groups, would it?
That's correct.
Okay. As a matter of law, and as a matter of fact, can you have a criminal fraud if there are no victims of the fraud?
No.
To have a criminal fraud, you have to have made statements and fraudulently to induce some activity. And if it did not induce some sort of activity, like a gift or donation, then there is no.
Well, what I don't understand is that suddenly, out of the blue, there's a claim that the Southern Poverty Law Center is engaged in fraud because it's been extremely effective. I wish it had been even more effective, for example, in stopping the Oklahoma City bombing, where nearly 200 people were killed in an act of fanatical white nationalism. But it's been quite effective. I don't know of any group that's been more effective, other than potentially the FBI itself, in stopping extremist white violence. Well, do you believe that it is an act of fraud when the donors to the group understand perfectly well that people are being sent undercover to try to get information on what these groups are doing?
If donors were not defrauded, and no donors have come forward, to my knowledge, suggesting that they were unaware of what the SPLC was doing, that program has been known for a long time, and so that creates a problem.
I mean, it just seems to me amazing to be alleging a fraud when there are no victims. When I just looked up the Trump University case, there were hundreds and hundreds of people coming forward screaming to high heaven about how they'd been ripped off and exploited by this fake university, and they won $25 million.
So do you pay the same people to do the bomb and then go and comfort the people from being bombed? You pay the same people to do both jobs? That's kind of fraud to me. That's weird and chaotic and confusing.
Well, Dr. King, I don't think there's any allegation that anybody who was working with the Southern Poverty Law Center bombed anyone. Do you have information to that effect? Because
I don't personally, but outside agitators did bomb our house in '63 and then ran back and took off the Ku Klux Klan sheets and put on police things and ran up in the yard.
Well,
it was the same people. It was crazy.
I'm with you, and that's a statement about the racism of that police force working with the Ku Klux Klan.
Hey, y'all pay both of them to do the double jobs. SPLC does. Really, you hire them to do the bombing, then you hire them to fix the bombing. That's weird.
Dr. King, you're asserting a lot of things under oath, and you haven't brought the evidence with you. So
I'll get some for you.
Okay, please bring us the evidence.
Crazy ass bitch. Just interrupted. Y'all did that in 1967. The Southern Poverty Law Center was not even in existence in 1967. A dumb bitch. A dumb bitch. Y'all gonna pay them to bomb and then pay them to stop bombing? A dumb bitch.
And I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
The Southern Poverty Law Center was created, I believe, in 1973. I will look that up. Let's continue.
Yields back. Mr. Fair, did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor money to have field sources?
And here he is, all of his intern questions in between. You're supposed to be introducing the next person. You're trying to make what this stupid bitch says sound better. Let's hear what she said again.
That police force working with the Ku Klux Klan.
Hey, y'all pay both of them and took off the Ku Klux Klan sheets. Jobs. That's kind of
off and exploited by this fake. Me amazing to be alleging a fraud when there are no victims. When I just looked up the Trump University case, there were hundreds and hundreds of people coming forward screaming to high heaven about how they've been ripped off and exploited by this fake university, and they won $25 million.
So do you pay the same people to do the bomb and then go and comfort the people from being bombed? You pay the same people to do both jobs? That's kind of fraud to me. That's weird and chaotic and confusing.
Well, Dr. King, I don't think there's any allegation that anybody who was working with the Southern Poverty Law Center bombed anyone. Do you have information to that effect? Because
I don't personally, but outside agitators did bomb our house in '63 and then ran back and took off the Ku Klux Klan sheets and put on police things and ran up in the yard.
Well,
it was the same people. It was crazy.
I'm with you, and that's a statement about the racism of that police force working with the Ku Klux.
Okay. Here we have it right here. I'm not gonna. You can look this up for yourself. But the Southern Poverty Law Center (SPLC) is a civil rights organization founded in 1971. There you go. MAGA, is America great again? Let's continue.
Hey, y'all pay both of them to do the double jobs. SPLC does. Really, you hire them to do the bombing, then you
You're
hire them
asserting
to
a lot
fix
of
the
things.
bombing. That's weird.
Dr. Ting, you're asserting a lot of things under oath, and you haven't brought the evidence with you. So I think
I'll get some for you.
Okay, please bring us the evidence, and I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll get some for
back. Mr. Fair, did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor money to have field sources attend extremist rallies?
Evidence with you. So
I'll get some for you.
Now, I want you to watch the woman to the far left who is giggling under her breath at this airhead that they have on here to desecrate the memory of the King legacy. I want you to see her giggling, and you will also see this what is his name? I keep on forgetting his name. Jim Jordan. You will also see him straining to keep from laughing. Okay, you happy with your presentation, Republicans? Because we see it for what it's worth. Wouldn't this be called elder abuse at this point? To sit this frail mind woman up here rattling on and on when she is surely has some mental frailties about herself, and you sit her in front of a congressional committee where they are giggling under their breath about her. Isn't that elder abuse? I mean, I'm very curious.
Okay, please.
Let's watch the giggling.
Bring us the evidence, and I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fair, did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor money to have field sources attend extremist rallies across the country?
Mr. Chairman.
It's a simple question. Did you use your donor money for that purpose?
We used donor money
So yes or no?
to pay confidential informants to infiltrate extremist organizations.
Did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor dollars to have field sources host extremist rallies throughout the country?
Not to my knowledge.
That's not what the indictment says. Did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor dollars to have field sources grow?
So whatever you indicted for, that means it's factual. No one is ever innocent of things that they have been indicted for. That's not what the indictment says. Oh, really? Oh, really? But you would never say that if you're asking Donald Trump about the things that were in his indictment. If he said he had never done these things, you will say weaponization of the Biden weaponization of the DOJ. That's what you would say if you asked Trump about the things that he had been indicted for, even these things that he has been found guilty of that he still wants to deny that are true. You would blame that on weaponization of the DOJ. Let's continue.
Existing chapters of extremist groups.
Mr. Chairman, as I
It's a
said
simple
earlier,
question, Mr. Fair. Did you use donor money for the purpose I just read? I'm reading straight from the superseding indictment.
and Mr. Chairman, the indictment will be managed and responded to by counsel in the criminal case that's
Well, you just
pending.
answered a question from Mr. Raskin.
So, in fact, you have no questions to ask of him. You are going straight from the superseded indictment. You have nothing to ask him. You have no curiosity. You are just fanning the flames. You are just being a good do boy for Trump and what is his name? God dang it. The intern Todd Blance. You're just being a good do boy for these people. With no curiosity, no backstory, no nothing. I'm just reading from the indictment, the superseding indictment. I'm just reading from it, and I'm asking you a question with a nasty attitude, as if you are my slave, Jimmy. Did you do this? I'm talking to you as if giving you no respect as a man, no respect as a man of my senior. I'm talking to you like a white child in slavery would talk to a 80-year-old and calling the 80-year-old boy. See, we see what you're doing there, Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan, do you not think we see what you're doing there, Jim Jordan? Yes, I see very well what you're doing there. Because that's one of the favorite things of racists to do, to talk to someone their senior in a disrespecting manner. Because they think that all black people are not equal to them. They think that they are less than, so therefore their tone should be speaking to them as if they are less than. If you don't see what you're seeing, if you can't figure out what you're seeing in the way that Jim Jordan speaks to this man, please.
Concerning the indictment, he asked you, did field sources send information to the FBI that help with things? You answered that question.
That's a matter of public knowledge.
That's in our public filing.
Did Southern Poverty Law Center use donor?
Yeah, I answered that because that was in our public filing of a response, dumb bitch.
Money to have field sources create new chapters of extremist groups?
Again, Mr. Chairman.
Did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor money to recruit new individuals into those extremist groups?
I assume you don't want me to answer since you're not giving me time to answer.
No, I'm giving you time to answer because that's a yes or did you use your donors' money for that purpose? Yes or no?
Again, those issues will be resolved in the pending allegations against the SPLC.
It seems to me if the answer is no, you could say no.
We have asserted that the allegations are false.
Did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor money to have field sources make donations to extremist group leaders and purchase materials for cross burning? It's alleged in the indictment. Did it happen?
We've alleged that those allegations are false.
Did Southern Poverty Law Center use donor dollars to have field sources create racist paraphernalia that extremist groups sold at rallies?
We've alleged that those allegations are false.
Okay, how about this? What is Fox photography?
Mr. Chairman, what I've learned about Fox photography, I've learned from counsel in conversations with counsel.
How about Northwest Technologies?
And they're covered by the attorney-client privilege.
These are, well, did the Southern Poverty Law Center establish shell companies to pay, to run the money through, to then pay the field sources?
Again, all of the allegations that...
Of course they did. What do you think that they wrote them a check that says Southern Poverty Law Center and deposited in their fucking bank? What the fuck you thought? Come on now. Come on now, Jim Jordan. You think that the Southern Poverty Law Center was writing checks out to informants with the identifying information on it? What the fuck you think? And you are saying that in an accusatory voice? They're supposed to have a shell company to pay their informants. You're trying to make a big deal out of them doing something that they are supposed to do. You stupid motherfucker. Oh, excuse me.
You are referring to, Chairman Jordan, will be
how about this?
Responded to by our counsel in the Middle District of Alabama.
Did you pay the field sources directly or did you pay them through an intermediary?
Mr. Chairman Jordan,
yep.
Our counsel will respond to all the allegations in the indictment in the case pending in the Middle District.
Well, there's all these companies that you sent money to. Center Investigative Agency, not the CIA, but your CIA. Fox Photography, Northwest Technologies, Tech Writers Group, Rare Books Warehouses, Imagery Link, J&J Electronics, and Kelly's Marine. I'm just want to know if that was the intermediate shell companies that...
Baldwin, D Rex, bitch, I ain't gonna keep you nowhere, bitch. I'm not gonna even keep you in my motherfucking chat, bitch. No one is requesting or requiring you to be on my page, bitch. If you don't like what I'm talking about, go hit your like button and talk about what the fuck you want to talk about, bitch. I'm not holding you. Hit the like button on your way out, you hoe ass motherfucker. How about that? How about that? All right, let's continue.
You guys set up to pay the field sources. Is that true?
Will the good chairman yield for just a moment?
I got just a minute and a half, and then I'll be happy to entertain a question you may
Chairman
have.
Jordan, our counsel will respond to all the allegations in the Middle District of Alabama.
Okay.
As the process allows.
Did you do it all for the money? I mean, you said now, I think the Southern Poverty Law Center said you're no longer going to use these field sources. You're going to stop the program, but you did it for multiple years. And according to the indictment, it was $4 million that you shelled out to these various field sources to engage in all the activities I just read.
As we said,
Was it all about the money?
Well, if they're shelling out money to pay to get information to prosecute, how is it all about the money? What did the money do for them? What a stupid question. Was it all about the money? Did you do it all for the money? The money that they had to pay their sources to build their cases? What the fuck are you talking about? You're acting like it was lucrative for them as an individual agency or individual people. Oh my God.
We said in our public statement, Chairman Jordan, we did it to protect our staff and to protect the public.
Did fundraising increase after paying people to stay in these groups who actually wanted out of them? Did your fundraising increase? Did the donations coming in increase?
Chairman Jordan, I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to when you say.
How about this? After the crazy Charlottesville rally, did fundraising go up?
Mr. Chairman, our fundraising went up.
Fundraising where one of your field sources helped coordinate transportation.
Our fundraising went up when President Donald Trump was elected in 2016.
Fundraising go up after you paid a field source to coordinate the transportation at an event in Charlottesville where a person was killed. That's what I'm asking. Did it go up? Because according to what we know, you went from 51 million to 133 million in 1 year.
And that happened when President Donald Trump was elected.
Who's the president of the National Socialist Party? You know? You know who he is?
Mr. Chairman, that's an allegation in the indictment that will be responded to by counsel in the Middle District of Alabama.
My time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Now, I find it curious if Jim Jordan is interested. He's interested in the amount of money that a business receives after certain things are done. Is he concerned about the amount of money that these startup businesses that the Trump Jr. and Eric Trump and even Donald Trump himself, is he worried about once they became partners in these businesses that these business the money in these business went up to gigantic amounts? Is he worried about that? Is he worried about these private businesses? These are not businesses out here trying to sniff out hate groups. No, these are personal business that are only profiting the president's family. Is he worried about these small businesses that all of a sudden are getting government contracts? Is he worried about these small businesses that his father, that the president goes out and talk about, all of a sudden are worth billions of dollars? Is Jim Jordan worried about those businesses? Is that all about the money, Jim Jordan? Let's continue this clown show.
In a Justice Department that has lost more than 10,000 attorneys since the start of President Trump's second term, it's not surprising that the indictment of SPLC are replete with mistakes of fact and law. In the words of one former prosecutor, DOJ's indictment of SPLC, quote, falls egregiously short of alleging a crime, close quote. At its core, the indictment claims that SPLC defrauded its donors and betrayed its stated mission to dismantle hate groups by paying informants who, quote, were either associated with violent extremist organizations or had infiltrated such organizations at the SPLC's direction, close quote. But this is directly contradicted by the fact that SPLC's donors have said that they knew about and liked the informant program. The truth is that SPLC's use of paid informants has been public knowledge for decades. Mr. Fair, has information provided by informants to the SPLC been used to prevent political and racially motivated violence?
I'm sorry, Congressman.
Has information provided by informants to SPLC been used to prevent political and racially motivated violence?
Yes, Congressman Nadler. We shared information that we learned through our confidential informant program with local, state, and federal law enforcement to prevent racial violence against the public at large and to protect our staff.
Thank you. SPLC proactively shared information obtained from its informants with law enforcement agencies in order to prevent the activities of extremist groups, in other words. Question, Mr. Fair, can you explain what actions the SPLC took before the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in an attempt to help law enforcement?
Congressman Nadler, again, I must say that counsel will respond to all allegations in the indictment in the Middle District of Alabama.
That's not an allegation.
It's part of the allegation.
Okay. Mr. Fair, Can you explain how the SPLC's informant program helped thwart a terrorist attack in Las Vegas in 2019?
Yes, Congressman Nadler. In our public filings, we have already stated that SPLC shared information about a particular white nationalist group, Atom Waffen, and to prevent a terrorist attack in Las Vegas in 2019.
Thank you. And what about Philadelphia's Navy Yard? Can you tell us briefly about that?
Again, in 2018, the SPLC shared information with the FBI and with law enforcement about potential criminal activity by a member of the Vanguard America. We shared that information with law enforcement.
Thank you. It sounds to me like SPLC's informant program has been essential, and that SPLC has worked with law enforcement to keep our community safe. And yet, shortly after the indictment was announced, Acting Attorney General Todd Blance falsely claimed on Fox News that the DOJ had, quote, no information, unquote, that suggests that SPLC shared information collected through its informant program with federal law enforcement. This was obviously a lie. In fact, DOJ was forced to walk back Blanche's false claim after SPLC filed a motion to address the government's, quote, materially false statements. Ms. McCord, the Acting Attorney General, the chief law enforcement official in this country, made a patently false statement publicly about a material fact in an ongoing prosecution. Can you explain why a false statement made by an Acting Attorney General directly related to an ongoing prosecution would be concerning?
Well, this is something, first of all, given that Mr. Blanche has now rescinded that statement.
Because he's trying to poison the jury. The same reason why he released the indictment to right-wing media before he even presented it to a court. He's trying to poison the these dummies, the minds of these soft-brained dummies out here in MAGA, so they can go in chat rooms and type a bunch of ignorant shit and don't realize the only thing that they are proving is how ignorant they are. But I digress. Let me let this play a little bit.
It begs the question of whether he knew what he said was false at the time. And if he did, it's a terrible thing to try to prejudice the American public against the SPLC in these criminal charges by making a statement like that, which is really core to the indictment, whether they were sharing information with law enforcement.
Thank you. DOJ's case against SPLC, much like the investigations into James Comey, Letitia James, Jerome Powell, Lisa Cook, and so many others, is yet another example of the Trump administration's total weaponization of the Department of Justice. And this committee's hearing today is an example of slander against one of the greatest civil rights organizations we've had. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I thank the witnesses. I'd like to observe Mr. Panger, who both served in the Office of the Attorney General of the state of Texas. I want to thank you for your service there. Mr. Fair, in 2012, the Family Research Council was attacked and the guard in the front of the building was shot. The head of the Family Research Council, Tony Perkins, made quite note at the time of Southern Poverty Law Center's involvement in that, in putting Family Research Council on their so-called hate map. Has the SPLC ever acknowledged that its designation contributed to that attack?
Congressman Roy?
Yes or no?
I can't answer that question with a yes or no. You asked me if I...
Did they retract, correct, or reconsider the listing of the Family Research Council on its hate map?
The Family Research Council is listed on our hate map because it meets the criteria.
To this day, you continue to keep the Family Research Council on its hate map. Is that true?
The Family Research Council remains on the hate map because it meets the criteria that we use. For
which criteria?
The Family Research Council is an anti-LGBTQ.
Okay, so on your website, you used to have language on there defending your position on the Family Research Council, and you had language saying that other groups, like Focus on the Family, are not included, and you use that as your defense. Well, that language is now gone, and Focus on the Family is now noted as a hate group.
Mr. Roy.
Can you explain that?
Congressman Roy, we take no pleasure in listing any group, and we wish the list was empty. But we have the constitutional right to express our opinion.
How many leftist anti-Jewish groups do you have listed on your website? Name them.
Anyone listening to this can go to our website and see our Year in Hate and Extremism report was released this morning.
How many extremist Islamic groups do you have of the 1,500 or so organizations you have on your hate map?
Again, anyone can go to our website.
My office has been looking over it and can't really find one.
Again, it is the SPLC's.
You think SPLC could provide us a list of the Islamic-oriented groups do you have on your hate map?
Mr. Roy, we don't target any group because of its religion.
Really?
I want to be clear about that.
Really?
Yes, that's exactly right. We target no group because of its religion. We target groups because they express statements and engage in activities that demean and vilify.
So you brought up LGBTQ groups a second ago. So you brought up LGBT groups a minute ago. So you think there's a bunch of Islamic groups that are pro-LGBTQ? Is that the position of the SPLC? I just want to make sure the record is reflecting that.
Mr. Roy, as I said, we target no group or label no group because of its religion. We target groups and label groups because of what they say about others. And we have a constitutional right to do that. And we will continue to do that.
How long did it take for you to criticize the attacks on October 7th?
Mr. Roy.
Was it immediate?
We were clear and loud about our criticism of the Hamas attack on Israel on October 7th.
My research shows that it took you at least 3 weeks to finally say anything, and then you attacked and criticized Israel.
Mr. Roy.
Do you think the record reflects that, or am I incorrect?
Mr. Roy, as I said, the SPLC has a 55-year history of fighting anti-Semitism. It speaks for itself.
And yet the response to the targeting the Family Research Council was to defend yourself for having focused on the family, and then you pulled down from the website that defense. It was your only defense.
Well, first, Mr. Roy, speakers in the United States don't need to defend their speech. We have free speech. And so everyone should understand that.
Yeah, you do here on the record have to defend the position of an organization that has now been indicted and has superseding indictment based on very clear indications of the way the money is flowing in order to target very specific groups and to potentially defraud your donors, not to mention, by the way, banks. If I had a little more time, I'd like to have a little bit more conversation about debanking and your engagement with banking. But the last question I'll ask you is, with respect to Charlie Kirk, have you all taken any position since Charlie Kirk?
Mr. Roy, we unequivocally condemned the murder of Charlie Kirk.
What about the listing of Charlie Kirk?
It is our position that TP USA expresses views and vilifies other people based on immutable characteristics, exposing them to our listing.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of unanimous consent requests.
Objection.
I have several documents here. November 2025 Hate Watch from the Southern Poverty Law Center, in which hearing or the work that I've done on Sharia law was included in Hate Watch without objection. Another one here, anti-Muslim bigotry, in which work we did in this very room in a subcommittee on the Constitution highlighting concerns to Sharia law were included in the Hate Watch. I'd like to insert those to the record.
Objection. Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, have you see
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to enter into the record a letter from the Jewish Council of Public Affairs.
Without objection.
Dozens of rabbis praising the role of the SPLC in opposing anti-Semitism.
Objection. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California.
So during a September 2020 presidential debate, when he was asked to condemn white supremacists and tell their militia groups to stand down, Donald Trump told the Proud Boys to, quote, stand back and stand by. That was a message that elated white supremacists online. Months later, President Trump had lost the election and spent months spreading the big lie about widespread fraud, and the Proud Boys were no longer standing by. On January 6th, they were on the ellipse. They were in the streets, and as we all know, we were here, they made it into our Capitol. Now, as a member of the January 6th Select Committee, I saw firsthand how organized extremist groups helped transform political grievances into coordinated action, hate, and then violence. Before January 6th, the Southern Poverty Law Center spent years warning about organizations like the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and other extremist movements. Professor McCord, can you explain what SPLC must have seen in those groups that caused them to raise concerns about them long before their attack on the Capitol?
Yes, Congressmember. Like other research organizations that study the groups with ideologies that espouse things like white supremacism and the Great Replacement theory, and tend to, in some cases, not all cases, but advocate for violence on behalf of those ideologies and in furtherance of those ideologies, these are things that lead SPLC, as other research organizations do, to give warnings about violence that may be coming. And certainly before January 6th, the red flags and the warning signs were there and were communicated by SPLC as well as other organizations.
How did the prosecution of anti-government actors who participated in the storming of the Capitol on January 6th affect groups like Oath Keepers and the activities of anti-government militias? And what happened after the Trump administration issued its pardons to January 6th insurrection participants? And did the pardons of the January 6th insurrectionists help or hurt the fight against white supremacist violence and extremism in this country? 3 questions for you, Professor McCord.
Right after January 6th, we saw groups like the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the National Three Percenters dismantle their nationwide organizations. We saw the Oath Keepers pretty much dissolve. But of course, with the pardons and the clemency and the commutations, we've seen a resurgence of these groups. We've seen them monetizing things. And we've seen also, unfortunately, members, not just of those groups, but people who were pardoned committing additional crimes.
Additional, we have a list of the crimes they've committed, some really disgusting and serious measures. Mr. Fair, if Congress tries to diminish SPLC and dismiss its warnings about groups like the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, what lessons would we miss about the threat posed by organized domestic extremism to our American democracy?
Thank you, Congressman Longren. The lessons we would miss is that all of us are less safe with the threat of domestic terrorism, that these groups that both express hate, that express white supremacy, that terrorize various groups are a danger to all of us. And we need to know about them. We need to know about what they say, and we need to know about the actions that they take. That's what we'll miss.
I thank you for those answers. I think it's really quite telling that the Republican majority on this committee has now had a second hearing to scrutinize SPLC rather than discuss their findings and figure out how to prevent another such attack on our democracy. These lunatics that Donald Trump unleashed back onto America's streets are prepared to go to war for him again. They're violent, they're hate-filled, and they have a president who will not hold them accountable for violating the law. He's pardoned them. He says he wants to give them taxpayer money to reward them. That's the threat we need to be discussing, not the folks at SPLC who are pointing out this threat. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Until it yields back, I would just remind Mr. Fair that the Family Research Council doesn't terrorize anyone. And shortly after you put them on the hate list, individual came into their facility and shot the security guard. I now recognize the gentleman from...
Sure, a quick unanimous consent request.
Yeah.
Just in response to the time frame with respect to the SPLC's response to October 7th, an article here from Fox that shows that statement was in fact 3 weeks later on October 28th. I'd like to insert that in the record.
Objection.
And subsequent reports in response to their response saying it's an international incident. There are several reports here showing that they previously responded to other international incidents in Europe and in Australia and others. I'd like to insert those in the record.
Without objection. Chair, the gentleman from California.
Thank you. Mr. Fair, does any of the money that the SPLC raises come from foreign sources, whether foreign nationals, organizations, foreign governments?
Not to my knowledge.
How does your organization consult or communicate with foreign sources?
Not to my knowledge.
During the Biden administration, did the Department of Justice seek your organization's guidance on determining political groups to target?
The SPLC, over its 55-year history, has met with members of every administration since its founding.
Yes?
No, we've met with every administration since our founding.
Did the Department of Justice seek your guidance on organizations or individuals to target for investigation?
The SPLC identifies groups based on the criteria that we've set out. One is...
So the answer is yes?
No, the answer is not yes. Maybe I don't understand your question.
The answer under oath is no.
Did we? I'm sorry, I'm not sure that I'm following your question.
You try again. During the Biden administration, did the Department of Justice seek your organization's guidance on determining political groups to target?
Not to my knowledge.
We're told an investigation into your organization's activities was initiated by the Biden administration, but then mysteriously dropped. Did SPLC have any discussions with Biden administration officials about this investigation?
Mr. McClintock, Congressman McClintock, it's my understanding that the initial investigation was opened during the Trump administration. It continued into the Biden administration. And
did SPLC have any discussions with the Biden administration regarding that investigation?
Not to my knowledge.
Did SPLC suggest political groups like Turning Point USA, traditional Catholic groups, Family Research Council for investigation by the Department of Justice?
Congressman McClintock, again, as I said, we identify groups based on the statements that they make, the activities that they engage in. Those are the criteria that we use. And we do it.
Suggest that these groups be investigated by the Department of Justice?
Not to my knowledge.
And you had no conversations with Justice Department officials regarding these matters?
Which matters?
The targeting of Turning Point USA, Catholic groups, Family Research Council?
For
investigation by the Department of Justice?
Not to my knowledge.
Did the SPLC arrange for the break-in and theft of documents from an extremist group?
Congressman McClintock, I believe that is an allegation in the indictment that will be discussed and responded to in the Middle District of Alabama in the criminal case pending.
Well, it's my understanding the charges are wire fraud, bank fraud, false statements, and conspiracy to commit money laundering. How does that deal with the break-in?
All of the allegations in the indictment involving the confidential informant program are connected to the wire fraud, the bank fraud, and the conspiracy claims.
You said that your activities are constitutionally protected. Does the SPLC assert the right to file false statements with banks as a constitutionally protected right?
The SPLC has not filed false statements or false claims.
I didn't ask that. You said these are constitutionally protected. Is that a constitutionally protected?
When I was speaking to Congressman Roy, I was speaking about our right to express our opinions about the various groups that we identify on our list. That is a constitutionally protected First Amendment right. You're asking something else, I believe, and my response is that all of the allegations that are raised in the indictment will be responded to in the Middle District of Alabama in our filings and pleadings.
Okay, well, explain to me the reason behind targeting groups like Turning Point USA, the Family Research Council, traditional Catholic groups as hate groups, but not groups like Antifa, Jane's Revenge, Youth Liberation Front?
We list groups that demonize or vilify people based on immutable characteristics or that express anti-government conspiracy
Do
theories.
you believe that Antifa and Jane's Revenge and Youth Liberation Front have committed violent acts?
Congressman McClintock, it's my understanding that the FBI has said Antifa is an ideology, not a group. So a group, if it's not a group, it wouldn't be identified on our list.
So you don't recognize it as a group?
I'm sorry?
You don't recognize it as a group?
Mr. Chairman, the time's up here.
Time of the gentleman has expired. For unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to introduce the SPLC's hate map, which lists a half a dozen different chapters of the Nation of Islam as anti-Semitic hate groups.
Without objection.
Oh, but strangely enough, these MAGA Congress people could not find where these Muslims were in the Southern Poverty Law Center hate group. He's talking about Antifa. You have a sitting congressman up here that doesn't know that Antifa is not a group. There is no such a group of Antifa. That is an ideology that the right wing has put out to make it appear to be some big dastardly group, because they had no group to put the hate moniker on, like there are so many groups in the right wing to actually put the hate moniker on. So you got a stupid ass senator talking about you didn't decide to put Antifa on there. You don't feel that is a hate group? Oh God. These fucking idiots. The MAGA voter. The MAGA voter.
Action. The chair now recognizes, and I should have mentioned this earlier. I apologize. If you need a break, just let us know. We'll be happy to give you a break. You understand? Because it's going to, as you know, going to go on for a while here. And I think it's the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fair, why was the Southern Poverty Law Center called the Southern Poverty Law Center?
We were founded to defend the poor, to assist the poor, to resist racial terror against poor people across the South. So anti-poverty work has been in our DNA. We continue to do work on behalf of the unhoused, the hungry, the poor.
And your founders, I knew Morris Dees. I know Morris Dees. I haven't seen him in there for a while. And Julian Bond was a dear friend of mine. They were two of your founders, were they not?
That's correct.
Were there other founders that people might know?
The three founders, Morris Dees and Joe Levin, came together and named Julian Bond the first president.
Pretty good crew.
Outstanding crew.
Yeah, they all should have got presidential medals. I tried to get Julian one, but for some reason, two of our presidents failed. Why, I do not know. So the Southern Poverty Law Center was not formed to go after international discrimination and hate. There's plenty of hate in the South.
Yes.
The South's abundant with hate.
Our initial work was primarily focused in the South, but that work has expanded to cover the entire country.
I don't understand the questioning some of the people on the panel about suggesting the Southern Poverty Law Center is not concerned about anti-Semitism and Jewish hate. As a person who's been exposed to Jewish hate and anti-Semitism since my birth, I guess, and could get a ton of it on the Mr. Musk's hate-filled organization, a lot of anti-Semitism, which has increased lately. Why would they be asking such questions? You go after anti-Semitism, do you not?
Absolutely. We've, as I said in my early response, for 55 years, we've been resisting anti-Semitism. I mentioned that Tanya Gersh is here today. We've also recently filed 2 lawsuits against the Goem Defense League in Tennessee for attacks on a Jewish center and on Jewish and African-American people in Nashville. This is work that we've done, that we will continue to do. Again, anti-Semitism is hateful, and groups that traffic in it, whatever their political ideology, would be identified.
Have you had any Jewish people contact you or Jewish organizations and complain?
No, we have not.
As a Jewish person, I welcome all faiths to come to our aid and support, and many have. Many have. But it's, usually when there's anti-Semitism, the Anti-Defamation League is on it. Jewish groups are not afraid to stand up and speak out against anti-Semitism, but none of them have contacted you.
Nor are we afraid to stand up and speak out against anti-Semitism, Congressman Cohen.
What's going on in our country is really scary, and what Ms. Lofgren said was true. We're looking at a president who said, stand by, stand up and stand by, or stand down and stand by. And he has pardoned the people who committed treason against our country, violence against police people, and desecrated our capital. They were convicted or pled guilty, and he pardoned them. And now he wants to give them money. And he may not want to leave come January 2029. And he's got his army prepared. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people in ICE aren't J6ers. That's why they wear their masks. They're not worried about COVID. Not really. They're hiding themselves from the public. And there's a reason for it. I value your work. When one of my best friends died about 8 years ago, Irvin Salke, who was also a friend of Julian Bond's, an outstanding member of the Ratner Sugarman Lucas law firm, the first African-American integrated law firm in Memphis. I asked that people give memorials to the Southern Poverty Law Center in his honor. I'm proud of every memorial that's been given, and I'm proud of every donation I've made. I thank you for your work, and I thank you for continuing the work of Julian Bond and Morris Dees and Mr. Levin. You are a blessing. Thank you.
Thank you.
The time the gentleman expired. Chair, I recognize the gentleman from.
I've got a unanimous consent.
Gentleman from Georgia recognized.
A statement from Kristen Clark, General Counsel for the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, that unequivocally opposes the targeting of the Southern Poverty Law Center, an organization dedicated to combating hate violence in America.
Without objection. Chair, now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. On page 14 of the Year in Hate report, the SPLC criticizes the Alliance Defending Freedom for its Viewpoint Diversity Score initiative. Specifically, they state that the Viewpoint Diversity Score, quote, mimics white supremacist narratives. Mr. Bangert, my understanding of the Viewpoint Diversity Score is that it seeks to hold companies accountable for respecting all religious and ideological diversity in the workplace. Is that white extremism to you?
Thank you for your question, Congressman. Absolutely not, and that allegation is preposterous. ADF works through its Viewpoint Diversity Score initiative, as well as through all the work that we do to defeat censorship by preserving freedom of speech. And the objection we have to what the SPLC has done with its hate map, especially when it comes to groups, conservative, pro-family groups like Family Research Council, TPUSA, Moms for Liberty, ADF, is that they work to defeat free speech by they work to defeat free speech by eliminating those groups from the public square entirely. And that's the distinction between the hate map and the work that ADF does.
Well, I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask you to maybe elaborate. Is it fair to say you disagree with the SPLC's designation of ADF as a hate group?
We strongly disagree with that completely slanderous definition.
Very good. Thank you. Dr. King, do you think conservative groups advocating for viewpoint diversity is racist?
Racist. I think that it's racist to cut the penis off of babies.
Racism is socially engineered in the first place. And if you think you're a different race when we all bleed the same and we're one blood and one human race, then you are socially engineering racism. What I'm trying to understand is SPLC is funding the far right and the far left with informants that they send in to report back. so the informants, to not blow their cover, are doing heinous things on the far right and the far left. I don't think the donors understand that SPLC is using money to stir up racism, to have people fight against each other based on skin.
You mean to tell me that the Southern Poverty Law Center has to give money to stir up racism? Well, where would these people that they are going to, they're paying to stir up racism? Why is it they always have a destination already planned, already pickled in, knee deep in racism for decades in this country? But it's the Southern Poverty Law Center. They are the one who are sending people out to stir up racism. Or are they just sending people out to go to where the racism is, bitch?
Color on the far right and the far left, some adjacent funding coming in there. So in the far left, I don't think the donors understand that SPLC is using money to stir up racism, to have people fight against each other based on skin color on the far right and the far left, some adjacent funding coming in there. So they're manufacturing this racism, causing people to be hatred and fear. You know, some informers, I have been on the domestic terrorist list. Some informer must have told them I said something hateful. I'm not a racist. So how did I end up on a domestic terrorist list?
It's all about her. All about her.
So how did the guard get shot at FRC? How did that happen? So I don't think that the question is, donors are being frauded and money is being spent on the far right and the far left by SPLC with the informants, I think, with some adjacent funding. So the donors think they're trying to clear up the mess. It's confusing to me. So maybe I didn't answer your question. You want to ask me again? I don't quite get it.
No. Well, let me just ask you this. Do you think the SPLC's hate map, as we've seen many times, is antithetical to the peaceful advancement?
It is. It makes
civil rights
people
in America?
afraid. It makes people, I've been on it. I've been on a domestic terrorist list. When I'm for peace and love,
Lord.
one blood, one human race, stop fighting, stop chopping off penises and killing babies. Hey, some of the money, go investigate it yourself. People afraid. It makes people, I've been on it. I've been on a domestic terrorist list. When I'm for peace and love, one blood, one human race, stop fighting, stop chopping off penises and killing babies. Hey, some of the money, go investigate it yourself, is being used to in the name of LGBTQ, cutting baby parts off. That is happening with the money of donors.
But see, this dumb bitch is really making no sense. If they are supporting trans rights, or is that, I believe this is what she is trying to insinuate. Therefore, that would not be being done to babies. If she is talking about trans rights, they're cutting a penis off of babies. This is just beyond the pale of ignorance. And she has hit all of these assertions that she has set up here and made. Republicans, you feel great that this is what you had to bring out into a hearing to try to support these bogus charges that you are putting up against a civil rights activist who takes on the case of discrimination and the rights of people in the United States are being trampled all over? Is it that bad, Todd Blance? But there has not been not one hearing behind Todd Blance taking Ghislaine Maxwell to a low security prison that she is not allowed to be in via the Board of Prisons' own rules and regulations.
And the donors are shocked.
Right. Thank you very much. Mr. Fair, in SPLC's motion to dismiss the DOJ lawsuit, you briefly discussed the organization's hate map designations. On page 6 of the lawsuit, the SPLC states, these are not mainstream groups or they're espousing traditional conservative political views. Rather, as defined in the Year of the Hate report, these are groups that, through their rhetoric and activities, traffic in extreme and sometimes violent ideologies. And if you have the hate report in front of you, it's mentioned in the motion that there are many different. Let me just ask you the question. So, do you think that the hate map was designed to identify specific organizations, or to just create this ideology that there's hate everywhere across the United States of America?
The hate map was created to expose the statements and activities of groups across the country that vilify and demonize others on the basis of immutable characteristics.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This hearing takes me back to the 50s, the time of McCarthyism, the time of demonic and demonizing attacks against political enemies that was in vogue by the notorious and infamous Joe McCarthy, the House Un-American Activities Committee. This is what this reminds me of. And when I go back to the 50s, I also think about how mainstreamed during that time was white supremacy. It was mainstreamed. It was so mainstreamed that presidents had to call out the troops to maintain order or to bring order. I'm reminded of the racist governor of Arkansas denying entry for the Little Rock Nine into the all-white Central High School. I'm sure you remember too, Dr. King, back in '57, the little girls trying to get into the building and being spat upon and taunted and threatened. And I'm sure you remember, Dr. King, in 1962 in Mississippi, when James Meredith was to enroll at the University of Mississippi, and President Kennedy had to call out the troops to guarantee that they stopped the riots so that this man could enroll. And then again in '63, when the troops were called out by the president, as George Wallace stood in the door of the school and said, segregation today, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever. I mean, that's mainstream white supremacy. Same thing when the troops had to be called out by President Johnson in 1965 to protect the civil rights marchers from Selma to Montgomery, marching for voting rights. And today, the clock has turned back. White supremacy extremism is again mainstream. This president came into office and revoked a 60-year-old executive order banning racial discrimination in federal government hiring practices, saying that it was now unnecessary. We've had the stripping of employment protections from employees of the federal government. We've seen the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice gutted and diverted from its mainstream activities. And at the same time, we have experienced we've experienced attacks on the rule of law. The top wealthy, most powerful law firms, some of which bent the knee to this president because he threatened them. We've seen him go after the mainstream media because they would not renounce diversity, equity, and inclusion. We've seen him go after top universities trying to get at their research funding, threatening to cut it off, and actually cutting it off unless they rooted out diversity, equity, inclusion. It's mainstream. White supremacy is mainstreamed extremism. Nonprofit corporations have been attacked, like the SPLC, organizations that offer legal assistance and provide advocacy for victims of white supremacy and racial discrimination, organizations which advance the cause of civil rights and voting rights for Black people, like the SPLC does. Southern Poverty Law Center is under attack because they are standing up against the erosion of our democracy. Professor Fair, America may not realize that election workers have recently faced bomb threats, harassment, and targeted intimidation simply for doing their job, and you've issued reports about that. How are these threats part of the larger racial-based suppression tactics, and is this a reason why your organization has come under attack by this administration and by this committee?
Gentleman's time has expired, but you may answer.
Thank you. Congressman Johnson, yes, we believe that there is a direct threat to free and fair elections, And we believe that we are a target of this administration because of the effective work we've done for 55 years.
Thank you, sir. I stand with you on your work.
Gentleman's time has expired. I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Thank you. Mr. Fair, as the only Virginian sitting on this committee, I'm very concerned about the allegations in the indictment, about your organization's role in the planning of the Unite the Right rally. According to the indictment, one of your paid sources, F-37, maintained an active online presence making racist posts under the supervision of the SPLC. The SPLC paid this informant over $300,000 during this period. The informant was involved with the rally. Now, I would ask you questions about that, but I know from your past.
The informant did his job that he was paid to do. Is that what you're saying? And took all the information to the FBI. You're not concerned about them taking that information to the FBI? You're not concerned about that? Oh, okay.
Answers, you're not going to answer anything related to this indictment. But I want to know how exactly this individual aided in the planning of the rally. I want to know whether this individual attended the rally, because an individual was tragically murdered at this rally. 2 law enforcement officers were also tragically killed in an accident while serving.
We do know who actually killed the woman at the rally. So why is it necessary for them to answer to you? That's what I want to know. Why is it the Southern Poverty Law Center's duty to answer to you? Who the fuck are you to be answered to? Who are you? I'm really curious. The audacity of these snowflakes.
Surveilling the scene. I want to know why the SPLC forced individuals, other sources, to stay in the extremist organization that they wanted to leave. But let me ask you this, because this is public record and you may be able to answer it. Following the Unite the Right rally, the SPLC reported an annual revenue increase of $80 million between 2015 and 2016. Is that correct?
Congressman Klein, as I said earlier, a number of national civil rights groups saw their fundraising donations surge after the election of Donald Trump. That is correct.
Following the Unite the Right rally as well, correct?
The Unite the Right rally was in 2017. You referred to 2015 and 16. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Following 2017, you saw an increase, correct?
Yeah, that's why you pause. That's why you pause when you were about to read the dates, because you realized that you were going to ask him about the amount of increase that he had in his coffers between 2015 and 2016, and knowing that the Charlotte's riot was in 2017. But at least you didn't try to fudge the numbers. You thought that man wasn't going to catch on to what you just tried to do right there. Try to pretend like because of their whatever you want to call participation in the Charlottesville white nationalist march that they got more money.
The largest increase, to my knowledge, occurred after the election of Donald Trump.
I want to shift to your partnership with the Biden-Harris administration's DOJ and FBI. Were you aware at the time that the SPLC received special treatment, such as direct access to high-ranking officials in the Civil Rights Division, early access to FBI hate crime data, and invitations to exclusive events with DOJ leadership during the Biden-Harris administration?
As I said to Chairman Jordan, the SPLC has met with every administration since its founding to advance racial justice and equality in this country. I'm not aware of any special treatment for the SPLC during any of those administrations.
Has the SPLC provided training to federal law enforcement, to federal prosecutors?
I'm not aware of any training of prosecutors as part of SPLC's work. We did work with law enforcement and sponsor trainings for law enforcement, if that's what you mean.
Thank you. Mr. Banger, how does collusion between law enforcement and partisan groups like the SPLC undermine civil rights protections for Americans?
Thank you, Congressman. The problem with the SPLC is that it's trying to shut down debate in the public square. And there are numerous examples of the SPLC colluding, not just with law enforcement, but also major corporate actors to do exactly that. Of course, we all witnessed what happened with the malicious prosecutions by the Biden administration's DOJ under the FACE Act. But it goes beyond that. We've seen major corporations consistently canceling, debanking, refusing service to organizations that simply have a political disagreement with the SPLC, oftentimes on issues that the vast majority of the American public disagree with the SPLC on. And yet they're pressuring both the government and large corporations to take adverse action against those corporations simply to grind political acts. That's not right.
We've discussed how the labeling of an organization as a domestic terrorist organization weaponizes this type of activity against Christian groups. What is the problem with nonprofit organizations receiving special treatment from and maintaining a special relationship with a law enforcement agency like the DOJ or the FBI?
But Congressman, nonprofit groups are not politically accountable to anyone. They're not politically accountable under the First Amendment. And of course, they have the right to freely speak. Of course they do. But when they use that right to persuade government actors, powerful corporations, to refuse the public square to their political opponents, that's a problem.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Georgia recognized.
I've got a unanimous consent request to introduce for the record an article from the Columbus Dispatch titled, quote, 50 white extremist groups thrive in Ohio's heart, period. SPLC indictment helps them, end quote.
Without objection. Gentlelady, I'm sorry, Ms. Garcia's unanimous consent.
Thank you, Chairman. I ask you unanimous consent to enter into the record this letter from the Christian faith leaders expressing their deep and abiding support for the people and the vital work of the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Without objection. Gentlelady, and the committee wishes to express our condolences. I know you had a tough situation with your family. I'm sorry to hear about that, but welcome you back, and you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Really appreciate that. Well, here we are again for a third hearing in 6 months about the Southern Poverty Law Center. And I wanted to point out that voter confidence in the economy has plummeted to a 4-year low. 76% of Americans think that the economy is getting worse. The average price for a gallon of gas has almost doubled since Trump began his unconstitutional war of choice against Iran. And the top concerns of Americans across political party are gas prices, the cost of groceries, and rising healthcare costs. So perhaps it's a surprise to my Republican colleagues that the Southern Poverty Law Center is nowhere on the top list of concerns of Americans across this country. And the fact is that the factual falsehoods and ideological grievances that Republicans keep pushing in these endless hearings is all about fulfilling Donald Trump's mission of punishing perceived political enemies. So I want to be very clear, this hearing is allegedly about SPLC, quote, spreading hate, which is even more ironic given that it's Donald Trump himself who has used extreme rhetoric and gone out of his way to stoke racism, fear, and xenophobia. He has denounced Mexican immigrants as rapists. He's railed against immigration from, quote, shithole countries, his words, not mine. He has enacted travel bans against dozens of countries, which a federal court just ruled unlawfully targeted people from 39 African, Asian, Latin American, and Middle Eastern countries. And he and Republicans have tried to end birthright citizenship and have given hundreds of billions of dollars to rogue ICE and CBP agents to kidnap and disappear immigrants of all immigration statuses, including, by the way, United States citizens. But it isn't just the denigrating of Black and brown communities that's so dangerous. It is the praising, the pardoning, the condoning of extreme white nationalists directly from the White House. In Trump's America, white supremacists at the Charlottesville rally are, quote, very fine people, even after images and videos showed participants making Nazi salutes and cheering on the former Grand Wizard of the KKK. Trump then urged the same network of extremists to storm the Capitol and is still trying to implement his $1.8 billion slush fund of U.S. taxpayer dollars to pardon convicted insurrectionists, at least 89 of whom have gone on to commit all kinds of serious crimes, from child sexual abuse to reckless homicide. And he's done so over and over again, and yet he's weaponizing the Department of Justice to go after the Southern Poverty Law Center because they have dared to call out that hate and extremism, including from people within the White House, like Stephen Miller and others within the administration. My Republican colleagues want you to think that SPLC is targeting mainstream conservative individuals and groups. But I want to dive in a little bit to set the record straight about exactly who we are talking about here. Many of these individuals and groups espouse something called the Great Replacement Theory, which argues that elites are trying to actively replace white Americans and Europeans with non-white immigrants. So Professor McCord, is the Great Replacement Theory an extreme and hateful fringe theory? It is a fringe extreme theory, Congressmember. It is not something that is adhered to by the majority of the American public or even a large percentage.
And it's true, is it not, that the Great Replacement Theory has stimulated violent reactionary responses in multiple cases, including mass murders, mass shootings?
There have been numerous mass shootings, including in Buffalo, New York, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, El Paso, Texas, and many others, where the writings and work of the people who have committed those heinous crimes reflected that they adhered to the Great Replacement Theory as an ideology.
Now, one of the groups that espouses these views is the Center for...
Most recently here in San Diego, California, by teens.
Immigration Studies, or CIS, and it's an anti-immigrant think tank that SPLC has designated as a hate group. These are some of the statements behind me that CIS's leaders and writers have said, including advocating for the need to maintain a European-American majority, claiming that blacks and Hispanics have lower IQ than white people. And I guess I want to ask you, Mr. Fair, why was it important for Southern Poverty Law Center to designate CIS as a hate group?
It was important, Congressman Jayapal, because it is one of these go-to think tank organizations that many people rely on. And our goal is to expose the statements of these groups and to let the people decide. We don't stop speech. We don't stop anyone's speech. There's plenty of speech in the public square from these groups. We expose their statements in the words of what they say and their activities, and let the people decide what they think about it.
So that they don't lead to violent actions that follow that. I think
the gentlelady has expired. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for unanimous consent.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is from SPLC's Learning for Justice curriculum and how it influences international terrorism debate, with a specific reference that the terrorism in Israel is worse than that of the Palestinians.
Without objection, turn. I recognize the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to start out by saying the SPLC used to be a good thing. It started out doing the right thing. So many of the good examples that have been brought up of what it's about and ending racism and fighting for us to all be on an equal front are in the past. But I want to speak about the present, where we are now. I want to speak about how money was used to fund and create racism, and it was for money. I want to talk about how real Americans don't know the real deal and which actually is going on. It's a great name. You know, people look at the name, Southern Poverty Law Center. What could be better? It stands for doing the right thing. But instead of healing, it opened wounds. Instead of dampening racism, it created more racism, more hate. And that's why we're here today. What happened? What went wrong? All the other stuff we can talk about, but let's talk about this issue today. And the reason that not everybody, but that some folks want to keep straying away from it into other organizations or into the economy or into Donald Trump or the price of gas. It's not what the hearing's about. All important things. I want to talk about those things, but not at the hearing. It's become clear how this organization that was existing to dismantle white supremacy was actually trying to create it in order to get more money. This is all about money. It's all about politics. It's all about changing the political scene and bringing money in to do that. And it was all in the shadows. And if you look in the shadows, you see that the money it was receiving from donors wasn't going towards dismantling hate. Honest to God, if some of the donors really knew where the money was going, they would be upset. In the shadows, they allegedly paid more than $4.1 million to individuals associated, that's a lot of money, by the way, with hate groups like the Ku Klux Klan, the National Alliance, and the...
That's a lot of money, you say? That's a lot of money. When everything that is done in this administration is calculated in the billions, but he wants you to believe that $4.1 million is a lot of money. Inflation just hit 4.2 in the United States. He wants you to believe that $4 million is a lot of money in our 2026 costs. If you don't sit your ass down somewhere, you're taking up too much. Nagoose. Let's get to Nagoose. Shall we? Fuck that motherfucker. Let's get to...
I just assumed it was you, Ms. Crockett. Please forgive me.
Mr. Jump from New Jersey.
Of the record, I want to...
That says Trump administration lauds plastic surgeon's statement on trans surgery for minors. I'll send you a copy, Ms. Crockett, so you can learn more about this
Mr.
heinous
Chairman,
practice.
just for purposes of the record, I know
Y'all just
that
pass this down for me.
I know that side doesn't have too many women, so we may all look alike, but that was actually my colleague.
I take full credit.
Gentlemen.
I apologize. I just
That was
unanimous consent as well.
Gentleman from Texas, recognized.
My colleague, Ms. Jasmine Crockett, said she was unaware that children's genitalia was being cut off. I'd like to submit this article that says Trump administration lauds plastic surgeon's statement on trans surgery for minors. I'll send you a copy, Ms. Crockett, so you can learn more about this
Mr.
heinous
Chairman,
practice.
just for purposes of...
She did not say children. She said babies. This woman was reporting that babies' penises were being cut off.
The record,
Without
I want to,
objection.
I
Could
know
y'all just
that,
pass this down for me?
I know that that side doesn't have too many women, so we may all look alike, but
it
that
was
was
me.
actually my colleague.
I take full credit.
Gentlemen,
I apologize. I just assumed it was you, Ms. Crockett. Please forgive me.
The gentleman from New Jersey for you.
Unanimous consent from YouTube. DOJ indictment alleges SPLC funded Klan activities, including reimbursements for cross burnings.
Without objection. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all of our witnesses for being here today and for your testimony. Reviewed all of your written testimony and appreciate the opportunity to ask you a couple of questions about it. Mr. Bangert, you work for Alliance Defending Freedom, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I reviewed your written testimony. Safe to say you disagree with the Southern Poverty Law Center's designation of your group, right?
We do.
Okay. And based on your written testimony and based off some of what I found on your website, some deep resentment about that designation, fair to say.
Sir, we don't resent them. We disagree with them.
Disagree with them. Okay. Well, as I look at your testimony and as I review your website, it is pretty clear that you view Southern Poverty Law Center as an adversary. Is that a fair characterization?
We have disagreements with them on a number of issues, including policy and otherwise.
That's how you would describe them? Disagreements? I mean, the words that you use to describe the Southern Poverty Law Center do not strike me as a simple matter of disagreement. It seems pretty clear to me, based on your website, based on your testimony, I don't know why you'd be walking away from that now, that you vehemently disagree with the Southern Poverty Law Center, that you are pleased that they have been indicted. You have called, this is from your recommendations for congressional action, direct banking regulators to investigate ECOA and Regulation B compliance at institutions using SPLC-linked vetting tools, right? So you are calling for investigations into the Southern Poverty Law Center. That doesn't sound like something that you would do with someone you disagree with. Am I wrong?
Well, Congressman, anytime that a designation by a nonprofit that's politically unaccountable is being used by federally regulated banks to discriminate based on religious belief, that's something that the government should be aware of.
And so I'm simply saying that I didn't expect to have this much of an extended back and forth on the premise of the question. I think that your bosses at Alliance Defending Freedom, if they were testifying here, would say, we vehemently disagree with Southern Poverty Law Center. They're an adversary. They are an enemy. We are glad that they have been indicted, and we are calling for more investigations of them, which you did in the written testimony that you provided to this committee. Do you think it would be inappropriate to harness a criminal prosecution of an entity to pursue the enemies of your organization? Would that be an inappropriate thing to do?
Well, Congressman.
No, that's a yes or no question. You can ask if you don't think it's inappropriate, you can say no.
If there's true criminal activity, then of course the government has the right to investigate.
Sure, but if there's no criminal activity, it would be wrong to do that, right?
Well, it depends upon what the facts ultimately
Mr. Brinker, this is why I asked a question. You are a former...
Well, it depends. If there's no criminal actions, it would be wrong for them to do that. Well, it depends. Well, it depends. So this man is sitting up here telling you he doesn't care if they have done anything illegal. It is right for them to be lied on and prosecuted for crimes because he's mad and I don't like them. I'm mad because they have the audacity to say that I'm a hate monger. And therefore, I will prove what a hate monger I am. And I will say, hey, I don't know if they should be prosecuted when they have not created any crimes. Interesting.
Attorney General, I think you know why.
Let's hear that again.
Of your organization. Would that be an inappropriate thing to do?
Well, Congress,
to harness a criminal prosecution indicted, and we are calling for more investigations of them, which you did in the written testimony that you provided to this committee. Do you think it would be inappropriate to harness a criminal...
He called for more investigations into them in his written statement. Oh, he really wants them to be harmed, right?
Prosecution of an entity to pursue the enemies of your organization. Would that be an inappropriate thing to do?
Well, Congressman.
No, that's a yes or no question. You can ask if you don't think it's inappropriate, you can say no.
If there's true criminal activity, then of course the government has the right to investigate.
Sure, but if there's no criminal activity, it would be wrong to do that, right?
Well, it depends upon what the facts ultimately
Mr. Brinker, this is why I asked a question. You are a former Attorney General. I think you know why I'm asking you the question. You're a former Deputy Attorney General within the Texas Office of Attorney General.
A former Texas Attorney General who cannot figure out, no, it would not be proper if they have not done anything wrong to continue to prosecute them. Of course, he is a former Texas Assistant Attorney General. Of course.
You went to the FBI and gave a whistleblower complaint about Ken Paxton, the Attorney General of Texas. You did so because you believed that there was criminal wrongdoing. Let me read this quote. In my view, the criminal process had been harnessed to pursue the business enemies of an individual who also happened to be under intensive investigation by law enforcement. That's your quote from an article a few years ago after you went to the FBI about Mr. Paxton. It is very clear that Alliance Defending Freedom and a wide variety of other organizations that have been designated by the Southern Poverty Law Center resent it, vehemently disagree with it, have been demanding a criminal investigation and indictment of SPLC, and they have now gotten their wishes from the president's personal lawyer, who, of course, as we know, now serves as the interim Attorney General of the United States. And I just think it's important for us to be candid about that. I don't know if the chairman agrees with you going to the FBI about Ken Paxton. I'm not sure if Mr. Gill or Mr. Roy or some of my colleagues here, maybe they'll ask you a question or two about the Republican Attorney General of Texas and why it was appropriate for you to go to the FBI with allegations of wrongdoing. I'm certainly glad that you did that. I would tell you that, like you, the SPLC, as I understand it, has gone to the FBI on many occasions to provide the FBI with information about suspected criminal activity. And in fact, that criminal activity, the reported criminal activity, has ultimately been prosecuted. By the way, not by President Biden's Justice Department, but by Donald Trump's Justice Department. And the best example of this, which was brought up earlier, was the potential mass terror attack at a synagogue in Las Vegas. Mr. Fair, I think you've already attested to this, but just to be clear, your organization gave information from a paid informant to the FBI when Donald Trump was president. And Donald Trump's FBI used that information to prosecute someone to prevent them from engaging in this mass terror attack. Is that true?
That is correct.
That is correct. Thank you, Mr. Fair. Thank you, Mr. Banger.
Time to
yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Time to gentleman inspired. The chair recognizes.
This is why you have to love Nagoose. I know he is glad. You don't want to answer that. I'm going to give a person a chance to answer those. Nothing. Let's move on. Let's move on. Remember how they used to always, when they used to get their asses ringed, they would give Pam Bimbo an opportunity to respond. You notice they're not giving him an opportunity to respond. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? You can report Ken Paxton to the FBI about actual crimes, but you want to sit up here and be so irate and indignant and say that the Southern Poverty Law Center should be investigated for more crimes because you are on the hate list. It sounds like you are a hater. It sounds like you are a real bona fide hater.
As a gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gooden.
Mr. Fair, during the Biden-Harris administration, the SPLC included many mainstream conservative groups in their hate map, including Alliance Defending Freedom, Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA, and Family Research Council. To your knowledge, did the SPLC include Antifa, which is an actual domestic terrorist organization in its hate group?
I guess he wasn't here the last time they talked about Antifa. It is a hate group, which has to be a group, you have to have members and you have to have a founder. You have to have some type of chair or some type of organized chair people. And I guess he wasn't here. I guess you have a sitting congressman that does not know that there is no such thing as Antifa. Who voted this man into office? Oh, MAGA dummies voted this man into office.
Just for the record, the SPLC does not have a domestic terrorist list. I'm not sure what Dr. King was referring to, what list she's referring to. As I understand, she's on none of our list. We have a list that identifies groups based on the statements that they and their leaders make.
Is Antifa on your hate map?
Again, as I said earlier, Congressman Gooden, it's my understanding that the FBI has said.
So they're not.
Antifa,
Let me ask you this. Has SPLC labeled the radical left group Jane's Revenge as a hate group? This group has publicly taken responsibility for vandalizing and destroying pregnancy resource centers in Catholic churches since May 2022. Have you all designated that on your hate map?
Congressman Gooden, if you've looked at our hate map, you know the criteria we set for designating groups. One designation is when a group expresses, vilifies, demonizes individuals based on immutable characteristics. The second is a group that expresses anti-government conspiracy theories.
So destroying pregnancy resource centers in Catholic churches would not qualify as hate under your definition. You guys are okay with that? But God forbid Turning Point holds a rally. That's considered hate, but destroying a Catholic church or a pregnancy resource is not. Just to be clear, help me understand.
Congressman Gooden, the SPLC establishes its own criteria, and any other group can create its own list. Under our criteria, we've designated those groups based on what they've said.
Under your criteria, Turning Point USA, Family Research Council, and other conservative Christian groups are considered hate groups. But Antifa and Jane's Revenge that burns down Catholic churches and pregnancy resource centers, those are not hate groups. It sounds like you're really proud of that process. I'll move on because I...
they went from torching fertility clinics to burning down whole Catholic churches. Is that what you're saying? I didn't hear you say that at first. I didn't hear nothing about burning down Catholic
Under our
churches.
criteria.
Lies and hyperbole. Let's move on. Let's see what we got here. Lies and hyperbole. Bunch of bullshit. Propaganda.
Everybody read both of them.
Yeah, okay. We'll have to submit Director Ray's statement as well. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. It is beyond ridiculous that we are having yet a second hearing on this topic, something that is in active litigation and that the courts should sort out. It's especially ridiculous because we've had no oversight hearings of what the DOJ is doing under Mr. Blanche when he is about to be in front of the Senate for confirmation for Attorney General. And he has had so many incidents that are worthy of investigation, including his handling of the Epstien files and Ghislaine Maxwell's transfer to Club Fed. But that's not why we're here today. My colleagues on the other side have continued to cite the indictment as if it is some kind of proof, it's just an indictment, that SPLC has engaged in wrongdoing. This indictment essentially states that making payments to a confidential informant to infiltrate violent extremist organizations is the exact same thing as supporting those organizations. That also is ridiculous. The FBI pays informants all the time. Are they supporting the groups that they're trying to undermine? This is a bizarre Alice in Wonderland theory. And if allowed to stand, it would call into question decades of intelligence and law enforcement practices used to prevent violence and dismantle criminal networks. Mr. Fair, how does the intelligence and extremist monitoring program within SPLC support your work to combat violent hate groups in America?
Thank you, Congresswoman Ross. Our confidential informant program helped save lives. We shared information with law enforcement. It helped protect the public. It helped protect our staff. We were able to gather intelligence and dismantle some of these groups.
Thank you. It is astounding that our own Department of Justice, which benefited from this intelligence gathering, seems not to understand how this process works. But that's the current Department of Justice. Ms. McCord, you were a federal prosecutor for 2 decades and led the National Security Division of the DOJ, which prosecutes crimes like domestic terrorism. Did your work ever involve or rely on paid confidential informants?
Yes, it is a practice, an investigative tactic strategy that is used by law enforcement, paid informants, cooperators, not only to investigate potential crimes of terrorism, but also drug trafficking rings, human trafficking rings, child pedophilia.
And can you give us an example of when information from an informant was used to build a federal case against a criminal network?
There are many examples, Congressmember Ross, and certainly oftentimes this results in allegations in indictments, including the information provided by paid informants, and oftentimes testimony at trial that also comes directly from informants.
Great. Thank you, Ms. McCord. This is essential work. And of course, we know that SPLC donors have absolutely no problem with this practice. As one of them stated in the wake of this indictment, we knew they were paying informants. The indictment is a laughingstock. It is on specious legal grounds. Veteran prosecutors have called this indictment frail and deficient, and particularly weak. One federal civil rights prosecutor, an FBI agent, even stated, and I quote, "I don't think any prosecutor with white-collar experience would look at this indictment and believe it makes out the elements of a crime. It is not a valid indictment." We know why this indictment was brought. It's just one of the many weaponized moves that Todd Blance and the DOJ has taken at the president's behest to silence dissent for his month-long audition for Attorney General. And he's going to get his time in front of the cameras. This is proving loyalty to Donald Trump, but it's clearly not loyalty to the law. I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Mr. Fair, are you familiar with J&J Electronics? Are you familiar with Kelly's Marine?
Conceded that.
Yeah.
You're great at badgering the witnesses, but just obey the rules.
We've been listening to your guys go 30, 45 seconds.
From Arizona, and his time has
conceded that.
Yeah.
You're great at that.
2 bank accounts. Isn't that true?
That is an allegation in the indictment.
Did you know the person who was overseeing payments to field sources?
I do not know.
So you didn't know that the person who's in charge of overseeing payments to field sources, which you claim was a big, important program, you didn't know that that individual was living with and sharing bank accounts with one of your clandestine sources?
That's an allegation in the indictment, Congressman Biggs, that will be addressed.
That individual, you didn't know that, basically, is what the look on your face says. But here's the deal.
The look on my face says that all of those allegations in the indictment, Congressman Biggs.
That's what your mouth says, but your look on your face says you had no idea, because the individual later became a director of your intelligence project. Did you approve that promotion?
Congressman Biggs, I've been serving as the interim president of the SPLC since July. I don't know what time frame you're referring to, first of all. And second, all the allegations in the indictment will be addressed in a criminal proceeding where they belong.
Yeah, you keep saying that. That's interesting. But
there's a due process clause.
You were the one that approved the promotion of that individual to become director of intelligence project, did you not?
Congressman Biggs, all of the allegations in the indictment.
That's not an indictment question. So when did you learn about the nature of their relationship?
I'm not sure what time period you're referring to.
Well, in 2014, F9 broke into the headquarters of an organization, stole 25 boxes of documents, transported those across state lines, and he was paid money by that individual and continued to receive money for 20 years, in total receiving allegedly $1.2 million. And he's the one, F9 is the one that was involved in the romantic relationship with your employee. And I want to know, are you telling us that you never knew about that relationship, even as you sit here today?
I'm telling you first that all the allegations in the indictment will be addressed in the Middle District of Alabama in the criminal case pending before that court. And I'm telling you second, I don't know what period you're referring to.
Did you take any personnel action after you learned it?
Mr. Chairman, the time's way up here.
Oh, it's 8 seconds. Oh boy, that's way up.
Well, I'm
Mr.
glad you
Raskin.
conceded that.
Yeah.
You're great at badgering the witnesses, but just obey the rules.
We've been listening to your guys go 30, 45 seconds.
From Arizona, and his time has expired. The chair will note that the ranking member got, I think, 13 minutes in an opening statement, so we're pretty lenient on the time around here. The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the witnesses for being here. We are now enduring yet another hearing of this committee regarding Republicans' absurd allegations against the Southern Poverty Law Center. And we already know about the battle between hateful extremist groups and the civil rights litigators at SPLC. And we know that President Trump, Acting Attorney General Blanche, and many other members of this administration have sided with extremists over and over again. This hearing is clearly part of a broader effort built on a pathetic, blind loyalty to one man, Donald Trump. President Trump prizes loyalty over principles, loyalty over values, loyalty over competence. And that is why he wants to elevate his personal lawyer to serve as our Attorney General. Acting Attorney General Blanche has quickly earned President Trump's trust by using the Justice Department to attack people in groups like SPLC that have stood up to this administration and its
the weaponization of the DOJ.
Lawlessness. Mr. Blanche has overseen the creation of perhaps the most corrupt scheme in our nation's history, the DOJ weaponization slush fund. Blanche signed off on an unconstitutional agreement to give taxpayers money to criminals and insurrectionists, people who beat cops in this building. But that's not all. Acting Attorney General has also initiated a criminal fraud investigation of E. Jean Carroll, the woman who successfully sued Donald Trump for sexual assault. He has indicted former FBI Director James Comey for an Instagram post with seashells, ladies and gentlemen, seashells. He has installed a Trump loyalist to replace a career prosecutor who would not indict former CIA Director John Brennan on ridiculous charges. That's what we're doing here. Mr. Blanche is clear about his role. He knows he is auditioning to be the president's lawyer, his personal lawyer, the job that he's had before. He has said in his own words that the president has a, quote, right and duty to use the Justice Department to investigate his political enemies. That absurd idea, of course, conflicts with the entire concept of an independent DOJ. Professor McCord, is the role of Attorney General different from being the president's personal attorney?
Yes, it is, Congressmember. The role of the Attorney General is to take an oath to the Constitution, as every single prosecutor in the Department of Justice does. It is not an oath to a person, and certainly not an oath to the president.
That's absolutely right. And why should the Justice Department be independent from the office of the president, regardless of which party is in power?
Since Watergate, it has been important to attorneys general of both parties that the American public not believe that the Department of Justice will be used for political purposes. And so the policies have been for more than 50 years until now that it will not be directed by the White House when it comes to prosecutions and investigations.
And what are those dangers? You know, the dangers of a system where politically driven prosecutions become the norm.
Well, certainly one of those dangers is the infringement on First Amendment rights, among many other dangers. There's the legitimacy of the Department of Justice. There's the integrity of the prosecutors when they go into court. But on the First Amendment, when we see targeting of organizations and individuals based upon their speech, and that includes a number of the individuals you mentioned in your opening remarks, that infringes on constitutional rights.
I agree with you. And now we're in a situation right now that I never imagined we would find ourselves in, that we have a president who has installed a lackey to lead the Department of Justice, and now he wants to make him permanent. And I need much more than 5 minutes to touch on all the ways in which Mr. Blanche's conduct is disqualifying. In this case alone that we're here once again discussing, in this case alone, he has misled Americans by stating on television that he did not know that SPLC was giving informant information to law enforcement. And of course, as my colleague from North Carolina has said, Mr. Blanche is a central figure in the Epstein files cover-up. He was the person who met with Ghislaine Maxwell before she was transferred to a Club Fed facility. The accusations against SPLC are ridiculous. Legal experts are clear that the indictment being offered by Mr. Blanche is invalid. But like all things with this president, it is both ridiculous and completely serious. We have to make clear that his nomination is nothing more than a stamp of approval for scandal after corrupt scandal. I yield back.
Generally yields back. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Lee, is recognized.
Thank you. I yield my time to the chairman.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Representative. Mr. Bangert.
Not evidence of anything. In fact,
you battle against. So thank you for your.
Congressman Moore, as I said.
As a board of directors, they govern organizations in place you don't know. So the Republican Party protects these groups because they have the same goals. Erase Reconstruction, erase the civil rights movement, destroy multiracial democracy.
Let's start from the beginning with him. Let's make sure we get all of what he's talking about.
Congressman Moore, as I said, council will address all the allegations. We believe our donors support all of our programs and all the work that we do.
In closing, the SPLC has spent years accusing other Americans of hate. Accountability has come home to Montgomery. The issue is transparency. The issue is donor honesty. The issue is whether an Alabama-based organization.
The issue is donor honesty, but you are not a donor, and none of the people who brought this this case forward has any backing from a donor who is displeased with how their donations are being spent. Let's be real clear on that.
You can raise money off accusations of hate while refusing to answer basic questions about where that money went.
Hi, Cleo, the baddest.
Center does not get to use Alabama as its
The
headquarters,
badass.
as a brand. We deserve better. The civil rights movement is not a
Hit the
fundraising
like
costume,
button.
and Alabama donors are not an ATM. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois. Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you.
The Alabama voters are not an ATM. So is he under the misunderstanding that the only state where the Southern Poverty Law Center gets donation is from people who live in Alabama? Is that what this numbnut just tried to insinuate with his bad-ass attitude? Does he want us to believe that? Is that what he wants us to believe? Go sit your ass down somewhere. Let's go
Mr. Chairman,
to the next.
It's astonishing to see Republicans choose to humiliate themselves for a third time with this hearing. which is more of an indictment of them than anyone else. Everyone knows that the SPLC indictment is a joke, a bad one at that. Everyone knows that the legal arguments are nonsense, and everyone knows that Todd Blance's corrupt henchman ordered the U.S. attorney to do this pathetic hack job, even though it'll never hold up in court. So why are Republicans putting us through this absurd gaslighting Olympics for a third time? Because their assault on the SPLC is a crucial part of the assault on democracy itself. The Republican Party used to be the party of Lincoln from Illinois. That's where I'm from. Today, it's nothing more than a debt cult and a political front for the white supremacist movement, tragically. That's as old as our country itself. As my Democratic colleagues have pointed out, there's a reason why Republicans are targeting the SPLC. No organization has been more effective in dismantling the Klan and other white nationalist groups, including through the use of informants. This is a nonprofit organization. It has a board of directors. They govern organizations in place you don't know. So the Republican Party protects these groups because they have the same goals: erase Reconstruction, erase the civil rights movement, destroy multiracial democracy, and restore Jim Crow in America. That's what this is all about. And it's right in front of us. They tried to violently overthrow an election, then got pardons from their ringleader, President Trump. They tried to embezzle billions of tax dollars to create a white nationalist slush fund at DOJ. But it ran into problems, didn't it? They divert law enforcement resources from combating white nationalism to low-level immigration enforcement. They accuse the SPLC of being anti-Christian for opposing anti-abortion, anti-LGBT bigotry, even though Christian leaders, as we saw in the prior video, nationwide support the SPLC overwhelmingly. Their morality bankrupt, they're morally bankrupt co-conspirators on the Supreme Court and in state legislatures are dismantling Reconstruction amendments and rigging elections to strip Black and brown people of political representation. Let's be clear. The president and his enablers are carrying out the vision of the Klan, the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and every other hate group, because they exist and they act. They are courageous patriots, and they have fought for decades. It's the same old playbook on DEI, on mass incarceration, on the Voting Rights Act, on immigration enforcement. The racial profiling, the mass detentions, the stripping of due process, the undermining of birthright citizenship, everything that's happening in communities like mine, it's all the same playbook. And it's rooted in the same conspiracy theory, the Great Replacement Theory. Mr. Fair, thank you for being here today and for all that SPLC does. Would you agree that this administration's anti-immigrant agenda is part of the broader support of white nationalist movement? And how does the Great Replacement Theory underpin that movement?
Yes, Congressman Garcia. The Great Replacement Theory suggests that whites in this country are being replaced by immigrants. And many of the groups that we identify as hate groups target immigrants, label them as criminals, as rapists, in the words of this administration and otherwise.
Like Pete Kegbreath did over there in France on the D-Day, telling France that they need to be afraid of the ideology that is coming up on their beaches now. That dog whistle that was heard around the world, that he was trying to be slick and saying that people in Europe need to watch out for the bad immigrants. Yeah, white nationalists, the same play all the time. The insecure white nationalists.
There are any number of groups that express white supremacist views that this country should be a majority white nation. Those views are antithetical to the views of the SPLC.
Thank you for sharing that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman for California is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I forgot I have some UC.
Okay, gentleman, our gentlelady can proceed.
San Diego mosque shooters left document revealing racist neo-Nazi
No
beliefs.
objection.
Vance praises YouTuber Nick Shirley reporting on Minnesota fraud.
No objection.
Undocumented immigrant offending rate lower than U.S. born citizen rate.
Without objection.
Yeah, okay. Anti-Muslim bigotry surges ahead of International Day to
Without
combat Islamophobia. The annual report 2025, the Council on, American Islamic Relations 2025 annual report.
Without objection.
Anti-Islamic rhetoric from GOP politicians sparks concern over religious hatred.
Without objection.
The SPLC's Year in Hate and Extremism 2024.
Without objection.
And once again, the SPLC's hate map to establish clearly for the record who is and who is not on it.
Without objection. I want to thank you all for your patience. We have about a half an hour based on the number of members you have to testify, so we'll move to that as quick as we can. And the gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you. For any business to remain profitable, there must be both supply and demand. As for the Southern Poverty Law Center's business model, it needs to convince people that there exist certain types of discrimination and hatred.
We don't fund the KKK.
Well, you do. Actually, that's what's in the
That's an
indictment.
allegation,
Sure.
Congresswoman.
Have you produced
and
any of these
we will discuss
materials
all
to
of those
us? Have
allegations.
you produced those materials to this committee?
Now, this is a crackpot from Wyoming. They say she looks like a George Santos in drag. The crackpot from Wyoming who walks around. She used to walk around with a cowboy hat and an actual real whip in the halls of Congress. A nut job.
Any materials, any written materials, so that you are not, to show that you have a policy in place to not fund hate groups such as the KKK.
SPLC's counsel is working with this committee's counsel to respond to your...
Did anyone at the SPLC ever raise any concerns about your practice of funding hate groups?
We don't fund hate groups.
Why wasn't the SPLC, no, you're under oath. Remember that. You are under oath here today.
I said we don't fund hate groups.
Okay, except the $4.1 million that you gave to the KKK, the National Socialist Movement, and the Aryan Nations.
Congresswoman Hageman, those are allegations that will be
You're under
addressed.
oath.
That will be addressed
All right.
in the criminal case pending against the
The
SPLC.
SPLC also played a part in funding the 2000.
So I understand what she's saying, that you're funding hate groups. Well, no. What they are accused of doing, they are paying informants. So how does that translate to funding a hate group? If you're paying someone to infiltrate the group, you're not paying the group itself, you're paying the person who is infiltrating. But they know that the MAGA voter is stupid. So therefore they try to this convoluted rationale, because they know that the MAGA voter has no critical thinking skills. So therefore they can say whatever dumb shit they want to.
2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, and you paid an organizer who drafted racist posts under the SPLC's supervision. You fomented the hate, and then you made bank of it. Off of it, about $80 million in the following months after that rally. But you didn't just make a ton of money that day. 3 people actually died, 2 police officers and a woman named Heather Danielle Heyer. So from the standpoint of your business.
So from the standpoint of what you're saying, did the Southern Poverty Law Center, did they create this march in Charlottesville? You want to hold him accountable for the march in Charlottesville when he was the one who alerted the FBI to the march in Charlottesville, because he had implanted informants. So bitch, bye. The fuck out of here.
Making money off of hatred.
Read with the attempted kidnapping of Gretchen was now believed that, and thank you to each of our witnesses. I have read all of your testimonies, and most Americans now believe that political violence will increase in the next few years. With the attempted kidnapping of Gretchen Whitmer, the anti-Semitic firebombing of Josh Shapiro's home, and the recent attempted assassination of Donald Trump, there's no doubt that extremism is on the rise. Just a simple answer. Does everyone agree that this is a serious concern for our democracy? Ms. McCord?
Yes.
Mr. Vandert?
Yes, political violence is always a serious concern.
Dr. King? Yes or no?
I'm just worried about the babies getting their penis cut off.
Mr. Fair?
Yes, Congresswoman McBeth.
Thank you. Last year, someone tried to firebomb a Republican Party headquarters in Arizona, and someone else fired gunshots at a Democratic Party office building in New Mexico. There have been politically and racially motivated mass shootings in Charleston, El Paso, and beyond. Yes or no for each of you, do you think it should be a priority of the Department of Justice and the FBI to combat extremism and political violence?
Yes, regardless of the ideology.
Thank you.
Yes, Congressman, I believe the department should be pursuing criminal acts of political violence.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Congresswoman.
Thank you. Our priority should be eliminating and deterring violence, a view that is not shared by the Trump administration. Last March, the Department of Homeland Security defunded the database at the University of Maryland that tracked domestic terrorism, hate crimes, and targeted violence, the only publicly available database of its kind in this country. Shut down at the very moment that its data showed a 25% increase in terrorism and targeted violence over the prior year. By summer 2025, the administration went on to dismantle DHS, the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships, the primary federal unit for proactively stopping extremist violence, credited with disrupting over 1,000 violent plots. Last fall, the Justice Department quietly removed from its website a study showing far-right extremists were responsible for the bulk of ideologically motivated deaths, a fact that has been shown numerous times in multiple studies. Professor McCord, why is the Trump administration shutting down these tools and burying studies on violence at a moment when extremism is on the rise?
Charlie changed
I
everything.
can't get into the heads of every person in this administration, but it is certainly consistent with their mass deportation plans and the vilifying of people of color and immigrants into the United States.
Thank you. Americans expect their government to keep them safe. Yet the administration seems determined to do so only when it fits their ideological narrative. There's no better example than the reckless pardon of the January 6th rioters, nearly 100 of whom have reoffended since the attack. One was arrested after threatening a person with a gun in a church parking lot. Another plotted to assassinate FBI agents, and yet another one a plot to assassinate an elected official. Dr. King, in a letter from a Birmingham jail, your uncle writes to fellow clergymen about the dangers of turning a blind eye to.
But did my uncle have to write about cutting off penis of the babies?
Those who do wrong to your neighbors. How do you reconcile that with the presidential pardons of 1,200 violent extremists?
May I answer in this manner? Manufactured hate, socially engineered racism, because we are one blood and we are one human race. All of this is generating unwarranted fear and chaos. George Wallace, who was mentioned earlier, was one of the most racist people on the planet, and he repented. He admitted that he had been racist. He regretted it, and much healing came forth.
And I understand
Planned
that, Dr.
Parenthood
King,
admitted
but I'm
that it
asking
is
you a
racist
question
as
is
well.
how do you reconcile
It is time for
1,200 pardons that have
SPLC
been
to
made by the
admit.
president?
Time belongs, Dr. King.
To
Time belongs to the lady.
admit, I'm answering you. And so in a letter from the Birmingham jail, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere.
Okay,
Everything
thank
you
for
just
that.
mentioned was terrible. But what
Thank you
about
for
the
that.
guard that was shot
I'm moving on.
right out at
Professor
the
McCord.
Family Research Council? I'm
Thank you
trying to
very much.
answer.
King.
But,
Thank
you know, injustice, violence is wrong.
Time
I
belongs
reclaim
to
my time. I'm reclaiming my time.
Time belongs to the gentleman.
Violence, all violence is wrong.
Mr. Chairman, could you
McCord.
restore her time? Just
We've been very generous with the time. We'll give her a few seconds more.
Okay. Professor McCord, does issuing blanket pardons to violent extremists who assaulted police officers help address this problem of rising extremism in America?
No, it condones extremism by one side of the ideological spectrum.
Okay, thank you. We still need organizations like the Southern Poverty Law Center. Just ask the committees in San Diego, Buffalo, and Jacksonville. You can ask me, a mother who lost her son to gun violence because a man made assumptions about him based on the color of his skin. Hate-driven violence and policy still exists, and we should dare to be bold, as Dr. King was, to fight against it. And I yield.
Time to ladies.
Mr. Chairman, could I do a UC?
We'll go to Ms. Hagan, then I'll come to you. You know.
I have a UC request. An article from LifeSet, the both sides political violence narrative completely debunked. They cooked the books as typical. Another one, a letter from Andrew Clovet to Chairman Jordan and the committee about SPLC putting the Turning Point USA on its fraudulent hate map in the spring of 2025, and a September 1, 2020 letter from the Coalition for Jewish Values related to the SPLC hate map and what it does to the Jewish community and the risk that it places the Jewish community in.
Gentleman from Maryland.
Yes, just two, Mr. Chairman. The 2017 Trump administration FBI document listing the SPLC as its partner in fighting hate.
Objection.
And then this is from National Public Radio. Author details the spy network that took on America's post-World War II Nazi groups. The Anti-Defamation League and the American Jewish Committee went undercover.
Objection. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. King, Mr. Fair is saying that SPLC does not fund hate groups. Is the KKK a hate group?
The KKK is a hate group. And what I'm very concerned about is that whether it's for informants or whatever,
Is the cutting off the penis of the babies.
Factoring all this fear and hate is not effective. And I do know, somebody said that the SPLC donors don't have any problems. Well, some of the donors have said, I didn't know that's what they were spending the money for. I didn't know what they're doing. So it's not effective. to pay the KKK or an informant to pretend they're KKK or whatever, and then they do KKK stuff and people get hurt.
So what we've also been hearing from the other side here is that you must be a white nationalist.
He's stupid. First, you said that they were financing the KKK. They were paying the KKK to bomb houses and then also to sue the people of the houses they bombed. And now you are, well, if they're paying people to pretend like they KKK and then they're hurting people. Which one is it, dumb bitch? They keep asking
If you oppose
dumb,
SPLC,
they keep asking this ignorant bitch questions.
are you, Dr. King, a white nationalist?
I'm not a white nationalist, and I am on the SPLC watch list. I have been, and I am. I may call it the wrong thing, but they have been watching.
Let's call it whatever it is, watch list.
What was she calling it before? She was on something akin to the no-fly zone or list or something. Some shit she kept saying that she was on. But to just say that she has been victimized by the Southern Poverty Law Center. And she didn't even know what list it was. Some list I'm on. I'm on some hate watch list. Do you believe this ignorance that they are presenting to you on their third round of trying to pretend like a group who helps people who constitutional rights have been violated? Can you believe the avenues that they are going through? I can.
Map, whatever.
Yeah.
Mr. Fair, there's a group, Moms for Liberty, that was added to the hate map. Why was it important for your organization to put the Moms for Liberty on hate map or whatever designation that you did?
Moms for Liberty, Congressman Tiffany, is an organization that advocates against school curricular inclusion. It mentions, it opposes LGBTQ rights.
Is inclusion, when you use the term inclusion, does that include gender mutilation? Because that's part of what they oppose, is when you have minors young as kindergarten, and I'll let you answer, as young as kindergarten, where they're teaching them that gender mutilation is okay. Is that inclusion in your book?
They oppose the teaching about race, about sexual identity. They seek to ban books. They have been critical.
So if that book included gender mutilation is a good thing, that we should allow minors to be able to do that.
So if that book is a good book, a very good book, what kindergartner, do you know that is going to be able to read and understand said book? You want to say it's kindergartners?
You're saying that that's a bad thing?
I'm saying that Moms for Liberty is listed on our hate map because it demeans and vilifies people based on their immutable characteristics. It engages in various kinds of conspiracy theories. It seeks to whitewash our history, to exclude certain subjects from our public schools.
Are family values and parental rights, are those conspiracy theories?
Congressman Tiffany, Moms for Liberty says that it's not parental rights, but then it interferes with parental rights. It interferes with parental rights. I'm a parent too, and I want my children to learn about the history of this country. I want them to learn about racism. I want them to learn about hate and the expression of hate in this country. So as a parent, Moms for Liberty says it gets to decide for me and for other millions of other parents in this country. That's not liberty.
I can assure you, Mr. Fair, that Moms for Liberty is not a racist organization. They may differ with you in regards to gender mutilation for children 8 to 10 years old or whatever, but I think that's a fair debate to be having. But to say that they're a racist,
what I said is that
I'm going to make the statement here. To say that they are a racist organization,
they seek to exclude teaching about race in this country, is what I said.
They are not a racist organization, because I have been around them. To teach family values and parental rights, I think, is a good thing here in America. There are a couple organizations in Wisconsin, the public library system and the Department of Public Instruction, that house SPLC documents. Will you go back to them and tell them, after the trial is done and all of this has been exposed of what SPLC did,
are you going to go back and tell them, we are sorry that we misled the good people of the state of Wisconsin?
All of the allegations in the indictment will be addressed in the Middle District of Alabama.
And when it is deemed that you did fund these hateful organizations like the KKK, will you come back and apologize to those organizations like the Public Library System and the Department of Public Instruction in Wisconsin that you did wrong thing?
We've already asserted in our filings that we did not lie to our donors, that we did not fund any hate groups. The Department of Justice knew that we were working with them, that we shared information.
Time of the gentleman's expired.
Mr. Chairman, it's unanimous consent request. It's just an article with respect to Moms for Liberty and focusing specifically on critical race theory and DEI. Not
what I don't understand there, the time of the questioner has expired. He then made the person who is responding to said question not be able to complete the question. Is this what we're doing?
talking about or teaching race and their positions on that election, serve that on the record.
Without objection. Gentlelady from Texas recognized.
You know what? I hate that we have spent this much time, on SPLC and we've not addressed the elephant in the room, the literal elephant in the room. The vast majority of the people on that side of the aisle, and for those of you that are at home, let me tell you, when I say that side of the aisle, I'm talking about the Republicans, the ones that brought this hearing. And again, you've heard that this is not the first hearing, but the vast majority of them are white men. White men are lecturing people of color because the vast majority, actually, any semblance of diversity comes from this side of the aisle. You want to tell people of color who is fighting for who? People of color do not feel comfortable or welcomed within your party. That's why you have to parade someone who has the name Dr. King attached to them so that people can be confused, because I have been reading the comments online and people are like, who is this Dr. King? Because you want them to believe that somehow she espouses who Dr. King was, yet you've yet to have MLK the third come in here. You've yet to have Dr. Bernice King, the ones that were actually raised by Dr. King, the ones that actually probably understand the teachings of Dr. King. And I just want to be clear, because I want to talk to y'all about what the Dr. King had to say about racism, so that y'all don't get it twisted and don't get it confused just because you see the name sitting in this room. Our nation was born in genocide when it embraced the doctrine that the original American, the Indian, was an inferior race. That was from his 1963 book, Why We Can't Wait. He also said, in the final analysis, racism is evil because its ultimate logic is genocide. If one says that I am not good enough to live next door to him, or to have a good, decent job, or to go to school with him merely because of my race, he is saying consciously or unconsciously that I do not deserve to exist. This was from his 1967 speech, The Other America. So just to be clear, y'all don't seem like y'all even understand what a hate organization is. So I went to Google to help you out. A hate group is an organized group whose beliefs, practices, and primary purpose are centered on advocating malice, hostility, or violence towards people based on their immutable characteristics such as race, religion, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, or disability. So I know some of y'all are, caping for Charlie Kirk, because I done heard y'all talk about his organization over and over and over. So I'm not going to play with anybody who's going to play with my time. So I'm going directly to Miss McCord. Professor, let me put some respect on your name. All right. If I see a Black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Does that sound like a hater or not?
That sounds like a racial stereotype.
Okay, sounds good to me. We made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in the mid-1960s.
That sounds like someone who
A
still adheres
racist.
to racist views.
Okay,
It's a racist.
America has freedom of religion, of course, but we should be frank. Large, dedicated Islamic areas are a threat to America.
That is someone who can't accept that America is a multiracial,
A
multi-religious
racist.
place.
A racist.
Okay, these all just happen to be comments from the
A
fearless
racist.
leader of
A racist.
Turning Point USA, so I could see where SPLC was going. I also think that it's so interesting that right now, just for those sitting at home, you may not know that Oversight is not having any hearings right now because the Republicans don't want to deal with the Epstien file, so they have shut down all of Oversight committee hearings, right? So we've got an indictment for SPLC. I have still yet to see an indictment on any Epstein defendant. Not a one, but okay. And we want to talk about what happened in Charlottesville, and we are so upset about Charlottesville. All of a sudden, I would be interested to know which one of you had something to say about Charlottesville when it happened, because I don't think that y'all were saying those same things. In fact, their fearless leader at the time said there were pretty fine people on both sides. You were okay with the tiki torches. You were okay with it. But I digress. I'm gonna move on to Texas in my last 24 seconds. In your testimony before the Texas House of Representatives, you read aloud a series of messages between you and other whistleblowers, basically explaining the corruption happening directed by Attorney General Ken Paxton. On page 82, lines 5 through 11, you list all the corruption that Ken Paxton directed you and others to carry out, to quote, demanding that we investigate facially bogus charges, refusing to take our advice that there is no prosecutable offense, demanding that we hire outside counsel, and authorizing an improper fishing expedition. Is that correct?
The time the gentleman has expired. The gentleman can respond if he wants.
My testimony from that proceeding stands for itself.
So
Chair now recognizes
just to clarify,
the gentleman's time has expired.
I understand.
Our next person is going to give you time, Dr. King, to respond. So we will now recognize the gentleman from South Carolina.
I'm gonna be gone.
You don't want to answer that question? You don't want to answer that question? I hope somebody picks that back up. You reported Ken Paxton. What is this? What you said that Ken Paxton was telling you to do when you became a whistleblower? Is this what you were saying that he was doing? And what I want to know is what of it that you were told to do that you actually did because you felt like you had to do it because Ken Paxton was breaking the law and he told you to do it. So did you break the law along with Ken Paxton, or were you did you just rat him out in time? What did Ken Paxton tell you to do that was a bridge too far? And this King lady, they told her you'll have time to address that. She wanted to address Jasmine. They said you'll have time to address it with the next person. She said, I ain't going to address nothing because I'm going to be gone. Where you going, bitch? Crazy? Okay.
Dr. King, thank you for being here. I know that there was a monologue earlier in which you wanted to respond. I think you were kind of ready to do that, but we're not given that opportunity. Would you like to briefly respond to that?
Very briefly, Congresswoman, I am a bit emotional. I'm going to watch what I say. But it seems as though you have suggested that I am a bastard to the King family legacy.
No.
I am legitimately.
She suggested that you're a stupid bitch. That's what she suggested. Period and point blank. And you have proven yourself to be just exactly that. There's no suggestion. There was a concrete statement that you're a dumb hoe.
Daughter of Reverend Alfred Daniel Williams King and Dr. Naomi Ruth Barber King. We are
we never heard of these people, bitch. No one has ever heard of these people. We are unimpressed. And even less impressed with this dumb shit that you are sitting up here being the raccoon for the man. We are not impressed with anything that you're saying, but you're a simple asshole.
Family who loves God, and I love you. God bless you.
Ms. King, let the record reflect that the gentlelady from Texas left the room.
God,
Thank you for
I don't
responding
blame
to
her.
that.
I do not blame
Mr.
her.
Fair, the SPLC website, you have a section called the extremist files with profiles of groups and individuals that, according to your frequently asked questions, are key figures on the hard right. How do you, you don't have any criteria listed, but just for education purposes, how does somebody become part of the extremist files?
Okay, I'm not going to listen to that. Are we going to go back to the questions about what you did for Ken Paxton?
People, it makes absolutely no sense. The organization should be ashamed of itself, and you should be ashamed for being.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 5 minutes.
He's telling him, you should be ashamed of yourself. Now go sit your ass down. You should be ashamed of yourself. We know you should be ashamed of yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Covering for the Epstien files. And you're telling someone else that what they should be ashamed of themselves about. Helping other people who have been plotted against by racists. But you telling somebody they should be ashamed of themselves, and you have not investigated these Epstien files, have not had any hearings on these Epstien files. And you got the audacity to tell somebody who should be ashamed of themselves. The audacity. The audacity of these people. Just deplorable. Disgusting.
For holding this very important hearing today. It's clear that the SPLC has strayed from its original mission and used questionable and frankly illegal tactics to drive donations and
No, that's not clear.
Building
No, that's not clear. Let's continue.
Activities of various groups. And based on those statements, we expose and share with the public what they say.
It seems like one thing that many of the groups that you've labeled hate groups that we've talked about this morning have in common is that they oppose the chemical and surgical mutilation of minor children, as does the United Kingdom, as does Sweden, Finland, Norway, Denmark, and the United States Department of Health and Human Services. Are the 7 groups I just mentioned hate groups, the public health authorities in the UK and Finland and Denmark and so on, are those hate groups?
Congressman, we identify groups.
Okay, how about a group you've identified that just happens to have won 18 cases before the United States Supreme Court and been instrumental in 85 other cases, Alliance Defending Freedom? Are they a hate group? Are you going to double down on that today? ADF is a hate group, yes or no?
May I answer your question?
Yes or no?
ADF is listed because of statements it has made against.
Okay, you said that about other groups. Okay,
well, you don't want me to respond, obviously.
Because of statements they made according to criteria that you couldn't clearly articulate to Congressman Fry. Okay, I'll ask you, Mr. Bangert. Mr. Bangert, why do you think the Alliance Defending Freedom, a group that's won 18 cases before the United States Supreme Court, is on this defamation machine's hate map?
Well, that's a great question, Congressman. I went and looked at their website this morning, and one of the reasons they give for ADF being listed is because, according to the SPLC, we support the state-sponsored mutilation of adults and children, basically rendering them sterile. The odd thing about that is, in the state of Alabama, we came alongside the Attorney General to defend a statute that would have prohibited medical professionals from performing procedures on children that would have sterilized them. And interestingly, on the other side of the V in that case, one of the law firms was the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Well, there you go. I think that's why you're a hate group. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I find truly ironic is that how this is the second hearing in just a few weeks and where we have to confront the hatred festering inside the very organization that claims that it is fighting against, of course, the hatred that being.
Oh.
According to a superseding indictment,
I refuse. This motherfucking Sambo raccoon. No.
And yet, as of this morning, FRC is still listed on the hate map. Why is it still up there?
Doing that.
Pick up papers like in my.
We're not doing this.
Very frequently, word bias, I suspect, is because they agree with the SPLC's political agenda.
Yeah, it's all about politics. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for letting us stay a little late so that I can go here. I appreciate it, and thank you to the witnesses.
You should have been on time. Okay, that's it. That's it. Now, there's one thing I didn't know that went on today. The last thing I will share with you. Did y'all know that Bill Gates was before Congress testifying about Epstein-related issues? Now, I don't see the actual tape of him testifying. Hello. Yep. I don't see him actually testifying, but let me bring you to Forbes breaking news. Let's go over here. And live, Trump lobs new threats at Iran. Bill Gates testify before Epstien probe. I don't want to watch that. Let me go back. I don't want to watch a double dose. I think they have it right here. Hexelf stays. Sitcom will be busy tonight amid reports of U.S. strike on Iran. No. Videos. Here we go. So far, Mr. Gates has been cooperative with the Epstein probe, says Robert Garcia. This is what I want.
All right, thank you. This is Ranking Member Garcia, obviously oversight Democrats. I'm going to make a few remarks on, of course, the topic of the ongoing interview with Mr. Gates, but also we have a variety of other information and statements to make about a variety of issues as it relates to the Epstein files, of which other members are going to discuss. including some new revelations that came out in some reporting this morning. So a bunch of us will discuss some different things. So let me just begin by saying two things. One on a statement by Chairman Comer this morning, and then on Mr. Gates. Just want to begin by reiterating that earlier today, Chairman Attorney General in front of the Oversight Committee. This is a request that our entire committee made to Chairman Comer a couple of weeks ago, after former AG Pam Bondi put essentially most of the blame on the disastrous investigation that's been this investigation, doxing survivors, putting them in danger, not releasing half the files. She put that on Todd Blance. And so we are glad that Chairman Comer has finally been agreed to bring in Mr. Blance for what we believe needs to be an under oath deposition, videotaped and released to the American public, or better yet,
you can guarantee it's not going to be under oath, and it won't be videotaped either. He's going to bitch out, just like they have all bitched out. It will not be under oath, even if they get a subpoena like they did with Pam Bimbo. It will not be under oath, and it will not be filmed.
an actual public hearing where the media and the public are invited. Those would be our preferences, and so we're glad that Chairman Comer, after just yesterday saying that it wasn't necessary, that today he is saying that he wants to bring Mr. Blance in, and we strongly support that. Secondly, as relates to Mr. Gates, first, it's important to note that this interview is ongoing, so we'll be here throughout the afternoon. So far, Mr. Gates has been cooperative in answering our questions. We have said we want to talk to anyone. We don't care if they're a Republican, Democrat, how wealthy they are. If they have information about Mr. Epstein, we want to speak with them. Mr. Gates has discussed and provided us information about other folks that were in Mr. Epstein's orbit. We want to discuss with.
Do tell.
Said to us multiple times, which
Bill Gates sees that this MAGA train is going off course, and he's trying to get ahead of the fucking train. He sees that this MAGA bullshit is not long for this world. Bill Gates says, I'll get off right here. Who do you want to talk about? Who do you want to talk about that was in the Epstein cabal?
Said to the media that he himself and about other folks that were in Mr. Epstein's orbit, which we want to discuss with. He has said to us multiple times, which he has said to the media, that he himself did not ever realize or understand he was ever introduced to any women that then, of course, that Mr. Gates interacted with. There was no abuse as far as Mr. Gates knew of. He has said that to the media. He said it to us as well. That'll be discussed by some of our members, but let me also just finally say that it's important to note that Mr. Gates does understand that he was around people and likely assistants and those employed by Mr. Gates that were also abused. And so he was around people that were actually abused, and that was recognized in some of the discussion that we had inside. So with that, turn over to Mr. Lynch.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr.
The Committee on House Administration will come to order.
Is there anything else? Let me go back. Let me go back.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. Let me go to. There was something on PBS that I think I wanted to share. PBS. Let me see. Hold on with me for 1 second. I want to make sure that I'm not missing something. No, I don't want to share any of that. Do I want to share any of this? I guess it wasn't a PBS. Please forgive me. What just all leaked, Keith Edwards?
Donald Trump literally had a temper tantrum, screaming at his phone, typing as fast as he could on his thumbs on his phone.
Now they said that Donald Trump has been thrown out of the war room once again. There are big plans that Kegbreath says that their sitcom is going to be very busy tonight. Now it has also been reported that your president has been kicked out of the war room because of all the dumb tweeting that he was doing last night during the military strike. So they kicked the big baby out of the war room. So is that it? Is this what you're talking about, Keith Edwards? Let's see.
When Morning Joe talked about the fact that the New York Times came out with this bombshell story about Epstein, the cover-up that took place, and Donald Trump's part in all of it. Now, I had the most important bits from that New York Times article, but first I want to show you this moment that the president, no, he's not busy. What's the president?
More Epstein bits.
President doing it 8 a.m. Always watching Morning Joe. How do we know that? Because he responded to this segment. First, here's a segment that pissed him off.
The first thing that kind of knocked him down. This is an excerpt from the new book just posted about an hour ago in the New York Times. It's going to be making a lot of news today. I mean, the bottom line in the reporting so far that we see in this piece, Joe and Mika, is that Donald Trump absolutely did not want to talk about this. He did not want the files released. This book paints a picture of J.D. Vance as the voice saying, we've got to get it out there. This is going to kill us with our base. It's going to kill us with young voters who think this is an appalling story, the Epstein affair, and it is, of course. And President Trump, time and again, snapping at people who even brought it up, and it became well known in the White House and continues to be today. You just don't mention the Epstein files around the President of the United States, which opens the question of why is he so defensive about this? Why is this now a subject that cannot be uttered in the White House?
Wow.
Well, and
Okay,
you know, it's
this
interesting. We were talking about this, as was the rest of the political world, every day up until the Friday when the war was launched. And for those that don't remember, there were some of the most salacious accusations on that Friday, looked like they were about to erupt. And then the war began. This has been put on hold. I suspect as soon as this war is over, it will start again.
Now, the president, after seeing that, realizing that he's been more exposed than ever before, I guess is one of his favorite channels because he watches that religiously in the morning. Well, the president wrote this: Joe Scarborough's ever-shrinking, low-rated show, one of the most inaccurate detailers of truthful facts on television, is being crushed in the ratings. His serious case of Trump derangement syndrome, often referred to as TDS, has made him a laughingstock among those who know what is going on in the, quote, wonderful world of television. His show is being cut because his ratings are terrible, and Micah and Willie, who wants to be his father but doesn't have the talent, are falling further and further into the TDS swamp. They all suffer from low ratings disease. President DJT. That, to me, seems like a Donald Trump tweet. I mean, he didn't even spell Mika's name right.
He said Mike.
And Kelly publicly pushing the administration to release. The New York Times wrote that Trump was not happy with some of his most influential supporters like Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, and Megyn Kelly publicly pushing the administration to release more files on Epstein in July 2025. After a Turning Point USA turned into an Epstein grievance fest where several speakers ripped the Attorney General Pam Bondi, Trump called Kirk and scolded him. Went on to say, quote, Kirk held a Turning Point USA event the previous day that turned into an Epstein grievance fest, with one speaker after another bashing Pam Bondi over her handling of the situation. Trump called Kirk and scolded him. That happened on July 12th. The same day, Trump backed.
Not the golden boy, Charlie Kirk. Not everyone's friend, Charlie Kirk. Not the one that he let sit in the pose in the rotunda. Not Charlie Kirk, who he gave the some a military medal of what, freedom, or I guess he freed to die. But what? Not Charlie Kirk. He scolded Charlie Kirk behind the Epstein files. Oh, he must have been a little tiffed.
Bondi on social media and said his fans needed to stop wasting time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein. God, there's been so many things I've forgotten about this. It says here, Bongino went nuclear over handling of Epstein files. Here's how the New York Times described it. The day the memo was released, Bongino showed up to a daily Justice Department meeting with the FBI staff and the Attorney General. He was in a volcanic mood. As soon as he entered the room, he erupted at Bondi, shouting at her, quote, "You f***ed this up from the start." Bongino yelled, "The way you've been talking about this, that dumb charade with the Epstein files, they're on my desk nonsense, all the promises to the folks out there." Went on to say that Castrotel and Bongino both subsequently told White House officials that Bondi needed to resign. And that's what happened. Bondi went bye-bye. Could have been over Epstein. Now, I actually knew about that part. I think that's been reported before. Now, J.D. Vance has also been involved in this, and he tried to broker a sit-down with Joe Rogan for Epstein files cleanup. Vice President J.D. Vance tried to coordinate an interview with podcaster Joe Rogan, which would have been tied to the Justice Department launching its Epstein files website. The administration had pushed for then Deputy AG Todd Blance to go on Rogan to discuss the files, but Rogan told Vance he didn't want him on the show during a phone call. As it says here, that podcast never came together. Another thing that J.D. Vance failed at. One more, Castrotel pushed for Bondi's immediate resignation after nothing to see her Epstein files memo. Says here, the moment Bongino sat down with Susie Wiles, Wiles told him that she had been informed he leaked a sensitive story about Epstein and Trump to ABC News. "I'll tell you what," Dan Bongino replied, "I'll give you $100,000 cash right now. I'm not kidding. Walk out to a West executive, put that reporter on speaker, and get him to admit I leaked it. $100,000. Wiles snapped back, "Well, we all got ourselves into this." Bongino cut her off. No. We didn't get ourselves into anything. I warned you guys about this whole thing, and you ignored me. And exactly what I said was going to happen happened. And now you're pretending I was in on this. I was never in on this. Was this? Did someone record all this? Is this like, how do they have these exact quotes? Someone must have recorded this. I would not put it past the Trump administration that everyone.
It's the cover up that always gets you.
J.D. Vance pitched a Tucker Carlson interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. Vance at one point panicked over how the Epstein saga was dividing Trump's MAGA base, and his solution was to have Epstein's longtime girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, interviewed by Tucker Carlson from prison. Vance believed that, quote, "it might help the president if Maxwell was willing to state that Trump had not been part of any wrongdoing with Epstein." This is nuts, bro. This is nuts. I mean, this is like all these little things. To me, what these all point to is,
let's see,
like,
what else?
Let's just say it. Like, is this how one acts when they're
No, that's
clear
not how
Donald
one
Trump's
acts when they
name?
in it.
It's insane. And the vice president also said that he thought the president would be okay with the release of, quote, nipple-related documents, arguing that Trump had been accused of worse. "I think we should put it out," he said. "It would cause people to say we're going further than we need to." Wiles quickly responded that the president would not, in fact, be okay with it. It was a point no one wanted to continue debating. One official would later describe it as a surreal experience to be discussing nipples in the White House Situation Room. My God. And then I guess Donald Trump has a predilection for nipples. And it says here that in the emails, Ransom claimed that she knew a girl in Epstein's sex trafficking ring named Jen who would say she had sex with Trump. Ransom also claimed that Jen had told her that Trump had a predilection for nipples and that he would aggressively flick and... Okay. Ransom wrote...
Now, I remember the story. The girl said, for some reason, her friends' nipples were engorged and real painful looking. I do remember this story. Now, you mean to tell me that the White House was talking about nipples in the Situation Room, talking about this case in the Situation Room? MAGA, where are you? MAGA. If you come in my chat and write dumb things, I am quite worried about what you do to children and what you allow to be done to children. When you come in my chat and write dumb shit about who Trump is God and Trump 2028, I'm concerned about your relationships and your relative closeness to children. So when you come in my chat and write dumb shit, that's what you're waving your hands up. Someone should keep a close eye on me because I have no respect for children.
That she had seen evidence when she shared a bathroom with Jen. Quote, they looked incredibly painful as they were red and swollen. I remember wincing when I looked at them. Ransom's credibility was not uncomplicated. She had made another claim that she possessed video footage of prominent men having sex with young girls in Epstein's entourage. She later retracted the claims, saying she feared for herself and her family if she proceeded. But after a federal judge ordered that unsealing of some of Giuffre's case files in 2023, the document then connected Trump to the claim about abused nipples was among the material that came out. It's an unconfirmed allegation and had not been made publicly, but the disclosure led to some articles that were quickly lost in the swirl of election year news. I mean, Donald Trump is underwater with the Epstein stuff, as you can see here. He's minus 42 points on that. It's beating everything else. Second worst is the economy, which used to be his number one best issue. And we're going to keep following this. But I guess my thing is, how bad must this be? If JD Vance was like, hey guys, let's just release the nipple stuff because then it will look like we're not hiding anything.
That's what we got for you today, guys. Let me see. Supreme Court prepares massive ruling on Trump's plot. What plot? Let's see. Anything else? Anything else? Oh, anything else? It all leaked. What is the amazing Lucas talking about? Trump cooked Stephen A. Did he cook Stephen A? He said Stephen A. Smith is dumb as a rock.
All that tap dancing for what? Oh my goodness. So we're all familiar with Stephen A. Smith, and he has been doing you hear that? I think I hear him now. He must be in the neighborhood. But he has been tap dancing for quite some time. Big up in, the Republican Party, talking trash about the Democrats, going so.
All Democrats should vote Republicans in this election to show that the Democrats have to do something to get your vote. Yes, Stephen A. Smith said all Democrats should vote for Republicans. And this way, the Democrats will understand that you have to do something to get our vote. But he doesn't want the Republicans have to do anything to get it. If you guys haven't watched the amazing Lucas now, let me see. Please go over there and check him out.
Far to talk about, I think all black people for one election cycle should vote Republicans, okay? Because that'll teach the Democrats.
I wish for one election that every black person would vote Republican. What? How can he say that? I said it's simple. Since 1964, the black folks.
All right, nobody wants to hear that dumb shit. Stephen A. Smith is a clown who actually is espousing that he may run for president. A whole fucking ignorant ass fool. Now, I'll go over there and watch the amazing Lucas. I'm not gonna play his video. Go over there and check him out. It seems like Stephen A. Smith said something that Donald Trump brought some bad juju to Madison Square Garden, and Trump came back and said that Stephen A. Smith, of course, he said he is a low IQ idiot, and then Stephen A. Smith challenged Trump to a debate. The way of getting out of, I didn't know you was going to respond. The raccoon, and Stephen A. Smith said, let's do a debate. This is an opportunity to hype this moment and get my voice more out here, and for people to take me more seriously as some type of political intellect. When I am asking to debate a political fool.
Yeah, the Stephen A. Smith, always looking for attention, always looking to be noticed, always looking to be praised for being a simple ass motherfucker. But I think that 45, 47 didn't give him what he wanted. Let me see. Go over there and watch The Amazing Lucas. He does a great show. If you're not familiar with him, please go over there and check him out. The link is in my description box under Stephen is a Raccoon. So there is that. Let me see. Is there anything else I want to share with you guys? Is there anything else I want to share with you guys? Nancy Mace's career is over. Wait, let me see. I think there is one more thing. The AI bubble is about to burst. We've been talking about that for a couple of weeks now. What else is there before I go? Because I always find something. I should have talked about that. Oh, let me see. Is there anything else? We talked about this. The spaceship IPO is a massive wealth transfer. It's going to transfer wealth from your 401k and your retirement. Let's watch this one more time.
SpaceX goes public this week. Whether you like it or not, you could soon become an investor and play a role in making Elon Musk the world's first trillionaire. A few weeks ago, we showed you how this IPO was engineered to transfer wealth from ordinary retirement savers to his early investors by rewriting the rules that govern index funds.
The reason why I described it as a bag holder situation is because it feels like it's getting engineered to people.
Since then, there's been some interesting updates. Musk told NASDAQ, change your rules or I'll take my IPO elsewhere. They changed them to allow SpaceX to fast track its way into the index. Instead of waiting a year, SpaceX would be listed on the index in just 15 trading days. When a company joins an index, every fund tracking it has to buy shares automatically, even if the price is inflated, pushing the stock up more. And conveniently, Elon Musk has to wait a year, but other insiders can cash out while the stock price is artificially high. FTSE Russell followed NASDAQ in changing their rules too, just as Musk wanted. S&P was next, considering it when we published. But after more than 3,000 of you left comments on their public docket, they seem to have actually listened.
SpaceX will not be getting a fast track into the S&P 500. S&P Dow Jones indices have rejected proposals that would have accelerated entry for mega cap companies into its flagship benchmark.
Bloomberg Intelligence estimates that fast-track S&P inclusion alone would have triggered $14 billion in forced buying for SpaceX at staggeringly high prices. S&P held. Then,
with only 3,000 comments, imagine if 3 million of you guys had this information and made a comment, did as little action as possible, wrote in to the S&P and the NASDAQ and said, don't fuck with my money to make Elon Musk richer. Imagine. See, this is the power that the people have. But the people have to have the information. This link is in my description box under a more perfect union. Because the thing about this is these people were going to use all of your money that you have saved away in your 401k in your retirement plan. And hey, on some inflated bubble that tax billionaires who have been in this Elon Musk X no money making IPO forever while it was private, and now it's going public, and they are going to make sure that all people who trade in the stock, the major people like BlackRock, who has a hand in goddamn near every tension in retirement and 401k, these people who are investing money for every corporation, we're going to be investing your money automatically without you knowing it and approving it. And what were these rich billionaires who was stuck with the IPO when it was private and they weren't making no money off of it?
and they are going to bring it into market and say each share is worth $139 or some shit. What they were going to do is they were going to pull that money out that has been stuck in this portfolio for years. And you were going to pay them for it out of your pension fund. And then the stock was going to become worthless. So if you don't know that, these are some things that you don't know that your media is not giving you information on. Also, look at the NSP M7, National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, NSPM7. And understand who these warehouse detainee camps are really for. So I hope you guys have a fabulous day. If something of urgent importance come available, I will be back tomorrow. If not, I will definitely see you guys on Friday. I appreciate you all. I thank all of my new members. I really, really appreciate all my new members. I thank all my old members. I thank you for giving me a click and a view. And if you like the video, give me a thumbs up. If you don't like the video, give me a thumbs down. If you want to make some comments in the after the video is over, please do. Share, like, subscribe. You can become a member to support the channel. You can do whatever you want to. But let's hope you come back on Friday as we do this one more time. So I think that that's it for me. And I'm good out of here. I thank you and I appreciate your support. All right. Bye-bye.